Chapter 1 The man who bought her arrives tonight. As dusk descended, Thesky darkened. A luxurious wedding car glided slowly into Liang family villa. However, the groom was not aboard. Because the groom was dead. Siamoli field ests enough si family had accidentally ingested poison. After resuscitation, the doctors declare a dim brain dead with unliafaint heartbeat thought could cc an imminent. Old master says up to bring some Makirto his oldest grandson, scouring Thesida for a woman willing to marry Siamoli, offering a breed at price of 50 billion. No matter how powerful Sai family was, how old willing Lima with their precious daughter Tokerpsi a bride mean to bring good fortune? Yet, the Liang family agreed to the arrangement. Liang Yen he don't need a traditional red wedding gown and a phoenix crown, gazing gather reflection in the mirror with a mocking smile. Miss, the auspicious shower has arrived at Thuading Karis waiting downstairs, the buttle reminded her, it's Timatogo. Very well. Liang Yen here Rasian left Liang family villa without a backward glance. Marrying Siamole means she could become Moida wat nimament, but she would forever hold the steamed leaf tieldest matriarch of Sai family, a position thought would command respect and deterrenion from bullying her. Staying in the Liang family? She was merely a adopted daughter, constant layathi mercy fathers. Liang Yen understood that her adopted parents, she was merely a punt to be exploited. Even if she refused to marry Siamole today, she would inevitably boot off to Somi O'Neill's for a political alliance. I'd wash better to marry a deadman, allowing her to live the life of peace and integrity, which seemed rather appealing. Liang Yen glanced out the car window on litorial eyes. This wasn't the road to Siyuan. She questioned the driver, are you sure or not lit lost? Absolutely not. Siyuan is no 10th direction, Liang Yen insisted, unease creeping into her heart, stop the car. To her dismay, the driver not refused to stop butyl so accelerated decisively. Moments later, she caught of a fofanunuju for grants, and she realized that something was amiss, due to salary too late. Her head lolled, and she lost consciousness. In a hotel suit. Liang Yen he opened eateries, hair head spinning, her body weak and limp. Outside the door, voice floated in. This Liang fam literally no show to conduct business. They received 50 billion for marrying off their daughter, and now they've made another profit by selling her first time to Oyel Feynman. Since she's not their biological daughter, Thiwan Filthalos, after raising her for over 20 years, they have a torcope their investment. How hardles on devoid of compassion si familio for somic, yet the are still greedy. Every word pierced Liang Yen his ears. It dawned on her that these ways orchestrated be her adoptive parents. Before sending her to Thuading Chamber at Siyuan, they had brought her to the hotel to sell her most precious first time to a billionaire. After all, Siamolda was on Thebring Kofdeth and would never have the capacity to touch her. Liang Yen have her life even as an adopted daughter, she was a living, breathing person, even petraced for 20 years would have feeling sand would not deserve such degradation. Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps approached, finally halting at the door. Liang Yen Hesher traced. Theman Hohad Bater Washara. The room was rowdy in darkness, devoid of light, rendering her unable to see anything. The monstro de direct light of the bedside, silent, asha begantan festen his beyond rem of his clothing. Liang Yen heckled not discern his face, only the silhouette of fatal figure. With a feeble voice, she protested, no please don't. Themon paused momentarily. Then, he leaned over, his arms bracing on either side, his breath he yandis by the radiating heat. Did we not come to an agreement, or are trying to back out at the last moment? His voice was slow and magnetic, laced with indifference, done at feigned modesty. Chapter 2 Wrong Room. No, she was being coerced. Yet, Liang Yen have found herself powerless to resist. She lacked the strength of to push Theman away. She endured this relentlessment until thoroughly her soft hem morning. Exhausted, Heffinoli fell into adi up slumber. On Setharum Felseland, those waking outside Dienter's weefly efficiently lifting Liang Yen Hiway. They had to return her to Thuading Chamber at Siyuan before dawn. Soon, the fierce light off day began to break. Suddenly, a scream echoed from head J Centrum YS empty in here, Theba is still so need limade, where I's presidency? The familiar was aroused Theman, Hoferau bro on slowly opened his eyes. In here, he opened at the door, his upper bodice still bare. Outside stood his assistant, William, looking both anxious and bewildered. Presidency, how Ocaldia? See Amoli Presidus Lipstager, His features were strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones and sharp brows, exuding an inherent authority that could intimidate Yanyon. You've gone to the wrong room, William exclaimed. Presidency, your room is next door. See Amoli's expression darkened as she glanced at the door number soft at rooms. He had indeed entered her wrong room. So, Thuman had so brutally treated last night. Was not the own had instructed William to arrange for him. Now under she had refused to comply, pleading for him to stop. Siamoli had thought she was merely playing hard to it, and fell to Sergio Dane. Hadn't realized she was innocent. William cautiously spoke up. Presidency, did you solve it with the medication you took last night? It's resolved. But William was puzzled. The clean woman had arranged remained in head J Centrum. If Presidency had gone to the wrong room, how had he solved the medication? Was theory another woman in this room? Investigate who stayed in this room last night. Siamoli commanded coldly. We must locate her. Understood. Prepare the car where returning to Siyuan. Siamoli Stradiway, exiting Fruity Hotel secret passage. He could not linger. He needed to return to Siyuan and continue pretending to be dead. However, he could not maintain Tarus for much longer richest imita closethanet. The sa family was the epitome of a prestigious family glamourous yet with intrigue and internal strife after years of conflict someone he had finally list control and poison Siamoli seeking his life. Thus, Siamoli had turned thitables. His secret liar placed the poison with another substance, creating the illusion of brain death and die cart beat to deceive everyone. However, this new indication contained dilemmas that required a woman to neutralize it. For Siamoli this was not a difficult task, yet he had mistakenly entered her wrong room at the last moment, causing gamashap. At Siuan. Siamoli stood with the swiftly changing into a hospital gown and a breathing mask, his movements fluid and practiced. Just as she was about to lay down, Fedorun expectedly swung open. Liang Yin entered, her body sorry and fatigued. She intended to take a bath, but the bathroom door in the master suit had sudden malfunctioned and refused to open. Reluctantly, she up to borrow the bathroom and head centrum. Viewed upon lifting gaze, she met a pair of deep, dark eyes that seemed to draw her entire being into their depths. She stood frozen, captivated by them and striking features, forgetting to blink. Siamoli, you Yuri awake? Chapter 3 Siamoli awakens. The man regarded her with a calm and indifferent gaze, remaining silent, his expression bore no trace of warmth, and his body stood motionless, akin to an emotionless automaton. After locking eyes for a few seconds, a chill crept up Liang Yin his spine, and goosebumps pricked her arms. Subsequently, she turned and fled. Siamoli has awakened, someone, quickly, come. Liang Yin had cried out in exhilaration as she hurried downstairs. I saw him standing by the bed. Hurry, summon the doctor. She stumbled into the living room, seizing the butler's arm. Siamoli is not dead, he has awakened. The butler looked at her with bewilderment. Madam, what are you saying? Before Liang Yanha could respond, the authoritative voice of the old Master C resonated. What nonsense is this so early in the morning? Newly married and yet so ignorant of the rules, you must learn properly. The doctor had declared Siamoli brain dead, how could he possibly awaken, let alone stand by the bed? Absurd. It was only then that Liang Yanha noticed the living room was filled with people. The old Master C, Siamoli's stepmother, Madam C, and his half-brother, Si Wensheng, had all come to see Garden. It is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Liang Yanha asserted earnestly. There can be no doubt. Madam C and Si Wensheng exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of confusion. Siamoli was undoubtedly destined to die. That heart had barely a few days left to beat. After a moment's thought, Madam C spoke. Old master, whether this is true or not, let us go upstairs and ascertain for ourselves. The group ascended to the second floor. The room had long been transformed into a high-end hospital ward, with a ventilator stationed beside the bed, tirelessly maintaining the scant life signs of Siamoli. The old Master C personally opened the door. There, on the bed, lay Siamoli, quietly resting, his eyes firmly shut. There was not the slightest indication of awakening. What is happening? Liang Yanha murmured to herself. I saw it with my own eyes. It was him, I cannot be mistaken, and no one else has been here on the second floor. Am I imagining things, experiencing a hallucination, or has he risen from the dead? No, she had locked eyes with Siamoli. His gaze was deep and dark, like a precious gemstone, both alluring and perilous. Liang Yanha's heart raced, she had an unsettling sense that she had stumbled upon a hidden secret. Madam C cleared her throat. Liang Yanha, while it is true you married Moli to bring him luck, it cannot be so supernatural that he awakens immediately upon your arrival. If you wield such power, what need have we for doctors? Indeed, Si Wensheng echoed, you have led us to rejoice in vain. Behave yourself, the C family will not wrong you. Even if you are to become a widow soon, you will still attain the wealth and grandeur you desire. Liang Yanha bit her lip, lowering her head, remaining silent. Yet her eyes could not resist wandering back to Siamoli. As she gazed, she felt that the contour of Siamoli's profile and his form standing by the bed bore a striking resemblance to the man who had sought her at the hotel last night. Liang Yanha froze momentarily, hastily dismissing the thought that flitted through her mind. Surely she was not under some enchantment, seeing Siamoli awake at the bedside and mistaking him for the man from the night before. Siamoli was not only still unconscious but could not possibly be the man who had purchased her. Enough, the old Master C interjected. Liang Yanha, from this moment forth, you shall be the wife of the C family. Your marriage is not solely for the purpose of bringing luck, but there are far more significant duties awaiting your fulfillment. All eyes turned to Liang Yanha. You are to bear heirs for Moli, to continue the family lineage. Before Liang Yanha could respond, Madam C interjected anxiously, Old Master, surely you jest. Moli is in this condition, how could he possibly father children? I have engaged the most renowned reproductive specialists from abroad, they will arrive tonight on a private jet, and they will have a solution. Chapter 4. If you are carrying my child, let it be considered as Siamoli's. As he spoke, Old Master C turned his gaze towards Liang Yanha, saying, you will cooperate fully, do you understand? Did Liang Yanha have any other options? None. 5 billion, the C family had purchased all her rights from the Liang family. Furthermore, Liang Yin had discerned that Siamoli's stepmother and younger brother were not to be trifled with, and they would undoubtedly target her time and again in the future. She required leverage to firmly establish herself within the C family. Alone and isolated, with her maternal family unreliable, once Siamoli breathed his last, the C family would look down upon her. Liang Yanha was not driven by avarice, rather, having just extricated herself from the mire of the Liang family, she wished to avoid being ensnared in the conflicts of the C family. A child would be her most dependable support. I understand, old master, Liang Nianhao replied, I hope to conceive smoothly. Old Master C exhibited a satisfied expression, nodding in approval. That evening, Liang Nian has sat by the bedside, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at Si Moli. I thought only foster daughters like myself, with no blood ties, would suffer in their households, she sighed, beginning to mutter, I never expected that you, a legitimate young master, would be in a worse plight, your life hanging by a thread due to others' treachery. Your stepmother and brother wear their intentions to see you dead like an open book. Only your grandfather still cares for you, hoping you can leave behind a legacy. I also wish for you to awaken, to ensnare those who conspired against you, seize control of the C family, and become the new head of the household. Si Moli's background was an open secret in C City. He was the eldest son of the C family, yet his birth mother was merely an inconspicuous ordinary woman, lacking any noble lineage. The C family had vehemently opposed the union and forbade her entry. Moreover, had he not been a male, the C family would have shown no interest in him whatsoever. The real power of the C group lay with Old Master C, who had been contemplating the selection of a successor this year. Thus, the internal strife within the C family grew ever more intense. Although Si Moli did not have the same pedigree as Si Wenchang, his capabilities, cunning, and vision were remarkable. Many held higher hopes for Si Moli, who would have thought, however, that he would succumb to poisoning, his brain rendered incapacitated, with little time left to live? It was evident to any discerning eye who was responsible for this misfortune, yet no one dared to speak out, and besides, there was no evidence. Liang Nianhao reached out to check Si Moli's breath. It was faint. She stood up, preparing to fetch a towel to cleanse his body. Just as she took a few steps, Si Wenchang suddenly dashed in from outside, quickly locking the door behind him. Liang Nianhao warily inquired, What are you doing here? I've come to make you pregnant, Si Wenchang replied with a sinister smile, surveying her from head to toe. Rather than endure the agony of in vitro fertilization and egg retrieval, wouldn't it be better for you to be with me? What do you say? You've lost your mind. I am your sister-in-law. I am indeed betting my sister-in-law, Si Wenchang said, rubbing his hands together. If you conceive my child, let it be considered as Si Moli's. As long as we keep silent, no one will ever know. After all, it will still be of the Si bloodline. Si Wenchang absolutely could not allow Liang Nianhao to bear Si Moli's child, as that would pose a significant threat. His elder brother had always outshone him, overshadowing him for many years, and now that he was on the verge of meeting his end, he must not leave behind any offspring. The Si family would soon belong to him. With a malicious grin, Si Wenchang lunged forward, seizing Liang Nianhao from behind, forcefully tearing at her clothing. Let go of me, you lunatic, Liang Nianhao struggled desperately, don't touch me, beast. Scoundrel. Yet her strength was no match for Si Wenchang's. Her shoulders were exposed, her attire inadequate, and she was firmly pinned down. A flurry of kisses rained upon her back and neck, inciting waves of nausea within her. Liang Nianhao's heart brimmed with despair. Who could rescue her? In that critical moment, she heard a cold, husky voice, imbued with a chilling intensity, declare, let her go. Chapter 5 Si Moli becomes the head of the Si family in a daze. Liang Nian he seemed to be transported back to last night. The man pressing down upon her possessed the same rich, resonant voice. Trembling, she turned her head and beheld Si Moli slowly rising from his sickbed. She thought she was experiencing yet another hallucination. However, this time, Si Wencheng's reaction was particularly intense, causing him to shudder in fright. A ghost, a ghost. Si Wencheng retreated repeatedly, ready to flee when, with a resounding bang, the door was kicked open, and a dozen bodyguards rushed in. All of them were subordinates of Si Moli. To assault my wife in my presence, Si Moli's lips curled into a cold smirk. How many lives do you believe you possess? You, I have awakened. Are you disappointed, you and your mother? Si Wencheng pointed at him, utterly astonished by the scene before him, unable to fathom that Si Moli had miraculously escaped death and returned to consciousness. Moreover, it was while he was preparing to violate Liang Nianhao. Was it mere coincidence, or a premeditated scheme? Before Si Wencheng could contemplate this, Si Moli had already risen from the bed, standing tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority that was palpable in every gesture. Take him away, Si Moli commanded with a wave of his hand. We shall settle the accounts, item by item. The bodyguards dragged the still shouting Si Wencheng out, while Si Moli prepared to follow. After taking a few steps, he cast a sidelong glance at Liang Nianhao. She lowered her head, trembling hands clutching her exposed, pale skin. She longed to ask him if it was true that she had seen him standing by the sickbed that morning. She also wished to inquire why he had not intervened when Si Wencheng initially tore her clothing. Surely he had known and had the opportunity to stop it, yet, the chilling aura radiating from Si Moli filled her with trepidation. He was far more inscrutable than she had anticipated. Si Moli. Do you think you are worthy of calling my name? He replied, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Liang Nianhao he bit her lower lip. Return to your bedroom, Si Moli continued as he walked out. You are not permitted to step outside the Si residence without my consent. From that moment on, Liang Nianhao he never saw Si Moli again. She resided alone in the vast Si residence, learning of Si Moli's recent developments through news reports and online gossip. It was said that he had ascended to become the head of the Si family, the unequivocal ruler of the clan. Rumor had it that he held dual positions as the executive president and chairman of the C Group, commanding the entire corporation with ease. Most astonishingly, he had uncovered that the perpetrator behind the poisoning was his stepmother, Madame C, and had promptly imprisoned her, employing a legal team to prosecute her for attempted murder, resulting in a life sentence. Si Wen-shen was deemed an accomplice and sentenced to 20 years. Just when everyone presumed Siamoli was doomed, he enacted a stunning counterattack. His meticulous strategy enabled him to ascend to the pinnacle of power within the Si family, standing tall against all odds. He transformed from a dead man whom all avoided into the most powerful figure in the city, a man who could wield absolute authority. A month later, Siamoli finally re-emerged at the Si residence. Clad in a silver-gray suit, he lounged casually on the sofa, his demeanor cool and aloof. "We are visiting the Liang family today." Liang Yan he found it peculiar that he intended to take her to the Liang family upon his return to the Si residence. She had no desire to return to that home. They had married her off to Siamoli and had secretly sold her innocence. That bond had long been severed. Before she could voice her thoughts, he stood up, the butler in tow carrying an assortment of gifts, which were unceremoniously shoved into the trunk. He seemed utterly indifferent to her opinions. Being in the same vehicle as Siamoli was suffocating. Even when he closed his eyes to rest, the aura surrounding him was intimidating. Unable to restrain herself, Liang Yan he finally asked, "That morning, I truly saw you awake and standing by the sickbed." Chapter 6. The buyer did not go to the hotel. Siamoli candidly confessed, "You lay there for an entire day, merely awaiting the evening when Si Wen-shen would force himself upon me, serving as your reason for awakening. In truth, you have never been brain-dead. From beginning to end, it has all been your scheme." Siamoli suddenly opened his eyes. The Liang family, upon learning that Siamoli and Liang Yan he would return together, the entire Liang household busied themselves in preparation to welcome the new son-in-law. For the Liang family, Siamoli's awakening and his substantial power were evidently a most fortunate turn of events. However, Liang father and Liang mother wore expressions of deep concern. "What shall we do, my lord? Liang Yan he has now soared to greatness, and we have secretly sold her first time. Will she seek retribution?" Liang mother inquired. "Alas, had I known that Si would possess such wealth and fortune, this marriage should have been bestowed upon Jiayun." Liang Jiayun was their biological daughter, a year younger than Liang Yan he. Initially, Liang mother had struggled to conceive, which led them to adopt Liang Yan he from an orphanage. Unexpectedly, the year following the adoption, Liang mother became pregnant. Consequently, Liang Yan he's status plummeted dramatically. This was also the reason why the Si family was willing to spend 5 billion to acquire Liang Yan he as a bride, believing she possessed the fortuitous quality to bring good fortune to the household. Liang Jiayun, applying her makeup, disdainfully remarked, "Mother, even if she marries into the family, it remains uncertain whether she will enjoy such blessings. She is no longer a virgin. Once Si discovers this, he will surely cast her aside." She believed she still had a chance to catch Si's eye and oust Liang Yan he. In every aspect, she considered herself superior to Liang Yan he, innocent, obedient, and adept at reading men's moods. Today, with Si visiting their home, Liang Jiayun had the perfect opportunity to shine. "But we are the ones who harmed her. Mother, what are you afraid of?" Liang Jiayun scoffed. "Liang Yan he wouldn't dare to confront us openly unless she wishes to forfeit her role as Mrs. Si. Causing a ruckus would be of no benefit to her. Moreover, we have raised her for 20 years. Does she not think of repaying our kindness, or does she intend to destroy the very bridge that brought her over?" At that moment, Liang father interjected. In fact, on the wedding night, the buyer did not go to the hotel. Both Liang mother and Liang Jiayun were taken aback. "What?" "The buyer informed me the following morning that he had an urgent matter to attend to and could not go, yet the payment was made in full, without a single cent missing." This buyer remained shrouded in mystery, never revealing his face, yet he was exceedingly generous, and his true identity remained unknown. Liang mother widened her eyes in disbelief, but Liang Yan he indeed slept with a man. "We arranged for the driver, who personally delivered Liang Yan he, marked with bruises, to see Yuan before dawn." "Indeed." Liang father lamented. "So, who is the man that slept with Liang Yan he?" None had anticipated such a colossal blunder. They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, powerful footsteps echoed from the entrance. Siamoli had arrived, with one hand casually tucked into his trousers pocket. His gaze was inscrutable, his posture impeccably straight, his features strikingly handsome and rugged, exuding an air of dominance. "Mr. Si." Liang father immediately donned a smile, his demeanor shifting. "You have arrived, please, take a seat. I feel immensely fortunate and honored to have you as my esteemed son-in-law." Siamoli's thin lips pressed together without responding, instead sweeping his gaze across the entire living room, ultimately landing on Liang Jiayun. That night was it she? Chapter 7. Why did you not marry at first? As she noticed Mr. gazing at her, Liang Jiayun felt an overwhelming joy, her face flushed with shyness. "Mr. Si, allow me to pour you some tea." With deliberate grace, she approached Siamoli, unceremoniously nudging Liang Yan aside. Liang Yan staggered several steps before regaining her balance, finding the situation absurd. At the time, upon hearing about the prospect of marrying Siamoli, Liang Jiayun had scoffed dismissively, looking down upon the idea. Yet now, witnessing Siamoli's ascendance to power within the Fu family, she was quick to ingratiate herself. Moreover, to prevent any interference between Siamoli and Liang Jiayun, Liang mother strategically positioned herself directly in Liang Yan's path. Liang Yan had completely discerned the true nature of this family. Siamoli slowly rotated the teacup in his hand, a slight furrow forming on his brow. "Mr. is the tea to your disliking?" Liang Jiayun immediately inquired. "I can brew another pot." "There's no need." Seeing you frown, I feared I had not been a proper host, Liang Jiayun lamented, leaning weakly against him. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and meeting you today confirms that you are indeed extraordinary, a true dragon among men." Si Moli turned slightly away. Then why did you not marry at the outset? Liang Jiayun was rendered utterly speechless, unable to formulate a response. Surely, she could not admit that she had been too preoccupied to consider it. Si Moli coldly distanced himself from her, his impatience unmistakable. William had discovered that on the wedding night, the room Si Moli mistakenly entered had been prepared in advance by the Liang family, registered under Liang father's name. Given that the Liang family had only two daughters, one being Liang Nianhe, who was then in the wedding suite at Suyuan, the other could only be Liang Jiayun. The room had been shrouded in darkness, preventing Si Moli from seeing her face clearly, yet he vividly recalled her alluring curves, the fragrance enveloping her, and her smooth skin, all traits befitting a pampered heiress. Moreover, she had been untouched. All clues pointed to a strong likelihood that she was indeed Liang Jiayun. However, the impression she left on him now was starkly different from that fateful night. She seemed like an entirely different person. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Si Moli tugged at his tie, catching a glimpse of Liang Nianhe standing nearby. "Why are you lingering so far away? Come closer," he suddenly commanded, his tone turning icy. Liang Nianhe glanced at Liang Jiayun before retorting, "There is no place for me beside you." The implication in her words was clear to all. Liang Jiayun's expression shifted dramatically, her teeth clenched as she forced a smile. "Sister, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to speak a few more words with Mr. Given my excitement. I harbor no misunderstandings, but whether you have, only you know in your heart." Liang Jiayun might as well have worn the word seduction on her face. She could not believe that Si Moli was oblivious to her intentions, yet, it seemed he was rather receptive to her advances. Indeed, the inherent nature of men remained unchanged, welcoming all who approached. It was the first time Si Moli had witnessed Liang Nianhe's sharp wit. He abruptly stood, striding over to lift her chin. Status must be earned through one's own efforts, it is never granted by others. "Do you understand?" Liang Nianhe responded with unyielding composure, "I do not." She had once envisioned a life of tranquility as a widow, content in her solitude, yet, with Si Moli's sudden rise to power, her plans had been irrevocably disrupted. As a foster daughter, she no longer deemed herself worthy of him, especially since her virtue had been irrevocably tarnished. "Then go stand aside," Si Moli dismissed her with a wave of his hand, turning to Liang father. "I have matters to discuss with you in private." Chapter 8. To whom was she sold that night? "Very well, Mr. C," Liang's father promptly replied, "please, this way." The two entered the side chamber, one after the other. No sooner had Si Moli stepped in than Liang's mother and Liang Jiayun revealed their true colors. "Oh, Mrs. See, how imposing you are," Liang Jiayun taunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you still remember how destitute you looked in the orphanage, with your disheveled hair and gaunt face?" Liang's mother scoffed, "If Mr. C had awakened sooner, this marriage would never have been yours to claim. You've merely reaped the benefits without any effort. She won't enjoy this fortune for long, mother, with someone like Mr. C. Would he truly desire a second-hand product? Ha ha ha." Regardless of the disparaging remarks from the mother-daughter duo, Liang Nianhe maintained her composure. She was solely focused on one inquiry: who was it that had purchased her that night? "Why have I become a second-hand item? Is it not your doing?" Liang Nianhe glared at them. "I truly fail to comprehend what you find so satisfying. If Si Moli were to discover that his bride was rendered unconscious en route to the wedding suite and sold for her first time, would he let you off the hook? I would merely end up divorced, and I was wronged by you, not by choice. Perhaps I could even secure a staggering divorce settlement from the C family, allowing me to live comfortably for the rest of my life as a wealthy woman." Liang's mother and Liang Jiayun were rendered speechless. After a moment, Liang's mother finally regained her voice. "Is this how you repay the family? We provided for you all this time, and you repay us with ingratitude?" "I have no intention of escalating this matter. I simply need you to tell me," Liang Nianhe pressed, enunciating each word, "who is the man that bought me?" The man was well-built and strong, entirely unlike the greasy, balding middle-aged tycoon she had envisioned. Liang's mother replied, "I do not know." He was elusive, never revealing his face, let alone his identity. "Do you expect me to believe that? What purpose would I have to deceive you?" Liang's mother retorted. "It was merely an underground transaction. The buyer certainly wishes to remain anonymous." Liang Jiayun interjected, "Moreover, the buyer did not come." The moment the words left her lips, Liang's mother yanked her sharply. "Did not come?" Liang Nianhe keenly seized upon the key phrase. What was going on? A man had entered the room and forcefully taken her. "He did not come, he did not arrive in time," Liang's mother continued. "He showed up later in the night." Indeed, the man had arrived in the early hours. Liang Nianhe pondered, would she ever discover the identity of the man who had taken her first time? Liang's mother warned, "Listen here, Liang Nianhe, it is best to keep this matter buried. Otherwise, we will all face dire consequences." The entire city had witnessed CMO Li's methods. Those who offended him met with certain doom. Liang Nianhe chuckled lightly. "What if I wish to announce it to the world? Are you too cowardly to face the music?" Liang Nianhe. Liang Jiayun's temper flared, as she reached out to shove her. "Do not forget who raised you, do not think that being Mrs. C makes you exceptional, you will forever remain a lowly adopted daughter." Throughout her life, Liang Nianhe had been the target of Liang Jiayun's bullying, unable to retaliate or counter the insults, as everyone invariably sided with Liang Jiayun. In the past, she had endured humiliation and hardship while living under someone else's roof, but now she would no longer be so meek. She seized Liang Jiayun's wrist and twisted it with determination. Ah! Liang Jiayun screamed, how dare you, do you actually dare to fight back? Aye, she dares, CMO Li's voice suddenly resonated, because she is my missus. See? Chapter 9, I married you with the intent of mourning. Liang Yanha glanced at CMO Li in surprise. Could it be that he was actually on her side? Since CMO Li had awakened, he had never treated her with any kindness. What a turn of events that he would lend her support now. With him backing her, Liang Jiayun could only swallow her indignation for the time being, shooting a furious glare at Liang Yanha before retracting her hand. President C, Liang Jiayun feigned a sweet tone. I was just playing around with my sister, but unexpectedly, she took it seriously and twisted my hand. It hurts so much. If it hurts, go see a doctor. CMO Li's response was devoid of any sympathy, his demeanor as cold and unyielding as ever. He then turned to leave, commanding, Liang Yanha, follow me. Had he finished conversing with Liang's father so quickly? What had they discussed? Liang Yanha had no time to ponder, hastily setting off to catch up with him. However, Liang Jiayun, unwilling to concede, discreetly extended her foot in an attempt to trip her sister, hoping to humiliate her with a fall. Oblivious to the trap, Liang Yanha merely sensed an obstruction beneath her feet and found herself careening forward uncontrollably. Liang Jiayun smirked triumphantly. As the ground approached rapidly, Liang Yanha closed her eyes, resigned to the impending embarrassment. Suddenly, she felt a firm grip around her waist. Lifting her effortlessly, she looked up to meet CMO Li's austere countenance. He had caught her just in time. Thank you, Liang Yanha murmured softly. CMO Li's expression remained impassive as he withdrew his hand. Oh dear sister, how can you be so careless, so clumsy and impulsive? You display none of the grace expected of a virtuous woman. Liang Jiayun interjected intentionally. Fortunately, President C was here. Otherwise, you would have embarrassed yourself greatly. Liang Yanha shot her a look. Wasn't it you who tricked me? Stop feigning innocence. Liang Jiayun feigned innocence. Sister, you mustn't speak so recklessly. I cannot bear such blame. President C, do take a look at her. She accuses me without cause. This display of duplicity ignited Liang Yanha's fury. She felt an overwhelming urge to tear her sister's mouth apart. Just as she poised to advance, CMO Li pulled her back into his embrace. That's enough, he warned in a low voice. You cannot lay a hand on Liang Jiayun. He held her waist firmly until they reached the car, at which point he released her. Liang Yanha was utterly perplexed. One moment you're offering me courage and support, and the next you forbid me from confronting Liang Jiayun. What exactly do you intend? Do I need to explain my intentions to you? You, Liang Yanha nearly choked on his words. Fine, let us change the subject. What did you discuss with my father in the side hall? You are not entitled to know. Liang Yanha was at a loss for words. And, CMO Li continued, I will expedite our divorce. Upon hearing this, she nodded without hesitation. Good. I can finally be free. CMO Li's expression suddenly turned frigid. You wish to divorce me so eagerly? I married you with the intention of mourning, yet now that you have awakened, I cannot accept this reality. In this moment, CMO Li represented the pinnacle of aspiration for countless women, yet Liang Yanha proclaimed a desire to mourn? Was she not cursing him to death? CMO Li raised his hand, gripping her neck and pulling her closer. Repeat that. Liang Yanha gasped in pain, unable to utter a sound. CMO Li coldly commanded, stop the car. The driver complied immediately. Get out. CMO Li's expression remained unreadable. Do you wish to exit on your own, or shall I assist you? Chapter 10. I wish to match you with my son. Upon alighting from the vehicle, she disdainfully refused to share a ride with him. Liang Yanha, with unwavering resolve, pushed open the car door and slammed it shut with a resounding bang. The driver cautiously inquired, Mr. C, madam. She'd pay her no mind. CMO Li tugged at his tie, reclining languidly against the seat, his brows etched with irritation. In the Liang family's side hall, he had demanded of Liang's father the whereabouts of the woman who had stayed over that night. However, Liang's father hesitated, his reluctance palpable, considering the implications for the woman's dignity and reputation and the fact that she had alleviated his affliction. Enduring all of it innocently, CMO Li refrained from pressuring him, granting Liang's father ample time to weigh the pros and cons. Yet, CMO Li was acutely aware that, fundamentally, Liang Jiayun was at fault. His disdain for Liang Jiayun bordered on aversion. Nevertheless, regardless of his personal feelings, she was the woman from that night, and he would not permit Liang Yanha to bully her beneath his very nose. CMO Li lifted his gaze to the rearview mirror, just in time to witness Liang Yanha hurling stones at the vehicle. How childish! Cast out of the car, Liang Yanha found herself engulfed in the noxious fumes of exhaust, mentally cursing CMO Li 1,000 times over. What a wretched man, devoid of even a modicum of gentlemanly decorum. He perpetually wore a stony countenance, exuding an air of arrogance. Fuming, Liang Yanha glanced at her watch. It was still early. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to take the bus to the orphanage instead. Having emerged from the orphanage herself, she felt a deep emotional connection to the place, visiting monthly to volunteer and occasionally bringing along stationery and snacks to care for the children as best she could. Over time, she had not only grown close to the children but had also forged a strong bond with Aunt Lin, the caretaker of the orphanage. Ah, Nyenha is here again, Aunt Lin exclaimed upon seeing her, her smile warm and affectionate. It's been a while since I last saw you. Have you been busy? Not too much, just some matters at home, but it's mostly sorted now. Liang Yanha refrained from mentioning her impending divorce. After all, it was bound to happen. Aunt Lin had always been kind to her, and she wished to spare her any worries. I thought you were preoccupied with romance. Perhaps you found a boyfriend. After all, you are of an age, Aunt Lin remarked. Nyenha, I happen to have something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it, Aunt Lin? Leaning in conspiratorially, Aunt Lin said, I wish to take the initiative to match you with my son. What do you think? Liang Yanha was momentarily taken aback. She was not single at present. Aunt Lin, mistaking her surprise for shyness, eagerly grasped her hand. I've actually thought about this for quite some time, but my son's previous circumstances were somewhat unsuitable, and I feared it might be an imposition on you. You are such a wonderful girl, whoever marries you will be fortunate indeed, and I cannot bear the thought of someone else snatching you away. Aunt Lin, rest assured, Nyanha, things are different now. My son has achieved success and holds considerable influence. He is the master of his household. Should you marry him, you shall be wed with all due pomp and circumstance. Aunt Lin spoke animatedly, hardly allowing Liang Yanha a moment to interject, continuing, he is quite busy with work and lacks ample time, but I will ensure you meet soon. I have chosen a daughter-in-law, and I am certain he will be pleased. Liang Yanha forced a smile, attempting to deflect the conversation. Yes, ha. Let us see, after all, matters of the heart are best left to fate. I'll go check on the children now, Aunt Lin, I'll return shortly to chat with you. She hastily concocted an excuse and slipped away, observing Liang Yanha enveloped by the children. Aunt Lin's fondness for her deepened, and she genuinely wished for her to become her daughter-in-law. Contemplating her son, Aunt Lin retrieved her phone and dialed. Molly, are you free? Mom, what's up, speak. Nothing much, I merely wanted to ask when you plan to divorce that auspicious bride the C family arranged for you. Chapter 11. Your second marriage, it's a bit unfair to her, C. Molly replied, I have already mentioned it to her. Is she willing to leave? Lin Jin pressed further, I am aware of her background. She is also a pitiable girl. Do not treat her unjustly, ensure she receives the compensation she deserves. Recalling Liang Yanha's eager agreement, coupled with her tone and expression that suggested she was resigned to a life of widowhood, his countenance immediately darkened. Whether she wishes to leave or not, she must leave. Lin Jin nodded, Mother has already found a good girl for you, kind and innocent, undoubtedly a virtuous wife and devoted mother. However, given that you are entering a second marriage, it might be a bit unfair to her. Such words could only come from Lin Jin, not to mention that C. Molly was entering his second marriage. Even if it were his third or fifth, many women would still be eager to pursue him. Moreover, he was well aware of whom he wished to marry out of respect for his mother. C. Molly refrained from arguing, merely offering a non-committal Sensing his reluctance, Lin Jin urged, this girl, I am determined she shall be my daughter-in-law. Molly, I have spent many years in the orphanage, and she has been my companion and caretaker. Furthermore, she saved my life that year. When I accidentally fell into the water, it was she who rescued me, performing CPR and ensuring I made it to the hospital. I understand, Mother. I have a meeting to attend, C. Molly interrupted, ending the call and carelessly tossing his phone aside. Lin Jin, having come from a humble background, was not accepted by the C family. After giving birth to C. Molly, she had lived and worked in the orphanage. Si Molly harbored deep feelings of guilt and indebtedness toward her. However, his mother could not arbitrarily interfere in his romantic and marital affairs. As for the girl his mother mentioned, he planned to meet her briefly, provide her with a sum of money to extinguish any unwarranted hopes, and ensure her life was secure, as a means of repaying her for saving his mother. He hoped she would understand the situation. Liang Yanha was indeed quite perceptive. He wondered if her awareness was feigned. A foster daughter, who had risen to become the esteemed MRS.Si thanks to his influence within the C family, would she easily relinquish her position? As he thought of Liang Yanha, C. Molly glanced down at the burn on his arm, which had developed tiny blisters. MR.Si, you are injured, William exclaimed. How did this happen? I will call a doctor. C. Molly pressed his lips together, a flicker of anger crossing his features. It was that foolish woman, Liang Yanha. When he was bedridden and unable to move, she had carelessly placed the hot water kettle next to him, unaware that it was perilously close to his arm. Did she assume he was on the verge of death, impervious to external stimuli, and thus acted so carelessly? As for the supposed auspiciousness, it was fortunate he hadn't been scalded to death. Meanwhile, in the orphanage, Liang Yanha sneezed twice, rubbing her arms. She felt a shiver run down her spine. As dusk approached, she prepared to leave, with Lin Jin enthusiastically seeing her off. Do come by more often. Next time, I will invite my son to meet you. Goodbye, Aunt Lin, she replied vaguely, deflecting the conversation for now, with intentions to address matters later. Upon returning to the C residence, the house was eerily quiet and desolate. Liang Yanha headed straight to the master bedroom. While she was in the wardrobe retrieving her pajamas, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind her. Where have you been all afternoon? Ah! Liang Yanha gasped, startled, and swiftly turned around. As she caught sight of C. Molly's handsome yet aloof face, she felt flustered, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. In her flurry, her left foot stepped on her right, causing her to slip backward. C. Molly crossed his arms, observing her with no intention of offering assistance. Chapter 12. Do not conceive my offspring in silence. Liang Yanha found herself compelled to rescue herself. Her hands flailed aimlessly in the air, uncertain of what they might grasp, and she paid little heed to the matter at hand as she yanked forcefully. This surge of strength allowed her to cushion her fall, landing on the ground with less pain than she had anticipated. However, as she looked at what she held in her hand, she realized, wait, a towel, oh no, a bath towel? Where did this come from? With a stiffened gaze, Liang Yanha raised her eyes to behold the scene before her. Frozen for several seconds, Si Molly coldly inquired, have you seen enough? Ah! Liang Yanha let out a shrill scream, hastily covering her eyes. This is dreadful. Could she end up with a sty? C. Molly, visibly impatient, commanded, shut up. Outside the door, the butler knocked. "Mr. C, is there a problem? Do you require security?" Before he could finish, C. Molly's curt response echoed, "Get lost." "Why yes, sir." "What could Mr. and MRS.SI be doing in there? Such fervor, could it be?" The butler's face broke into a knowing smile, as if he understood everything. Si Molly seized the bath towel and wrapped it around himself once more. "Your attempts to entice me are rather pathetic. Perhaps you should try something more original." Indeed, Liang Nianha's swift agreement to divorce was merely a faade. Deep down, she still yearned to share his bed and engage in the marital act. Was he truly the kind of man who could not resist? How laughable! Liang Nianha bit her lip. This man was insufferably narcissistic. "I did not. You suddenly were you not observing quite intently just now?" Liang Nianha's face flushed crimson. She had merely been stunned, unable to process the situation. "I will not touch you," C. Molly warned, "so abandon any such hopes." Hearing this, Liang Nianha felt unexpectedly relieved. Otherwise, if C. Molly discovered what had transpired that night, he would not let her off easily, and it would be a devastating blow to her reputation. Though she was the victim, her life would be irrevocably tainted. Liang Nianha nodded. "Very well, thank you for your graciousness in not laying a finger on me." However, C. Molly shifted his tone, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. "When you first married into the family, did grandfather not invite a team from abroad to assist you in conceiving?" He mentioned it, and Liang Nianha nearly forgot the matter. The elder C hoped she could conceive through medical means, having spent a considerable sum to have experts assess her health and the likelihood of successful conception. Yet, with C. Molly's awakening, this endeavor was abandoned, left unresolved. A sharp pain shot through her chin as C. Molly firmly gripped it. "When I ask you a question, you are to respond, do not act mute." The pain made her furrow her brows. This man had an iron grip. "Yes, the elder indeed hoped I might bear you a child, exploring every avenue possible," Liang Nianha replied, "but you awoke the very next night, and I visited the hospital only once thereafter." He pressed her further, his voice low and insistent. "So, no pregnancy? Is it that simple to conceive? Do you think your little tadpoles possess such quality?" C. Molly's lips tightened, his gaze sharp as a blade. Liang Nianha, disregarding everything, declared, "Moreover, I could never bear children for you. We are about to divorce. What purpose would it serve to have a child, to raise them in a single-parent household? I am an orphan. I do not wish for my child to endure my suffering. Your mother was absent throughout your upbringing, and I cannot imagine you would desire your child to follow the same path." C. Molly stared at her intently, his grip tightening further, yet Liang Nianha remained obstinate, refusing to cry out in pain. Ultimately, he withdrew his hand. "You had best align your words with your actions, do not speak one way and act another, while secretly conceiving my progeny." Chapter 13. And Mr. C inquired if you are aware of your mistakes. Liang Nianha responded with remarkable fortitude. "I am not the type of woman you presume me to be. When I married you, what was your situation? Surely, you must have some awareness of that. If marrying you were indeed such a grand opportunity, would it have fallen to me?" With each word she uttered, C. Molly's expression grew increasingly grim. No one had ever dared to speak so audaciously before him. It seemed time to teach her a lesson. "Go on, continue," C. Molly said, arms crossed, casting a cold, piercing gaze in her direction. "I am eager to hear your true thoughts." "C. Molly, you may currently hold a lofty position, but at that time, there was not a single woman in the city willing to be the Mrs. C. You are far more aware of the circumstances than I am. Should I be thanking you for this?" C. Molly raised an eyebrow. "That is hardly necessary." He interrupted her, "It is necessary." Before Liang Nianha could speak again, C. Molly cruelly curled his lips into a smirk. "Have you forgotten the fate that befalls those who oppose me?" A jolt of fear coursed through her. MRS.SI and C. Winshan remained confined in prison, their lives hanging by a thread at his whim. Those who had once opposed and belittled him were now all but forgotten. C. Molly's methods had long been demonstrated to the entire city when he seized power, and here she was, in a moment of emotional turmoil, daring to speak to him so provocatively. This was a grave mistake. "Reflect well," C. Molly said coldly. My MRS.SI. Who had given her the audacity to confront him in such a manner? She needed to have her sharp edges smoothed and her spirit subdued. "Bring her in." "Yes, Mr. C." "Lock her in the small dark room," C. Molly stated impassively, devoid of any emotion. "She shall be released only when she acknowledges her mistake." "Understood." Thus, Liang Nianha was cast into the dark room, the door slamming shut behind her. Reflect, acknowledge a mistake. What wrong had she committed? The greatest error she had made was marrying him. The butler advised her, "Madam, if you were to apologize and admit your fault, perhaps MR.SI would release you." Liang Nianha refused to bow her head. Consequently, C. Molly cut off all her food and water. Initially, she managed to endure, but as time wore on, her strength began to wane each day. The butler would come to inquire, "Madam, has Mr. C asked if you know where you went wrong?" Confined in that pitch-black room, unable to distinguish day from night, she lay weakly on the floor. Even lifting her gaze was a struggle. She murmured, "My mistake was marrying him." The butler sighed and departed, locking the door behind him. Liang Nianha understood the answer C. Molly sought. He wanted her submission, her humility. He wished to instill in her the knowledge that he could dictate the course of her life at will. She must wholeheartedly bow beneath his authority for him to feel satisfied. Liang Nianha could not comply. The Liang family had bullied, humiliated, and betrayed her, but that was due to their nurturing of her. She had no choice but to endure now. However, that debt of gratitude was settled, and she would no longer allow the Liang family to control her. Yet, she owed C. Molly nothing. Moreover, she was on the verge of divorcing him, embarking on separate paths in life, entirely free in body and spirit. Liang Nianhe licked her parched lips. Yuan, the living room. The butler returned from the small dark room just as he spotted Lin Jin seated on the sofa. Madam Lin, how is it that you arrived without prior notice? The butler promptly attended to her. I apologize for the oversight. It's quite all right. I simply had an impulse to come and see. Unfortunately, Mr.Si has gone to the company and is not at home. Lin Jin replied, I am not here to see him, I came to meet his new bride. Chapter 14. Is she pregnant? The butler paused momentarily, saying, This, what's the matter? Lin Jin inquired, Is she not here either? Madam is indeed present, but, the butler responded, she has angered Mr.Si and is currently being punished in the small dark room. Lin Jin exclaimed, This simply cannot be allowed. A husband and wife should communicate openly, even in the case of divorce, it need not escalate to this level. Quickly, go and release her. But if Emily chooses to pursue this matter, attribute it to me, Lin Jin commanded, I take full responsibility. The butler acquiesced and promptly went to free her. Lin Jin followed closely behind. The small dark room was situated in the basement of Yuan, dim, cold, and exceedingly damp, with a musty odor permeating the air, certainly not a place suitable for a person to remain. At the entrance, the butler produced a key and prepared to unlock the door. How long has she been confined? Lin Jin inquired. For 3 or 4 days. Moreover, Mr.Si has forbidden any food to be sent to her, leaving Madam in a very weakened state. Upon hearing this, Lin Jin hesitated momentarily. Should she still meet her, Moli's actions were undoubtedly excessive. One could only imagine how much resentment Mr.Si must be harboring. Furthermore, given the traditionally strained relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, especially considering Lin Jin was there to advocate for a divorce. It seemed today was not opportune, perhaps next time would be better. Butler, please escort her to the hospital for a checkup and ensure she recuperates for several days, Lin Jin instructed. She likely does not wish to see me. I shall take my leave. Liang Nianhe could only faintly discern voices from outside, the words muddled and unclear. She bit down hard on her lower lip, using the pain to keep herself conscious. How long did Emily intend to confine her? Did he truly wish for her demise? In her foggy state, she felt herself being lifted. Quickly, to the hospital, Mrs. Lin has given instructions, we must not delay. Liang Nianhe's vision darkened, and she completely lost consciousness. When she awoke once more, she found herself lying in a hospital room, and 4 needles inserted into the back of her hand. She was still alive, that tyrant. Emily, she wanted a divorce, immediately, without delay, she needed to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Madam, you are awake, the butler said, thanks to Mrs. Lin, otherwise, your life would have been in jeopardy. Who is Mrs. Lin? She is Mr.Si's mother, she is the one who saved you. Emily may not be a commendable man, but his mother possessed a kind heart. Liang Nianhe propped herself up against the head of the bed, sipping warm water and consuming a small amount of food, her strength gradually returning. She stared blankly at the 4 drip when suddenly, a doctor entered the room. Mrs. C, do you feel any discomfort? Much better, Liang Nianhe replied, once the 4 is done, I should be able to return home, correct? The doctor wore a peculiar expression and asked again, are you truly experiencing no sensations whatsoever? Liang Nianhe found this odd, should I be feeling something? The doctor said nothing further, instead producing a test report and handing it to her. There, in bold letters, it read pregnant for 4 weeks. What, she was pregnant? Liang Nianhe could scarcely believe her eyes. This was an unexpected discovery during your blood test, the doctor explained. Fortunately, the fetus is safe and healthy within you. Congratulations, Mrs.Si, you are to become a mother. Liang Nianhe's mind went blank, utterly devoid of thought. 4 weeks pregnant, calculating the timeline, it aligned perfectly with the night of their wedding at the hotel. In other words, the father of her child was not Emily at all. Chapter 15. Are you really expecting my child? On her wedding night, Liang Nianhe found herself entangled with a stranger in a hotel room. It was her first encounter, and she was oblivious to the man's identity, having failed to discern his features. All she retained was the memory of their skin pressed together, radiating heat. Yet, she discovered she was pregnant. What should she do? Keep the child or terminate the pregnancy? As an orphan, Liang Nianhe yearned for a kinship in this world, someone who shared her bloodline. Now that she was with child, did she lack the qualifications and courage to bring the baby into the world? Thank you, Liang Nianhe steadied her tumultuous thoughts and turned to the doctor. Could I trouble you with a request? Please, Mrs. C, go ahead. I implore you to keep my pregnancy confidential. Liang Nianhe smiled softly. I wish to share this joyous news with my family personally. The doctor nodded in agreement, of course. She exhaled in relief, temporarily concealing the secret of her pregnancy. At the same time, she resolved that this child she would bring into the world, regardless of the father's identity. She was the child's mother and held the authority to decide the fate of this little life. Before her pregnancy became apparent, she needed to hasten her divorce from Emily. Liang Nianhe carefully tucked away the pregnancy test results and, after finishing her 4 drip, returned to garden. Upon entering the living room, she spotted Emily's imposing figure seated on the sofa. To her surprise, he was home. Not dead yet, he inquired coldly. Thanks to you, I'm quite resilient, she replied, her tone laced with sarcasm. You have quite the talent for enlisting mother to rescue you, Emily remarked, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Impressive skills. I fail to comprehend how someone as amiable as your mother could have given birth to such a cold-hearted son, Liang Nianha retorted. A smirk graced Si Moli's lips, yet his eyes betrayed no amusement. Liang Nianha, it seems you have forgotten the reason for your confinement in that little black room. Her heart sank. Because of her disobedience, her defiance, she had only just been discharged from the hospital, yet she had already forgotten the pain of her wounds. In the past, Liang Nianha would not have cared, but now, considering the child within her, perhaps it would be best to endure. She must not disturb the fetus. Thus, Liang Nianha fell silent, and an unbearable stillness enveloped the room. Si Moli, however, was not inclined to let her off so easily. He leaned back lazily against the sofa. Have you lost your voice? I wouldn't dare disturb you, Mr. C, Liang Nianha replied. I shall return to my room. If she could not confront him, she would evade him. Stop, Si Moli commanded, you have yet to apologize. He was determined to subdue her. No one dared to act defiantly before him, especially not someone as inconsequential as a bride meant to bring good fortune. That he could crush her like an insignificant insect. Taking a deep breath, Liang Nian had turned to face Si Moli. I apologize, Mr. C, for my ignorance, please, as a person of great stature, do not stoop to my level. I assure you, I will never oppose you again, kindly forgive me. She hurriedly finished speaking, bowing deeply in a standard 90-degree gesture. Surely, that demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Would he let her off the hook? However, Liang Nianha did not anticipate that as she bent forward, the zipper of her bag had not been properly secured, causing its contents to spill across the carpet. Among the scattered items was the pregnancy test result. At that moment, Liang Nianha felt as though her heart might cease to beat. She scrambled to retrieve her belongings, frantically stuffing them back into her bag. Suddenly, a pair of black leather shoes appeared before her, precisely stepping upon the pregnancy test result. What is this? Si Moli inquired, picking it up. Give it back. Si Moli raised it high above his head. Due to their height difference, she could not reach it no matter how she jumped. He glanced at it casually, yet his How can I miscarry if I am not pregnant? Si Moli grasped the pregnancy test report tightly in one hand while his other hand viciously constricted around her throat. His grip was so powerful that Liang Nianha struggled to draw breath. Yet, she had still dared to trespass his boundaries and provoke his ire. Let me make myself clear, Liang Nianha, even if you were pregnant, I would strangle you just as I am doing now, and lowly in status, filled with cunning, she was evidently the type who sought to elevate herself through the offspring of a powerful man, yearning for a life of luxury. Liang Nianha felt her However, the more she spoke, the tighter his grip became. The disdain in his eyes was palpable, tinged with contempt. His mother had advised him not to mistreat Liang Nianha, yet this woman had long been scheming to remain within the Si family. Liang Nianha's vision blurred, and she could not muster a sound. Previously, she had feared Si Moli's wrath upon discovering the child was not his. Now, it was evident that even if it were his own flesh and blood, he would not spare her. Truly, he was the merciless head of the Si family. As she gazed at the pregnancy test report, she slowly raised her hand, attempting to reclaim it. Observing this, Si Moli snorted coldly, dismissively tossing it back at her face. She clutched her chest in disarray, taking a long while to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Si Moli remained poised and aloof, his thin lips uttering cruel words. What method of miscarriage do you? Liang Nianha hung her head, rendered speechless. Speak. Si Moli hurled the lighter he had been toying with directly at her. The hard metal struck her forehead. Immediately, the sight was somewhat grotesque. Drops of blood fell steadily onto the pregnancy test report beside her. She stared intently at the document, and suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within her as she noticed something peculiar. The name inscribed on the report was not hers. What could this mean? Had she mistakenly taken the wrong report when she left, or had the hospital made an error amidst their busyness? Regardless, this was a lifeline for Liang Nianha. She lifted her gaze to Si Moli. If I am not pregnant, how could I miscarry? What would I even miscarry? Si Moli narrowed his eyes dangerously. With undeniable evidence in hand, did she still dare to lie before him? How audacious! Liang Nianha casually wiped the blood from her forehead and picked up the pregnancy test report. Si Moli, look closely. The name written here is not mine. Si Moli glanced at the name section. Indeed, it was not hers. What was happening? Had he misconstrued the situation? Liang Nianha maintained her composure. The doctor handed me the report as I was leaving. I didn't even look at it. I merely stuffed it into my bag. I never anticipated it would lead to such a colossal misunderstanding. I have no idea whose pregnancy test this is, she stated deliberately, but I assure you, I am not pregnant. Chapter 17. Mrs. Lin and the old master quarreled in order to protect her child. Liang Nianha had no choice but to fabricate a story. If she could deceive him for a moment, she would. Si Moli narrowed his eyes, surveying her with an aura of palpable danger. Liang Nianha, he spoke in an exceptionally low tone, are you toying with me? You never even gave me a chance to explain before. I hope Mr. understands that I have no intention of bearing your children. I only wish to divorce as soon as possible and move out of Sea Garden. Her demeanor greatly displeased Si Moli. Whether or not to divorce is my prerogative. When to part ways, I shall decide. He lifted his chin defiantly. It is not for you to dictate. With that, he tore the pregnancy test results in half. We are going to the hospital now, Si Moli commanded. You will undergo a full examination again. He needed to personally ascertain that Liang Nianha was not with child. He would not take her mere words at face value. Liang Nianha bit her lip, her palms clammy with sweat. If they went to the hospital, everything would be exposed, and both she and the child would be doomed. Yet if she refused, Si Moli would only grow more suspicious. Just as she was racking her brain for a solution, the butler hurried in, his expression fraught with urgency. Mr. There is a situation at the C residence, you should go and take a look as soon as possible. What has happened? Mrs. Lin has visited the C household, apparently regarding your marriage to Madam, and she has gotten into a heated argument with the old master, the butler reported. I am not entirely clear on the details. C. Molly's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Jin had never been acknowledged by the C family, living a frugal life in an orphanage for many years. Now that C. Molly held the reins of the family, Lin Jin was finally able to elevate her status. However, Lin Jin had always been kind-hearted and low-key, not one to instigate trouble. Prepare the car. C. Molly rose, his gaze settling on Liang Nianhe. You will accompany me. Since the elders were arguing over this marriage, both parties involved must be present. Liang Nianhe nodded. Although she had no idea what awaited her at the C residence, it was certainly preferable to a trip to the hospital. At the C ancestral home, the atmosphere in the living room was stifling. The old master wore a grim expression, and Lin Jin's face was equally taut. Si Molly stepped inside. Mother, grandfather. Liang Nianhe stood behind him, her head bowed, strands of hair cascading down to obscure much of her face, rendering her nearly invisible. She understood that this was not a place for her to speak. Lin Jin cast a quick glance at her, neither paying her any mind nor recognizing her. Molly, Lin Jin began, this marriage was arranged when you were not in your right mind. Now that you are clear-headed, the circumstances have changed, and it is only natural that we discuss this anew, right? The old master snorted in response. Your words are clearly aimed at me. This marriage has been orchestrated entirely by me from the beginning. If it were to be dissolved, it would only serve to slap my face and tarnish my reputation. Old master, which is more important? Face or Molly's lifelong happiness? The young lady married him without complaint when he had nothing and was on the brink of despair. Now that he has gained power, must he cast her aside? As the saying goes, a wife of humble beginnings should not be cast out. Lin Jin retorted, Molly has not touched her. Compensating her with a sum of money and granting her freedom is hardly unjust. The old master countered, what can money compensate her for? The two were locked in an unyielding dispute, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, it was C. Molly who broke the stalemate. Enough. Chapter 18. Nianhe, how could it be you? On one side stood his grandfather, who had nurtured him, and on the other, his biological mother. Offending either was not an option. The old master of the C family vehemently opposed the divorce. He had been in charge for many years, and his word had always been law. Now, however, the marriage he had orchestrated was on the verge of collapse, which naturally displeased him. Furthermore, the one advocating for the divorce was none other than Lin Jin, whom he had always regarded with disdain. Lin Jin, for her part, was eager for C. Molly to marry the daughter-in-law of her choosing and to bear a healthy grandson, so they could revel in familial bliss. Molly, do share your thoughts. Lin Jin gazed at him earnestly. I respect your opinion. She had already consulted her son, hence she felt assured. The old master of the C family was likewise aware that, given C. Molly's current status, Liang Nianhe was indeed unworthy, yet, how could he allow Lin Jin to triumph? Thus, the old gentleman spoke with a heavy heart. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Molly, you are indeed not the same as before. However, I am acutely aware of how you have seized power and reached this juncture. C. Molly raised an eyebrow. Is that so, grandfather? Pray, elaborate. I have nurtured you, and in this battle for power, you have emerged victorious, and with remarkable finesse. Si Wenchen pales in comparison. He is a mere fool, and the C family must never fall into his hands, lest it be doomed. I have neither interfered nor obstructed your rivalry with Si Wenchen, for I believe in the principle that might makes right. However, Molly, though I am aging and have stepped back, it does not mean I am oblivious. The old gentleman had made his intentions clear. He understood the entirety of C. Molly's feigned death scheme. He had merely assumed the role of a spectator, awaiting the victor to govern the C family. Si Molly smirked slightly. His grandfather was a perceptive man. Liang Nianhe, listening to this exchange, felt a chill run down her spine. The members of the C family were utterly formidable, with depths she could hardly fathom. 10 of her would not suffice to confront them. Had she not stumbled upon C. Molly's awakening, she would have remained oblivious to this secret. Yet, the old master was already fully aware, watching the clash between his two grandsons unfold. In the grand estate of the wealthy, familial ties were thin, prioritizing self-interest above all. Enough, the old gentleman concluded, refraining from further elaboration. Molly, while your marriage occurred during your lowest ebb, she did not turn her back on you in your time of despair. Trust your grandfather's judgment. The bride I have chosen for you will undoubtedly be the most suitable. C. Molly pressed his lips together in silence, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What desolation, what rejection! Liang Nianhe's marriage to him was merely a pretext for widowhood, a claim she had openly made. That wretched woman. Lin Jin turned her gaze back to Liang Nianhe. Remarkably, she had yet to meet this daughter-in-law. Today was the first encounter, yet the bride remained silent, her head bowed, revealing nothing of her appearance. Reflecting on it, this girl had innocently become ensnared in the C family's tumult, evoking a touch of sympathy. Perhaps we should inquire about her opinion, Lin Jin suggested. A divorce requires the consent of both parties. Instantly, all eyes fell upon Liang Nianhe. C. Molly casually placed one hand in his suit pocket and cleared his throat, yet there was an unmistakable warning in his demeanor. She had best refrain from any tricks. My opinion is, Liang Nianhe slowly lifted her head, her delicate, fair face resolute. I am willing to. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Jin suddenly exclaimed, Nianhe? How could it be you? Chapter 19. Aunt Lin's son is C. Molly. Lin Jin gazed at her in utter astonishment, blinking several times, believing her eyesight was deceiving her. Liang Nian, he was equally taken aback. Aunt Lin, she inquired, how did you end up here? The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. C. Molly's expression darkened slightly. Mom, do you know her? Lin Jin regained her composure, her face lighting up with joy. Not just know her, I am incredibly familiar with her. She stood and eagerly grasped Liang Nianhe's hand. It's fate, truly. I have long hoped that you would marry Emoli. Never did I imagine you were already my daughter-in-law. This indicates that you two are indeed destined for each other. Liang Nianhe swallowed hard. Aunt Lin, so your son is? See Emoli? Yes, Lin Jin nodded vigorously. I had no idea you were already married, such a significant matter. Why didn't you inform me? Liang Nianhe replied with a wry smile. I married for the sake of bringing joy. It's not a particularly honorable union, and it may not last long. I didn't want to worry you, so I kept it a secret. Nonsense, as long as I am here, you are our family's legitimate daughter-in-law, destined for a long and happy life together. Lin Jin declared, I have long dreamed of having a daughter-in-law like you, and now the dream has come true. As Lin Jin looked at Liang Nianhe, her affection only deepened. Liang Nianhe felt somewhat dazed, her mind in turmoil. So, her mother-in-law was actually Aunt Lin. Could this marriage even be dissolved? Emoli, come here. Lin Jin beckoned. This is the girl I told you about, and it turns out, by some twist of fate, you are already married. This is wonderful, a cause for celebration. Celebration? What kind of joy was this? Emoli's countenance was as dark as storm clouds. Liang Nianhe also wore a glum expression, caught in a limbo of tears and laughter. Only Lin Jin seemed overjoyed. No divorce, under no circumstances can you part ways. You two should live well together and make an effort. I am eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Emoli, you must treat Nianhe well. If you dare to mistreat her, I will be the first to confront you. Nianhe, with me around, you have my support. If he mistreats you, just let me know, and I will deal with him. Aunt Lin, oh dear, Lin Jin interrupted, patting her hand. What should you call me? Liang Nianhe hesitated. Oh mom? Exactly. Lin Jin intertwined their hands tightly. Emoli shot a cold, piercing glance at Liang Nianhe. She felt a chill run down her spine. This was unexpected. Emoli, my greatest wish in this life is for you to marry Nianhe, Lin Jin continued, her eyes glistening with emotion. I have never asked you for anything, but this one thing you must promise me. Take good care of Nianhe, do you hear? Emoli would not openly contradict his mother. He had always been dutiful, yet, his gaze remained like a dagger aimed at Liang Nianhe. She understood his implication, her words caught in her throat as she cautiously said, actually, Emoli and I do not have a foundation of feelings, feelings can be cultivated. I have faith in both of you. Well then it seemed she and Emoli were destined to be bound together. She had expected the old residence to descend into chaos, with neither side willing to yield, but surprisingly, Lin Jin and the old Master C found common ground. Unexpected indeed. Observing this, the old Master C pulled Emoli aside and proposed, from now on, I can accept Lin Jin into the C family, but I have one condition. Chapter 20. It turns out you have long planned to marry me. For many years, Lin Jin had been residing in an orphanage, nameless and without status. Even today, she no longer cares for such trivial matters, only wishing to live her life peacefully. However, Emoli still feels compelled to advocate for his mother. If his grandfather were to accept her, it would signify that the entire C family would recognize and respect Lin Jin. Emoli inquired, what are the conditions? You must release Si Wenchen. Emoli narrowed his eyes. Old Master C remarked, he no longer possesses the capability to contend with you, he poses no threat and is merely a defeated foe. Yet, he is still my grandson, and I cannot bear to see him imprisoned. As for his mother, you may deal with her as you wish. Lin Jin and Si Wenchen's mother had a history of grievances, albeit from many years ago. Thus, the old man could only ensure Si Wenchen's release. Consider it, old Master C patted his shoulder. After all, the C family and the C corporation now belong to you. Emoli parted his lips slightly. Very well. He acquiesced. His mother had endured countless hardships and neglect throughout her life. It was high time for her to enjoy the fruits of her labor. He wished for her to live the latter half of her life in splendor and honor. A mere Si Wenchen was of no consequence to him. Releasing him was an inconsequential matter, however. Emoli turned to observe Lin Jin conversing warmly and amicably with Liang Nianhe, and a wave of unease washed over him. This was the most troubling aspect. With Lin Jin's backing, Liang Nianhe would undoubtedly become even more unrestrained and arrogant. As they departed from the ancestral home, Lin Jin did not forget to remind him, Emoli, you must treat Nianhe well, do you hear? Don't get so caught up in work, make sure to spend time with her, just be affectionate and let me hold my grandchildren. Emoli remained silent. Upon noticing his lack of response, Lin Jin playfully nudged him, prompting him to reluctantly utter 3 words, I understand. The car slowly pulled away. Emoli was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension, as if he could freeze anyone in his vicinity. He spoke coldly, Liang Nianhe, I truly underestimated you. What do you mean? Why the charade? Emoli seized her wrist, pulling her closer, so you have long conspired to marry me. Liang Nianhe was baffled. What are you talking about? You first approached my mother at the orphanage to gain her favor and trust, and then, while my grandfather was orchestrating my marriage, you seized the opportunity to become my wife. He effortlessly saw through her little schemes, truly a meticulous strategy. Liang Nianhe, did he really think so highly of himself? How presumptuous, as if she had harbored a secret crush on him for years. Before she could respond, Emoli forcefully pushed her away. Very well, I will ensure you learn the consequences of underestimating me. Liang Nianhe leaned back, her head striking the car window with a dull thud. This man had no concept of cherishing a delicate flower. Emoli's gaze turned icy, his disdain for her growing stronger. Once he found the woman from that night, Liang Nianhe would be of no concern to him. C Corporation. Upon his arrival at the company, CM Oli was met with the utmost respect from all employees. Good day, President C. Everyone was aware that this newly appointed executive president was decisive and ruthless, with an unwavering commitment to his work. President C, his assistant William followed closely, reminding him, the Liang family has arrived early and is waiting for you in the reception room. At this, CM Oli halted, turning without a moment's hesitation towards the reception room. It seemed that Mr. Liang intended to discuss the events of that night. Chapter 21 of that night, I shall take responsibility. Recalling the tender moments of that night, CM Oli found himself inexplicably stirred, with a hint of nostalgia and longing. She trembled delicately, her skin smooth and exquisite, gritting her teeth as she endured his rough treatment, her soft sobs evoking his deep compassion. At that time, the effects of the drug coursing through his veins were potent, indeed causing her great distress. In the reception room, Liang Jiayun's face was a portrait of anticipation, laced with anxiety. Father, mother, do you think Mr. will believe that I am the woman from that night? Liang's mother replied, Mr. C has traced it back to you, you merely need to step in and take her place. Such a fortuitous opportunity has fallen into your lap, why not seize it, isn't that right, my dear? Liang's father grunted affirmatively. After much deliberation, I have brought you to meet Mr. C, there truly is no alternative. That day in the Liang family side hall, Mr. had interrogated him, demanding the identity of the woman who had spent the night in his room. How could he reveal her? He directly inquired if that woman was Liang Nianhe. If so, the illicit transaction of Liang Nianhe's innocence to a wealthy man on her wedding night would inevitably come to light. Yet, the unspoken truth would not be overlooked by Mr. C. Liang's father had never anticipated that the affluent buyer of Liang Nianhe's virtue had not arrived that evening. By a twist of fate, it was Mr. who had entered the chamber and spent the night with her. He was perplexed as to who had taken Liang Nianhe's innocence, and the answer was none other than Mr. C. If this matter were not handled with utmost care, the Liang family would face ruin. After much contemplation, Liang's father resolved to take a bold risk, allowing Liang Jiayun to impersonate her. A gamble. The sound of composed footsteps approached, and soon, CM Oli entered the room. His expression was impassive as he bent to take his seat at the head of the table. Speak plainly. Liang's father rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat uneasy. Mr. C, I had intended to keep this matter hidden forever. However, since you have already uncovered it, I can only confess that night. He cast a meaningful glance at Liang Jiayun. Understanding immediately, Liang Jiayun seized the opportunity to continue. That night, I was peacefully asleep in my room when, for reasons unknown, a strange man suddenly appeared by my bedside and assaulted me without a word. Lacking the strength to resist, my innocence was forcibly taken from me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. For a young woman, this is a devastating blow, my purity destroyed, and I remain unaware of the assailant's identity. Upon returning home, I disclosed the incident to my parents, yet they were powerless to act and could only pretend it had never occurred. Indeed, Liang's mother echoed, if we were to investigate, it would become common knowledge, and where would Jiayun's dignity reside? After much thought, the only course was to conceal the truth. Fortunately, your wisdom and strength have led you to reveal yourself, allowing us to understand that it was you that night. CM Oli crossed his arms, his countenance unchanged, revealing nothing of his thoughts. His intentions were beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. Amidst her sobs, Liang Jiayun implored, Mr. C, it seems we are fated to be apart. You have wed my sister, thus becoming my brother-in-law. How could I dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts? Let us consider this a closed chapter and act as if nothing transpired. Liang's mother looked at her with concern. Jiayun, what will become of your future? The family engaged in a well-rehearsed performance, their cooperation impeccable. Let us regard it as a mere dream. Liang Jiayun rose, casting a deep, lingering gaze at CM Oli. I wish not to burden you, nor do I desire to usurp my sister's husband. I can bear this alone. With that, she covered her face and ran outside. Jiayun, Jiayun, foolish child. Liang's parents exclaimed in alarm, hastening to follow her. At that moment, CM Oli's deep voice resonated, that night, I shall take responsibility. Chapter 22. I shall divorce Liang Nianhe and then marry you. CM Oli, of such esteemed stature, is a man of his word. When he makes a promise, he invariably fulfills it. He has vowed to take responsibility, thus. Liang Jiayun's brighter days are about to commence. In her heart, Liang Jiayun is elated, yet she maintains a facade of pitiful innocence. No, Mr. How could I possibly place you in such a dilemma? Let us forget about this. She bites her lip, tears welling in her eyes, a picture of innocence and grievance. What man could remain unmoved by such a sight? Observing her, CM Oli is instantly reminded of that fateful night when she lay beneath him, weeping and pleading. For a fleeting moment, his heart softens. He has taken her purity, alleviating his own desires. Could he truly turn his back on her now? Liang Jiayun is the victim, and he must take responsibility for her. I will divorce Liang Nianhe, CM Oli speaks slowly, and then marry you. Liang Nianhe has contributed nothing to him yet occupies the position of Mrs. C, even managing to sway Lin Jin to her side, not to mention the old master C. Conversely, Liang Jiayun has sacrificed her innocence, offering her precious first time, always considering his feelings, desiring to spare him any distress. Thus, the choice is unmistakably clear. The reception room falls into a brief silence, after which Liang Jiayun, in disbelief, asks, Mr. C, do you truly mean what you say? Of course. This is utterly astonishing. Liang Jiayun is overwhelmed with excitement but struggles to conceal her joy, hastily bowing her head to hide a smile. For Mr. to personally promise to marry her is a momentous blessing. Liang's parents exchanged glances, equally surprised and exhilarated. I will handle all these matters, you may return home for now. Simoli rises, his posture impeccably upright. Liang Jiayun clutches his sleeve and leans closer. Mister. See, I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. She intentionally brushes her upper body against his arm. Men are often swayed by such tactics, and he is bound to lose his composure. However, Simoli coldly pushes her away, not sparing her a glance as he strides away. Liang Jiayun feels a twinge of displeasure and stamps her foot. Why is Mr.Si so aloof? Silly daughter, take your time. Some things cannot be rushed, Liang's mother quickly reassures her. Regardless, Mr.Si has promised to marry you, and you shall be the future Mrs.Si. Humph, indeed. I am eager to see how Liang Nianhe will continue to act so arrogantly and flamboyantly. At the mention of Liang Nianhe, Liang father's expression shifts. The woman who shared that night with Mr.Si is none other than Liang Nianhe, yet, she remains oblivious to this fact, and it must never come to light. Liang's mother and Liang Jiayun are well aware that they have struck a tremendous bargain this time. This secret must remain between the three of us, Liang father warns in a hushed tone. It cannot be disclosed, or else. Understood, father? I am not so foolish. She will remain in the dark for the rest of her life. Ha ha ha. Liang Jiayun exclaims triumphantly, eagerly anticipating the moment she can flaunt her newfound status before Liang Nianhe, as if she has already ascended to the position of Mrs. C. Upon exiting the C group, Liang Jiayun heads straight for C garden. Such a splendid opportunity to suppress and torment Liang Nianhe cannot be overlooked. As the butler notices her, he inquires, Miss Liang, what brings you here? Am I not allowed to come unless I have business? Liang Jiayun surveys her surroundings, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Such a lavish and grand residence. Soon I shall be its mistress. Go, summon Liang Nianhe for me. As the butler hesitates, a voice from the staircase above interrupts. Who let this dog bark so freely here? Chapter 23. Your mouth is so infuriating, I shall tear it apart. She spoke nonchalantly, leaning against the railing of the second floor, gazing down at Liang Jiayun with a condescending air. This demeanor, this posture, truly exuded the authority of the mistress of the sea courtyard. Liang Jiayun, incensed, retorted, who are you calling a dog? Who else could it be but you? Oh, Liang Nianhe, it seems that after just a few days apart, you have grown increasingly dismissive of me. Liang Jiayun gritted her teeth and declared, do you truly believe that I am now powerless against you? The animosity between Liang Nianhe and Liang Jiayun had persisted for many years. Liang Jiayun, taking advantage of her status as the biological daughter, had always targeted Liang Nianhe. Whatever Liang Nianhe cherished, she sought to seize. Whenever she erred, she would push the blame onto Liang Nianhe. In essence, all the good fortune belonged to her, while all the misfortune was cast upon Liang Nianhe. Throughout the years, Liang Nianhe endured countless grievances and hardships within the Liang household, and even as she left the Liang family to marry into the C family, she was compelled to relinquish her final worth. The transgressions of the past Liang Nianhe could tolerate, for one must bow their head beneath the eaves. She regarded it as a repayment for the nurturing she received. However, the Liang family's brazen commodification of her first time, without her knowledge of the buyer, was utterly unforgivable. Speak quickly, and if you have any nonsense, let it out. Liang Nianhe had no desire to engage with her. If you have nothing of importance, be gone. The door is over there. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Ha, I will ensure you learn how to write the word regret. Liang Jiayun had always dominated Liang Nianhe, and could not tolerate being put down. Thus, as soon as she gained the upper hand, she was determined to assert herself. Today, she was resolute in delivering a harsh lesson to Liang Nianhe. Rolling up her sleeves, Liang Jiayun charged up the stairs, reaching for Liang Nianhe's hair. Who is the dog? Who's making a fuss? Do you think being Mrs.Si makes you remarkable? Your position won't last long, soon it will be mine. Liang Nianhe deftly turned her head away. What madness are you displaying here? This was the C courtyard, not the Liang family. How dare Liang Jiayun shout and act violently? Humph, I will strike you whenever I please, whether at home or outside. All the grievances you've caused me in the past, I shall repay in full. You, Liang Nianhe, will forever remain beneath me. Liang Jiayun missed her grasp on Liang Nianhe's hair, but quickly redirected her hand to slap Liang Nianhe in the face. Liang Nianhe, quick-witted and agile, seized her wrist. Liang Jiayun, have you not been vaccinated against rabies? This was utterly baffling. She hadn't taken her medication before leaving home today. Humph, I may not be able to best you in words, but I shall tear you apart. Liang Jiayun swiftly raised her other hand, aiming to deliver another slap. Liang Nianhe, unable to endure any longer, countered with a twist and sidestepped, delivering a forceful push. Ah! Liang Jiayun tumbled to the ground, legs flailing in the air. You actually fought back. Liang Jiayun pointed at her. Well, outside the Liang family, your true colors are revealed. Liang Jiayun, I am no longer the docile adopted sister you used to bully. I owe your family no more gratitude. Liang Jiayun was nearly apoplectic. She had come to assert her dominance but ended up being bullied instead. How could she swallow this humiliation? Liang Nianhe, I shall fight you to the end. Liang Jiayun scrambled to her feet and charged at her. Liang Nianhe stood her ground, unmoving, waiting until Liang Jiayun was nearly upon her before swiftly stepping aside. Bang! Liang Jiayun missed her target and crashed heavily into the wall, stars dancing before her eyes. Liang Nianhe shrugged. How foolish. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the entrance of the living room. The foolish one is you, Liang Nianhe. Chapter 24. Which hand would you like to break? Startled, she turned around. How had Siamoli returned? At this hour, he should have been at the office. The butler stood nearby, head bowed, too timid to meet her gaze, and in that instant, Liang Yan he comprehended the situation. Someone had clearly tipped him off. I distinctly warned you not to lay a finger on her. Siamoli's voice was low and gravelly. Liang Yan he, have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind? Upon hearing Siamoli's arrival, Liang Jiayun immediately transformed from her previous domineering demeanor to one of utter vulnerability. President C. Liang Jiayun collapsed onto the ground, her hands bracing against the floor. I came to find my sister, hoping to clarify the matters between us. However, before I could utter a word, she began to scold and strike me. Fortunately, you arrived, otherwise, I would have been at a loss for what to do. She wept and wailed, scrambling to CMO Lee's side, throwing herself into his embrace. It is my fault. My sister is justified in her anger, President C. Please do not blame her. Her masterful display of a seasoned schemer left Liang Yan he utterly astounded. So this was what it meant to turn the tables, to paint black as white. She was witnessing it firsthand. Siamoli gazed down at Liang Jiayun in his arms, pressed his lips together, and though he felt an overwhelming urge to push her away, he ultimately refrained. She had just endured a grievance. Liang Jiayun continued, I wish to do something for you, President C. If I leave everything to you to handle, I fear you may find it burdensome. I want to share the load, but my sister's temper is too volatile, and Siamoli responded with a dispassionate him. Observing this scene, Liang Yan he felt as though her jaw might drop in disbelief. The two were actually embracing. Liang Jiayun had so swiftly entangled herself with Siamoli, who showed no signs of resistance. It was outrageous, a pair of shameless lovers. No wonder Liang Jiayun had the audacity to create a scene at Sea Garden. It was evidently sanctioned by Siamoli. It hurts, President C. My wrist has been twisted by my sister, Liang Jiayun whined delicately, extending her hand toward him. Siamoli raised an eyebrow. Then shall I break her hand as retribution for you? Liang Jiayun could hardly contain her eagerness to see that happen, yet she feigned innocence, shaking her head with false humility. Perhaps that would not be wise. With me here, no one can bully you, not even Liang Yan he. As he spoke, Siamoli shot a glance, and two bodyguards promptly advanced, seizing Liang Yan he. His expression was cold and ruthless. Which hand would you like to break, the left or the right? Liang Yan he questioned. For her, you would incapacitate my hand? Indeed, Siamoli replied, I have shown you leniency by not breaking both. Liang Yan he felt an overwhelming urge to spit at him. Liang Jiayun nestled in Siamoli's embrace, relishing the unfolding drama. Break it, she was eager for the spectacle. Not choosing? Noticing Liang Yan he's prolonged silence, Siamoli directed his inquiry to Liang Jiayun. You choose for her. Is that appropriate? Choose. Liang Jiayun dropped the pretense. The right hand. The right hand was the one she was most accustomed to using. If it were broken, Liang Yan he would be unable to even wield chopsticks. Did you hear that? Siamoli commanded the bodyguards, proceed. Yes, Mr.Si. The butler interjected, Mr. C, Mrs. Lin and the elder are aware of the situation. They may, His tone rose sharply, mind your tongue. The butler, left with no choice, retreated into silence. How ironic. Liang Yan he bit her lip, her husband holding her foster sister, intent on breaking her hand. If she simply acquiesced, she would no longer be Liang Yan he. In a sudden surge of strength she could not comprehend, Liang Yan he broke free from the grip of the bodyguards. Chapter 25. Is she your mistress? She decisively sprang up, rushing towards the coffee table, seizing the slender fruit knife from the basket. The blade glimmered coldly, sharp as a razor. Liang Yan had brandished the knife before her, declaring, if anyone dares to lay a finger on me today, I shall ensure we meet our demise together. She was resolute, unwilling to be the soft target for others to manipulate. Not only was she fighting for her own safety, but for the child growing within her as well. Should she fall into Liang Jiayun's clutches today, a multitude of humiliations would await her in the future, and Liang Jiayun would only grow bolder in her audacity. Oh dear, she is wielding a knife, Liang Jiayun whimpered, retreating in fear into Siamoli's embrace. Mr. C, be cautious, don't let her harm you. Siamoli gazed deeply at Liang Yanha, who met his stare without flinching. Put it down, he commanded, his lips barely parting. Not a chance. Liang Yanha retorted defiantly. Siamoli's tone remained indifferent. Do you truly believe that with a mere fruit knife, you can threaten me? With a swift motion, Liang Yanha turned the knife against her own neck. His gaze darkened. In this manner, can you still threaten me? Liang Yanha inquired, if I were to perish just like this, how would you explain it to Aunt Lin? She has just returned to the C family, hoping for a peaceful retirement, only for you to drive her beloved daughter-in-law to her end. Siamoli loathed being threatened. Yet, Liang Yanha possessed the uncanny ability to endear herself to Linjin. She had saved Linjin's life and shared a bond of companionship cultivated over years in the orphanage. Liang Yanha, you are the first woman bold enough to threaten me. I am merely responding to your provocations. In pursuit of Liang Jiayun, he intended to cripple her hand. Why should he have the right? The blade pressed against her neck, threatening to draw blood with the slightest pressure. Liang Yanha bit her lip hard. I have never owed you anything, nor have I done anything wrong. Yet, Siamoli, you trample upon me so callously. Do you possess no conscience? Conscience, he scoffed, a sardonic smile curling his lips, his eyes devoid of mirth. I do not even have a heart. How could I have a conscience? Simoli had risen from being a young master without influence to becoming the most powerful figure in the C family, his ruthlessness unmatched. Very well, you must understand this. I am your legally wedded MRS.SI, while she? Liang Nianha pressed, what is her status? Simoli replied, each word deliberate, whoever I choose can become MRS.SI. Oh, so you intend to elevate Liang Jiayun? Liang Nianha laughed, thus, she is your mistress? Liang Jiayun, feeling wronged, exclaimed, sister, how can you say such things? MR.SI and I share a genuine love. Liang Nianha felt a surge of nausea. A pair of shameless lovers, now invoking the notion of love. She had seen the flirtation between them back at the Liang residence. She nodded, very well, I shall grant you both your love. I will withdraw. Simoli, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and divorce at once. Liang Jiayun rejoiced, everything was proceeding too smoothly. As soon as the divorce was finalized, MR.SI would fulfill his promise and marry her, and she would become Mrs. C. Liang Jiayun looked at Simoli expectantly, awaiting his approval. At that moment, he certainly harbored immense disdain for Liang Nianha. However, Simoli's gaze turned cold, his lips pressed into a thin line. Did she truly believe that with Lin Jin and the old man backing her, this divorce was unavoidable? There was nothing he, Simoli, could not achieve. Liang Nianha, just you wait, he said as he embraced Liang Jiayun and departed, you will regret your actions today. Chapter 26, she goes to work at her husband's company. As she gazed at the diminishing silhouette of Simoli, Liang Nianha's hand trembled around the knife. It was only when he completely vanished from her sight that she exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly removed the blade from her neck. Observing this, the bodyguard swiftly approached and snatched it away. The butler remarked, Madam, you are bleeding. A slender wound, barely visible, was seeping blood along her fair neck. She had pressed the knife too closely and tightly, resulting in the cut. It's nothing, she replied, forcing a smile, I won't die. The fact that she was still alive, with her hands intact, was indeed a blessing. Liang Nianha lowered her gaze, spreading her fingers wide before closing them again, her heart still racing with fear. Had she not broken free from the bodyguard, had she not seized the knife, her hand would surely have been rendered useless. Simoli had been excessively cruel to her, he was nothing short of a devil. I'm sorry, madam, the butler apologized, it was I who informed MR.SI of your situation, fearing that Miss Liang might cause you harm. I initially believed MR.SI would side with you, but I do not blame you, let them conspire together, she interjected. She had once thought highly of Simoli's taste, wondering what kind of woman could captivate him, only to discover that a mere Liang Jiayun had ensnared him. What atrocious taste, what did wealth matter if one possessed no discernment? Liang Nianha retreated to her room, seeking ointment and cotton swabs, and began to tend to her wound in front of the mirror when her phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? Nianha, it's been over a month. Have you finished dealing with matters at home? Her close friend Su Anya inquired. Are you still planning to find a job? Su Anya was her university classmate, they had shared a dormitory and were close enough to discuss anything. Having just graduated, Liang Nianha found her freedom curtailed by the Liang family under the pretense of marrying into the C family. She was shadowed by bodyguards wherever she went, fearful that she might regret the marriage and flee. After the wedding, she was effectively confined within Yuan, causing her job search to be postponed until now. Of course I'll look for a job, how else will I eat? Liang Nianha replied. Do you have any recommendations? Although both the Liang family and the C family belonged to the upper echelons of society, their wealth had no bearing on her. Ultimately, she needed to rely on herself, as she was the only one she could trust, especially now that she was with child. Su Anya exuberantly shared, I do, the benefits are excellent, complete insurance, retirement funds, weekends off, annual leave, and bonuses. It's perfectly aligned with our field of study. I've scheduled an interview for this afternoon, let's go together. Alright, Liang Nianha agreed, see you at our usual spot. She had majored in chemistry, and her ideal job would involve the development of skincare products, cosmetics, perfumes, and lipsticks, commonly known as a formulation specialist. Because of her background, she rarely used those myriad bottles and jars on her face, opting for her own skincare methods instead. Her complexion was fair and radiant, resembling a spring peach. However, as she stood before the towering skyscraper, Liang Nianha managed to utter, this is the company you found? Indeed. Su Anya nodded enthusiastically. C Group ranks first nationally, with a market value in the hundreds of billions. Many people would do anything to get in, and this recruitment is internal, not publicly advertised. I only learned of it through connections. She was going to work at her husband's company, it sounded rather peculiar. Yet, Liang Nianha desperately needed a job. Moreover, Simoli was the president, occupied with myriad tasks, with so many employees in the corporation, how could he possibly recognize each one? She merely needed to avoid him. Linking arms with Su Anya, Liang Nianha declared, alright, let's go, I hope we both make the cut. Chapter 27. She had no desire to encounter Simoli. In the CEO's office, Simoli stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of coffee. For reasons unknown, the image of Liang Nianha with a knife pressed against her neck kept replaying in his mind. Stubborn, resilient, independent, she was truly akin to a rose adorned with thorns. Did this woman not comprehend the meaning of yielding? No matter, Simoli's lips curled into a cold smirk. He was determined to teach her. One day, Liang Nianha would kneel before him, begging for mercy. Mr. See, William knocked on the door. The internal recruitment fair for the formulation department is commencing, but President Sheng has encountered a last-minute issue and cannot attend. Would you like to make an appearance? He raised his hand to check the time. C Corporation intended to venture into the female beauty market, thus placing great importance on the fields of cosmetics and skincare. Ordinarily, such a recruitment fair could be overseen by the department director, but in a bid to attract talent, CMO Lee had dispatched the vice president. However, it seemed he needed to attend in person. CMO Lee turned and strode out, his steps steady and imbued with authority. The recruitment venue was bustling with individuals, each wearing a tense expression, fervently preparing in hopes of being selected. Liang Nianhe filled out the form and received her number, waiting outside. Nianhe, I suddenly feel a lack of confidence, Suanya lamented with a glum face. I just secretly glanced at the others. They are all masters and doctoral graduates, some have studied abroad, and others possess years of rich experience. We, as novices, will likely serve as mere background figures. Liang Nianhe reassured her, you must have faith in yourself, give it a try whether you succeed or not. Even if one of us gets through, that would be wonderful. Keep at it, Liang Nianhe encouraged, don't be nervous. At that moment, a person resembling a supervisor approached and cleared his throat. In a moment, the president will be arriving, so please pay attention to your appearance and perform well. Do not cause any disturbances. Oh no, Suanya's recently summoned courage evaporated in an instant. The big boss is personally interviewing a small fry like me. I won't be able to utter a single word, sob. Nianhe, what should I do? Liang Nianhe was equally startled. The president, was it CMO Lee or the vice president of C Corporation? A recruitment fair actually warranted the attention of top-tier management? Excuse me, may I ask? Liang Nianhe directed her gaze at the supervisor, are you referring to Mr. C? Of course it's Mr. C, who else could it be? Consider yourselves fortunate to meet him on your first day at the company. If he selects any of you, your future careers will surely sail smoothly. Liang Nianhe's expression shifted. She had no desire to encounter CMO Lee here. Resolutely, she stood up and without a word, headed towards the exit, fearful that she might run into him if she delayed. Hey, where are you going? The supervisor shouted, it's almost your turn. Why are you running? Come back. Liang Nianhe did not look back, declaring, I voluntarily withdraw, your company is far too illustrious for someone like me to aspire to. The supervisor was displeased, do you think this company is your local market, that you can come and go as you please? Security, stop her. The security personnel at the entrance swiftly extended their hands, blocking Liang Nianhe's path. The supervisor hurried after her, snatching her resume, let me see what qualifications you possess, utterly lacking in decorum. TCH, a freshly graduated girl, how did you even manage to infiltrate the recruitment? Thankfully, I caught this early, otherwise, you would have stood before MR.SI, and I would have found you a blemish on his site. Liang Nianhe remained silent, merely gazing past the supervisor. Chapter 28, you have been blacklisted by the C Group. The supervisor remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, hands on hips, reprimanding Liang Nianhe, you little girl, lacking any sense of decorum. I just informed everyone that MR.SI is about to arrive, and you need to put on a good show, yet here you are, determined to oppose me, aren't you? If Mr. C witnesses the scene, you will bring disaster upon our department, and we will all bear the consequences. In front of MR.SI, you cannot act so brazenly. The supervisor, emboldened by her position as a minor authority in the department and Liang Nianhe's inexperience as a recent graduate, spoke with a loud, commanding voice. Moreover, the supervisor jabbed Liang Nianhe's resume with her finger, we do not hire undergraduates. You are utterly unqualified for this recruitment interview. Shouldn't you take a good look in the mirror and assess your own worth before harboring dreams of entering the C Group? Perhaps you should refine your skills for a few more years. The supervisor, convinced of her own superiority, continued, given your performance today, you have been blacklisted by the C Group. From now on, you will have no connection to any recruitment within our company. Hey, Liang Nianhe, did you hear that? Liang Nianhe averted her gaze, picking up her resume that had fallen to the floor. Mr. C has already arrived. It was still too late, she had not managed to escape, and the situation she dreaded most had unfolded. The supervisor froze momentarily before swiftly turning around. There stood CMO Lee at the entrance, one hand casually tucked into his trousers pocket, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of indifference and composure, his expression inscrutable. Mr. C, the supervisor's demeanor shifted instantly, her face beaming with forced smiles as she bowed and nodded. I was unaware of your arrival. I was just reprimanding an ill-mannered interviewee. I apologize for disturbing you. CMO Lee raised his chin, pointing at Liang Nianhe. You just claimed you wanted to blacklist her? Yes, the supervisor stammered. What audacity, he remarked. Even if he found her utterly detestable, it was solely his prerogative to deal with her. No one else had the right to impose judgment upon her. The supervisor's face paled, and she hastily attempted to explain herself, but William interjected sternly, who holds the power in this group? Do you not know? Get out now. Yes. The supervisor, visibly frightened, complied, while CMO Lee leisurely approached Liang Nianhe, his tone casual. Who granted you the authority to blacklist Liang Nianhe? Mr. See, the supervisor faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts, and instead raised her hand to strike her own face. It was my loose tongue. I am the lowest of the low, speaking such arrogance. Please, MR.SI, do not stoop to my level. The sharp sound of her slaps echoed through the corridor, one after another, unrelenting and without hesitation. Liang Nianhe kept her head down, never meeting CMO Lee's gaze. She felt as though misfortune had chosen her, bringing every calamity upon her. The other candidates discreetly scrutinized Liang Nianhe, speculating about her background. Nianhe, does MR.SI know you? Suanya leaned in to inquire, he seems to be standing up for you. She immediately denied it. I don't know him.
Su Anya looked puzzled. Really, how strange. At that moment, Si Molly spoke in a detached tone of William.
Mr.Si.
Terminate her and blacklist her.
William replied, understood.
Si Molly walked past Liang Nianhe without casting a glance in her direction, as if she were invisible, a breeze sweeping through her hair. Just when Liang Nianhe thought it was over, his cold voice echoed, Liang Nianhe, come in. Chapter 29 Who dares to recruit Liang Nianhe is opposing me. Liang Nianhe closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Once again, she had fallen into the hands of this formidable tyrant. She could only wonder what awaited her. William quickly corrected himself. Miss Liang, please, come in. Mr.Si and his wife did not recognize each other, so it was not his place to expose their identities. Liang Nianhe thought to herself, well, when faced with an army, one must fight, and with the crowd around, how could Si Molly dare to devour her? Beside her, Su Anya exclaimed with delight, wow, Nianhe, Mr.
Si is personally interviewing you, you must be incredibly lucky.
Liang Nianhe could only respond with silence, her naive and sweet friend. She felt like she was being devoured by Si Molly, leaving nothing but crumbs behind.
In the interview room, upon Si Molly's arrival, the other interviewers stood up in unison, Mr. Si.
Si Molly took his seat at the head of the table. Liang Nianhe soon followed him inside. She was well aware that Si Molly's earlier reprimand of the supervisor was not for her sake, it was for the sake of his own reputation. His character was peculiar, tyrannical, domineering, and authoritarian. Even if he held no fondness for her, he would not allow insignificant people to trample over her. Si Molly sought to personally torment her, finding satisfaction in her discomfort. Look, he was already preparing to commence. Si Molly perused her documents and then reclined lazily against the back of his chair.
You are applying for the position of formulation specialist?
Yes.
You are in dire need of this job?
Liang Nianhe replied, indeed. But you lack experience and your qualifications are insufficient, Si Molly said with a sardonic smile. You haven't even met the most fundamental requirements. Liang Nianhe responded with poise, I believe that the most crucial factor in a job is not the degree, but rather the ability. As for experience, it is something that must be accumulated over time. I excelled in my studies and received high praise during my internship. The reason I have yet to secure a job is due to personal matters that have hindered me. Her words implied that Si Molly's marriage to her was the very cause of her career's downfall and her lost prospects. Otherwise, she would have been wholly dedicated to her career, striving to be an independent woman. Ha, Si Molly scoffed, inadequate is inadequate, stop making excuses. Liang Nianhe, unable to contain herself any longer, abruptly stood up, fine, then I withdraw my application.
I am leaving right now.
Who cares, she wouldn't have come if it weren't for Anya's hard work in finding and recommending the position. Liang Nianhe refused to believe that in such a vast city with countless companies, she could not find a job with her own capabilities.
Just as she took a few steps, Si Molly casually inquired, you no longer wish to join? Not at all. Then I insist on hiring you, he stated, will you come or not, Liang Nianhe gritted her teeth.
He was merely toying with her, he nitpicked when she desired the job, yet now that she was uninterested, he wanted to keep her. Si Molly simply relished opposing her at every turn. Turning to face Si Molly, Liang Nianhe enunciated each word clearly, Mr. Si, even if you offer me the highest salary, I will not, I repeat, not, return. With that, she exited the interview room with great determination. As she left, she intentionally slammed the door with a resounding bang. Everyone was taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. Who dared to slam the door in front of Mr.Si? Yet, Si Molly remained composed, his expression as impassive as ever. William, he commanded in a low voice, spread the word at any company that dares to recruit Liang Nianhe is opposing me.
Chapter 30 She will soon come to beg me. William hesitated slightly, Mr. Si, this is rather
All right. At this point, Liang Nianhe would run herself ragged, yet she would find no employment who would dare to offend Si Molly for her sake. Liang Nianhe had indeed been blacklisted by Si Molly throughout the city, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Come, let us change companies, she said, grasping Su Anya's hand and striding out without a backward glance. Working alongside Si Molly, I fear I might lose 20 years off my life.
Su Anya was taken aback, huh?
Nianhe, didn't Mr.Si choose you? Why, he personally interviewed you. After all, moreover, you're so outstanding. The skincare lotion you developed during your studies is still the flagship product of that brand, with sales exceeding 1 million. Who knows what is going on in his mind, or if he got his head caught in a door. He acts as if he is the epitome of superiority, as if everyone should curry favor with him. Has he lost his mind? He is nothing more than a narcissistic brute, convinced of his own coolness. Just the sight of his face is enough to ruin my appetite. Liang Nianhe had dragged Su Anya along, unleashing a torrent of complaints, completely immersed in her tirade against Si Molly, oblivious to her surroundings. Shang Juanji turned slightly, observing the petite figure passing by him. Who is she? How audacious to openly berate Si Molly within the company, without a hint of fear of being overheard. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Was she seeking dismissal or courting danger? Just then, William passed by as well, and Shang Juanji called out to him, wait, who is that woman who just walked by? Mr. Shang, William replied, looking somewhat troubled, I can't quite explain it, you might want to ask Mr.Si directly. Shang Juanji's interest piqued further. Oh, is that so? He resolved to inquire thoroughly. Pushing open the door to the interview room, he sat down beside Si Molly. Thank you for covering for me, our esteemed president.
I am quite anxious.
Shang Juanji crossed his legs, raising an eyebrow. As soon as I finished my last task, I hurried over, fearing to tire you out.
Simoli shot him a cool glance. Shang Juanji rifled through the documents. How did the interviews go? Any suitable candidates? Oh, ISNT that the one who was just lambasting you. Her name is Liang Nianhe. That sounds somewhat familiar. Shang Juanji racked his brain for where he had heard the name before. No need to ponder, Simoli interjected. She is the bride meant to bring joy. Shang Juanji appeared enlightened. I see. What did she say about me? Cough, cough, Shang Juanji chuckled, attempting to sidestep the issue. It's not important. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Simoli snorted coldly. Even without your words, I know well enough. After all, she dares to curse me to my face, her greatest wish being to become a widow. At this, Shang Juanji could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What a case of retribution. I never imagined you would fall to a woman's charms. This little wife of yours seems to be quite the catch. Life is becoming increasingly vibrant. Are you certain she has the upper hand over me? Shang Juanji replied with utmost seriousness. From what I see, she clearly holds you in disdain. What sort of game are you two playing? One is the principal interviewer, while the other is the applicant. Can't you discuss matters beforehand in the same bed? Simoli pushed back his chair and rose, his thin lips forming words. Discuss? Liang Nianhe will soon come to beg me. He awaited the moment she would lower her head in contrition. It would be soon. Chapter 31. A wager. What does she intend to ask of you? Shang Juanji inquired, his brows arching in confusion. It appears I have missed quite the spectacle. Shang Juanji, the vice president of the C Corporation, was also the most trusted confidant of Simoli. Having been brothers for many years, they were like left and right hands, intimately acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Simoli's ascendancy in the C family was undoubtedly bolstered by Shang Juanji's assistance and strategic counsel. Hailing from a prominent family, Shang Juanji embodied the very essence of a refined gentleman, his charming peach blossom eyes standing in stark contrast to Simoli's aloof demeanor, giving him the appearance of a passionate young dandy. Now that Simoli was married, he had become the city's undisputed #1 diamond bachelor. William quietly interjected, Mr. Shang, MR.SI has just instructed that no other companies are to hire Mrs. C. Upon hearing this, Shang Juanji immediately began searching through Liang Nianhe's resume. He swiftly scanned it and called out to Simoli, who was about to depart, wait a moment. You just interviewed Liang Nianhe. Did you review her resume? I did not, Simoli replied, his expression impassive. What could be noteworthy about a fresh graduate's resume? He had merely glanced at her educational background before carelessly tossing it aside, not giving it a second thought. Shang Juanji sighed, rubbing his forehead. Had I been in your position, I would have undoubtedly hired her, yet here you are, carelessly jeopardizing my painstaking efforts to recruit talent. Simoli pressed his lips together. What are you saying? When did your judgment in hiring become so lacking? She is exceptionally talented. Shang Juanji asserted. The skincare products she developed during her studies remain bestsellers, enjoying both stellar reputation and sales. If she were to join the R&D department of the C Corporation, with adequate funding and resources, she would undoubtedly create even more successful products. Simoli inquired coolly, so, you wish to recruit her? Indeed. It is not merely that she needs to work for us, but rather that we need her. Simoli, if you aspire to establish the C Corporation as a globally renowned skincare brand, Liang Nianhe must be part of it. After a brief pause, Shang Juanji added, should she join another company and establish a competing brand, she would inevitably become our greatest rival. We cannot afford to let her slip away, she must remain with the C Corporation. I have already stated that no company would dare hire her. Then let us make a wager. Shang Juanji turned to Simoli, after you issue your warning, let us see if any company will dare to take the risk and oppose you to recruit her. It is a pity you fail to recognize her true worth. Shang Juanji was indeed quite protective of talent, especially considering that the future strategic focus of the C Corporation was on the female consumer market. Simoli's gaze was laced with intensity. I am curious to see who would dare. In no more than 3 days, we shall know the outcome. Let us await the results. With those 4 words, Simoli strode away. He could not fathom that anyone would dare to confront him over a mere formula designer. In a CAF, Liang Nianhe sat across from Su Anya. I apologize, Anya, for my impulsiveness causing you to miss out on the interview. It's quite all right. I had little hope to begin with, Su Anya replied. Besides, if you are not at the C Corporation, even if I were selected, I would not wish to stay. We had promised to work together. How could I abandon you? Su Anya remained fiercely loyal, turning the situation into a source of comfort for Liang Nianhe. However, Nianhe, was this truly your first meeting with Mr. C? You both seemed rather familiar. Chapter 32. Nianhe, do you still resent me for abandoning you? Liang Nianhe lowered her gaze. How could you tell? She wished to circumvent him entirely, longing to sever all ties and avoid his presence both in public and in private. It was evident during the manager's reprimand, Su Anya remarked. I could see it clearly in President C's eyes and expression. He was fiercely protective indeed. Once the manager was dismissed, he vindicated you. What a gallant rescue. Liang Nianhe rested her forehead on the table, pondering for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. She suddenly lifted her head. Anya, President C and I are actually husband and wife. Su Anya's mouth fell agape, rendered utterly speechless by the revelation.
But we are about to divorce, Liang Nian, he added with a slight grimace, recounting the events of the past month to Su Anya. That is essentially the situation, so you understand why I wanted to leave as soon as I heard CMO Li was coming, right?
Now it makes sense.
I understand, Su Anya replied. I didn't mean to keep it from you, Anya, but it's just that everything is so complicated. Before she could finish, Su Anya interrupted with concern, you bear this burden alone. It must be exhausting. Had I known sooner, I could have comforted and accompanied you.
It's alright, I've managed to get through it. Su Anya nodded, immediately adopting a different attitude. TCH, I can only say that CMO Li is blind to your brilliance.
Thank goodness we didn't join C Corporation, otherwise, we would have been crushed under his thumb. What is a bit of money worth? We can find other opportunities, there are not only his company out there. Liang Nian, he remarked, I fear he has already issued a directive to blacklist me. Given her understanding of CMO Li, this was indeed something he would do. Anya, you should keep your distance from me to avoid being implicated, Liang Nian, he said earnestly.
His temperament is unpredictable.
I can contend with him, but I cannot allow you to be ensnared in this. Just as Su Anya was about to respond, a shadow suddenly loomed nearby, blocking the light. Both she and Liang Nian, he turned to look. Outside the CAF's floor-to-ceiling windows stood a man dressed in a shirt and trousers, his handsome features strikingly refined, quietly observing Liang Nian. His gaze was unwavering, brimming with profound emotion. Liang Nian, he met his eyes for a fleeting moment, then nonchalantly diverted her gaze, lifting her coffee cup. Her hand was steady, betraying no tremor, calm and composed. Nian, I didn't expect to find you here. Su Anya stood up.
You two catch up. I'll step into the restroom.
She quickly made her exit under the pretense. Before long, the man approached and spoke softly, Nian, it has been a long time.
Indeed, it has, Senior Ning, Liang Nian, he replied with a polite yet distant smile. Or should I refer to you as President Ning?
Ning Yinan regarded her intently for a while before ultimately responding, you may address me as you wish. Then I shall stick with President Ning.
What brings you here? Ning Yinan sighed, must you be so distant with me? Liang Nian, he retorted, are we really that familiar, President Ning? I know, Nian, you ultimately resent me. You resent my abrupt departure, my abandonment of you, my choice of a socially equivalent fiancée, and even more so, my unwavering pursuit of ambition over love. President Ning abandoned me?
I fail to comprehend that, Liang Nian, he laughed lightly. Because, the truth is, we have never been together. Chapter 33. It was Ning Yinan who had purchased her that night. Ning Yinan paused for several seconds before softly uttering, I am sorry, Nianha, I have wronged you.
President Ning, you exaggerate.
You have your bright future ahead, while I have my solitary path. We shall each walk our own way, indifferent to one another, for we are not of the same kind.
Liang Nianha remained composed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation.
It was all in the past. She had let go of those who had hurt her and abandoned her. Perhaps she was simply fated to suffer, destined to be alone and unsupported. Having grown up in an orphanage without parents, she had eventually encountered Ning Yinan, who illuminated her life like a ray of light, but that light had ultimately extinguished. Liang Nianha had once again plunged into darkness. They were university classmates, he was the class leader, and she was the academic representative. All their peers recognized that Ning Yinan harbored affections for her. He ardently pursued her, unabashedly displaying his pure and youthful love. Yet, Liang Nianha had not acquiesced, for she was acutely aware of the vast chasm between them. She was merely the adopted daughter of the Liang family, while he was the privileged heir of the Ning family, living a life of luxury. She felt unworthy of him. Nevertheless, during their 4 years in university, Ning Yinan persisted in his pursuit, never once conceding defeat. Just as Liang Nianha was moved by his unwavering devotion and had mustered the courage to accept him, ready to face the unpredictable storms of the future, news of Ning Yinan's engagement broke across major headlines. Phrases like a match made in heaven, a handsome couple, and a powerful union seared her eyes. Nianha, Ning Yinan hesitated, wanting to explain but finding himself at a loss for words, ultimately managing to ask, how have you been lately?
Liang Nianha was somewhat taken aback.
Was he unaware that she had been given to CMO Li by the Liang family as a means of appeasement? If so, it was of no consequence. She did not wish to bring it up.
Liang Nianha nodded, very well, exceptionally well.
Do not put on a brave face, you are searching for jobs everywhere.
Ning Yinan glanced at the job applications on the table, how is that going? Liang Nianha stubbornly replied, very well, exceptionally well.
Ning Yinan chose not to challenge her facade, instead sincerely stating, if you wish, you may join my company. You need not feel apprehensive due to my presence. I believe you will be an outstanding employee and, in time, a renowned formula specialist in the industry.
Thank you for your kind offer, President Ning, I appreciate it. Liang Nianha stood, not sparing him a glance, and turned to leave.
Did she still require Ning Yinan's pity? Even if she had to serve tables, wash dishes, or distribute flyers, she would not accept his charity. Why were men so devoid of conscience? Ning Yinan was one, and CMO Li was even worse. One professed to love her yet swiftly became engaged, the other married her but tormented her daily, leaving her no respite. Had she perhaps obliterated a galaxy in her past life?
Yanha.
Ning Yinan called after her, attempting to intercept her.
I genuinely wish to help you. I have no ulterior motives. I truly do not require your assistance, thank you.
But Liang Nian had casually boarded a bus that had just come to a stop, leaving Ning Yinan behind. He gazed at the bustling road, muttering to himself, but Nianha, you have been sold for your first time, clearly marked in the black market by the Liang family. Your life is undeniably difficult. When the Liang family had released the information regarding the transaction, Ning Yinan had fortuitously stumbled upon it. Upon confirming that this woman was indeed Liang Nianha, he had paid, and purchased her. Chapter 34 Encountering your old flame. This matter, Ning Yinan did not disclose to anyone.
Moreover, on the night of the transaction, he did not make an appearance at the hotel. Ning Yinan's actions were aimed at preserving Liang Yinha's innocence, for once he made the purchase, the Liang family had no recourse to sell to another. However, at this moment, Liang Yinha was unaware that the one who had bought her was indeed Ning Yinan. Upon returning to Siyuan, night had already fallen, the living room was shrouded in darkness. How peculiar, Liang Yinha murmured. Where is the butler? The servants, why is the house left in such gloom?
As she spoke, she pressed the switch.
Snap.
The crystal chandelier illuminated the surroundings brightly. Upon turning, Liang Yinha found Si Moli casually reclining on the sofa, embodying a languid grace, yet his gaze remained as icy and sharp as ever. She pressed her hand to her chest. Why are you sitting here silently? You startled me.
Where have you been?
I went wherever I pleased. Si Moli cast her a sidelong glance, leaning back as he brought the cigarette to his lips. Then he spoke, fire. Liang Yinha paused for 2 seconds, only to realize he was referring to a lighter. Si Moli's impatience was palpable. Do you not comprehend human speech? With no other choice, she did not wish to defy him over such a trivial matter. After all, it was merely about lighting a cigarette. Liang Yinha retrieved the lighter, ignited the flame, and brought it close to the cigarette. However, Si Moli slightly tilted his head to avoid it.
Do you not wish to smoke? Liang Yinha questioned, perplexed. Will the fire be lit or not? Regardless of whether I smoke or not, your flame must remain. Si Moli was unyieldingly domineering. The lighter remained ignited, the flame flickering fiercely, and soon the entire lighter began to heat up. Liang Yinha felt the urge to retract her hand, but his gaze swept over her. Biting her lip, she responded, I understand, you are once again attempting to torment me. Si Moli narrowed his eyes, a sneer gracing his lips. Try it and see what happens if the flame extinguishes. Liang Yinha retorted, if the fire goes out, will you extinguish me? His thin lips moved, causing the cigarette to shift slightly. He presented a seemingly rogue demeanor, yet there was an effortless charm in his actions. However, Liang Yinha had no inclination to admire his arrogance. She yearned to set the flame upon him. As the heat intensified, she could hardly endure it, the pad of her thumb experiencing a sharp pain, and a faint scent of charred material filled the air. I will ask you once more, where have you been? Si Moli demanded, speak. I went to a CAF, sat for a while, and then returned home. And? Liang Yinha replied, that's all. Si Moli leaned closer, gripping her chin. You did not utter a word about encountering your old flame? A jolt of surprise coursed through Liang Yinha. Were you spying on me? Not only was he aware of her meeting with Ning Yinan, but he also knew of their shared past. At that moment, she profoundly grasped the terrifying nature of Si Moli. Even 100 of her would be no match for him. There is nothing that can evade my scrutiny, Si Moli stated. Liang Yinha, remember your place. I am fully aware of my position, thus my exchange with Ning Yinan consisted solely of a few words, devoid of any physical contact, utterly innocent and upright. And what of you? Liang Yinha retorted, tossing the lighter in his direction. You and Liang Jiayun embrace an intimate affection, yet I am forbidden from exchanging a few words with Ning Yinan? Si Moli narrowed his eyes. What I am permitted to do does not imply you possess the same liberty. Chapter 35. Morning sickness. Liang Yinha gritted her teeth, exclaiming, I have never encountered such an unreasonable person as you. You permit the officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps, is that it? Do you possess the means to contend with me? No. Therefore, I cannot provoke you, but I can certainly evade you, Liang Yinha retorted. Are you going to divorce or not? I will leave with nothing, not a single cent of yours. Does he presume that his wealth and power make him exceptional? She scoffed at the notion. Si Moli tightened his grip on her chin, his voice dripping with disdain. After meeting Ning Yinan, you become so emboldened, have you? My greatest source of confidence lies in my ability to be self-sufficient, to survive in this world through my own efforts. No company would ever want you, Si Moli scoffed coldly. Don't waste your energy. Her intuition confirmed his words. How could he possibly allow her to find employment so easily? Upon my departure from the Si family, you immediately orchestrated my banishment from the entire city, did you not? Liang Yinha glared at him. Si Moli, you are truly tiresome. What have I done to offend you so gravely that you feel compelled to target me? He leaned in closer, his breath brushing against her face. I relish toying with your emotions. What a despicable man. Utterly perverse, Liang Yinha remained silent, enduring the pain in her jaw as if it were about to dislocate. Si Moli was mere centimeters from her, their faces almost touching. Beg me, he commanded, I might consider sparing you. From beginning to end, Si Moli's intent was to force Liang Yinha to submit, to bow her head in apology, yet her stubbornness was akin to steel, refusing to utter even a word of concession. Locked away in a dark chamber, nearly incapacitated, banished from the city, Liang Yinha had never once pleaded with him, and his irritation was palpable. Even when seeking Ning Yinan, she would rather avoid him. Liang Yinha lifted her chin, meeting his dark, brooding gaze. Even if I resort to begging on the streets or scavenging through trash, I will never utter a single word of supplication to you, Si Moli. The atmosphere reached a frigid standstill. Refusing to plead with me, you intend to beg Ninginan instead? Simoli's lips pressed into a thin line. Do you honestly believe he would risk his relationship with me for your sake? He would.
At that moment, Simoli's gaze was lethal. Liang Yinha felt a pang of unease deep down. She was acutely aware of her worth. Ninginan had once casually relinquished her for the sake of family ties, and now he would likely choose to curry favor with Simoli over aiding her, remaining an indifferent bystander. But she could not dwell on such matters any longer. At the very least, she must maintain her dignity before Simoli.
You think too highly of yourself and Ninginan is engaged. What do you think you are?
Simoli flung her aside, reclining against the sofa, casually igniting a cigarette with a lighter, his movements fluid and effortless. As the smoke curled lazily around him, his cold visage appeared somewhat obscured. He silently indulged in his cigarette, toying with the lighter, exuding a sense of detached leisure.
He may be engaged, yet that does not preclude his affection for me.
He pursued me for 4 long years. I am the luminous presence in his heart, Liang Yinha countered. Is it not said that a man's heart cannot harbor only one woman, the white moonlight and the cinnabar mole, one is eternally imprinted on his soul?
Simoli flicked the ash from his cigarette. Do you truly have to demean yourself in this manner? That is a consequence of your provocations. I have yet to employ my true methods, Liang Yinha.
If he were to act in earnest, she would not have enough lives to endure it. He intended to play with her, to observe her futile struggles for survival, and he found it utterly amusing. Liang Yinha scrutinized Simoli's face, growing increasingly irritated, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. As her gaze lingered, she was suddenly overtaken by a genuine wave of disgust, her stomach churning violently. Ugh. Chapter 36. On the wedding night, where are you? Liang Yinha swiftly rose to her feet, covering her mouth as she hurried towards the bathroom. Observing her flustered and panicked figure, Simoli's brows gradually knitted together. What was the matter with her? Leaning over the sink, Liang Yinha was retching incessantly, unable to expel anything for quite some time, yet feeling immensely uncomfortable. After several minutes, the nauseating sensation began to wane. She weakly propped herself up on the countertop, gazing at her pale reflection in the mirror. It was impossible that she was truly feeling sick from merely looking at Simoli. Rather, it was morning sickness. The moment she realized this, her complexion grew even more ashen. Just then, Simoli's face appeared in the mirror. He stood rigidly at the doorway, his eyes narrowing slightly, dry heaving. No, it's not that, Liang Yinha instinctively denied, fearful that he might deduce the truth. I had a bit of a mixed meal this afternoon. My stomach is upset. Simoli's expression held no trace of belief. Liang Yinha added, I caught a whiff of your cigarette smoke earlier, which made me feel worse, so I couldn't help but retch. Is that so? Of course, what else could it be? Liang Yinha feigned composure, turning on the faucet to wash her hands. Are you actually concerned about me? How rare. Simoli's piercing gaze remained fixed on her. Do you know what happens when you lie to me? What could I possibly deceive you about? I have but this single life, utterly alone and without support. Having said that, Liang Yinha turned to Simoli. It's getting late. Aren't you going to rest? Simoli pressed his lips together. I just suddenly thought of a question. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Had he guessed that she was pregnant? Did he recall the pregnancy test result that bore no name? Or had he investigated at the hospital? In an instant, countless strategies flashed through Liang Yinha's mind. Simoli spoke coolly. On the night of our wedding, you did not come to my bedside. Where were you? I was certainly at the C residence, Liang Yinha insisted, knowing she could not reveal the truth of that night. It was not merely about protecting the Liang family, but rather, she had to safeguard the child within her. If Simoli were to discover that she was no longer pure, and carrying another man's child, her fate would be dire, utterly irreversible. On such a joyous night, as the bride meant to bring good fortune, you did not come to see me? Simoli inquired, yet the next morning, you unexpectedly barged in. At that moment, he had just secretly returned from the hotel to the C residence, only to be caught off guard by her arrival. Although on their wedding night, even if Liang Yinha had wished to visit, she could not have. However, she had no intention of seeing him at all. The nature of the situation was entirely different. Liang Yinha explained, because no one arranged for me to meet you. After being delivered to the C residence by the wedding car, I remained in the master bedroom and did not set foot outside again. It has been so long since that incident, why are you suddenly pursuing it? Moreover, Liang Yinha retorted, taking the initiative, I have yet to inquire why, when I entered the next morning, you were standing by the bedside, about to don a breathing mask, evidently just returned from outside? Where did you go? It had left her thinking she had seen a ghost. Simoli cast her a cold, disdainful glance before turning to leave. Liang Yinha breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully evaded his scrutiny. That said, she had indeed been at the hotel that night. Where had he gone? For reasons unknown, the outline of a man's figure from that night surfaced in her mind, accompanied by low, heavy breaths. And at that moment, Simoli's silhouette began to eerily merge with that of the man from her memory. Chapter 37. Let us sleep in separate rooms. The notion rendered Liang Yinha momentarily speechless. What was she doing? How could she possibly conflate two utterly unrelated individuals? She quickly shook her head, resolute in her determination that Simoli must never learn of the events that transpired that night. Nor did she harbor any desire to uncover what Simoli had been up to during that time. Each should lead their own lives. Upon returning to the master bedroom, Simoli leisurely removed his outer coat and shirt, then proceeded to unbuckle his belt, exuding an air of nonchalance. Hey you! Liang Yinha entered just in time to witness the scene and promptly turned her back.
Did he have a penchant for exhibitionism? Simoli slightly turned his head, the contours of his upper body muscles strikingly perfect. What are you pretending for? Haven't you always wished to climb into my bed? I have not. From the moment you approached my mother to the point of marrying me, it has all been your scheme. The goal, after all, is to remain by my side. Listening to his self-assured tone, Liang Nianhe could only roll her eyes. Who did he think he was, that she would go to such lengths to be near him? What advantages had she gained from marrying him, who would willingly leap into the fire pit? Indeed, you have deciphered it all, Si Xiao. You are truly remarkable, astute, handsome, charming, and dashing. I was utterly captivated by you the very first moment I laid eyes on you, utterly enchanted. As soon as Liang Nianhe delivered her sarcastic retort, Simoli replied, you have finally admitted it. Liang Nianhe, was he not overly narcissistic? Could he not discern her sarcasm? Simoli's long fingers rested on his belt as he turned to shoot her a glance. In front of my mother, you'd best conceal your ulterior motives. Lin Jin held great affection for her, and should she discover that Liang Nianhe approached her with ulterior motives, it would surely sadden her. He wished to spare his mother any distress. What ulterior motives could I possibly have towards Aunt Lin? Liang Nianhe inquired. She treats me well, so naturally, I reciprocate. Have you ever seen anyone risk their own life just to gain another's affection? Perhaps her falling into the water was a scheme you orchestrated. Liang Nianhe was utterly speechless. What kind of malicious woman did he envision her to be? She lifted her chin defiantly. Simoli, rest assured, I am absolutely not the type of woman you presume me to be. As for the Liang Jiayun you are so protective of, although I am unaware of the nature of your connection, I advise you to be vigilant and not be deceived by her seemingly innocent facade. The one yearning to climb into your bed, to draw near to you, to covet your wealth and power, has always been Liang Jiayun, not I, Liang Nianhe. Moreover, I believe it would be prudent for us to sleep in separate rooms, lest you misconstrue my intentions. A man of your status and standing ought to take care to protect himself at night, lest a woman take advantage of you. With that, she turned on her heel, seizing the opportunity to avoid sharing a bed with him. Liang Nianhe had long desired this arrangement. Sharing a bed with Simoli resulted in nightly nightmares, leaving her too terrified to move, trembling in anxiety, nearly on the brink of a mental breakdown. Stop. She halted her steps. Is there something else, Si Xiao? Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the C Corporation. Oh, so he wasn't insisting she remain in the master bedroom to sleep, thank goodness. Wait, no, hold on, Liang Nianhe queried in confusion. You want me to go to the company? For what purpose? Just go when I say so. Simoli strode towards the bathroom. Get lost. Was he out of his mind? So on. Yet, Liang Nianhe had no choice. The following morning, she found herself unceremoniously lifted by Simoli and tossed into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 38. The veil of the vixen is finally lifted. He provided her with no opportunity to escape or concoct excuses. Liang Nianhe, feeling dazed from the fall, clambered to her feet and exclaimed, such an expensive luxury car is beyond my station. Please let me down. I prefer to take the bus. It was no jest. Appearing together with Simoli at the C Corporation would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. She had no desire to publicize their marital status. She had not yet determined how to assume the role of Mrs. C properly. I permit you to sit, thus, you shall sit. I do not wish to sit. Simoli reclined with one leg crossed over the other, arms folded, and quipped, feigning such modesty, what game are you playing? Is it a strategy of desire and restraint? Liang Nianhe could only remain silent. She had explained countless times that she harbored no feelings for him. Her acquaintance with Aunt Lin at the orphanage had been purely coincidental. Why did he refuse to believe her? Indeed, you have unraveled my secret. She suddenly shifted her demeanor, executing a complete 360-degree turn. Si Xiao, how astute you are. My intentions have been laid bare before you. As she spoke, she deliberately edged closer to Simoli. In a playful tone, she tightened her voice. Si Xiao, what must I do to earn your affection? Just look at me. I genuinely adore you. There is no one who could love you more than I do. Well, since he continually accused her of employing tricks, today she would indulge in a bit of playful mischief. Given that opposing him had yielded no favorable outcome, she would attempt a different approach. Liang Nianhe entwined her arm around Simoli's, gently swaying, her eyes wide and innocent like a fawn, persistently indulging in flirtation. I had thought you, having encountered countless women who comply with your every whim, would prefer a strong and independent girl. Yet, it seems you prefer me to be more docile. Her voice was so sweet that even she felt a tinge of nausea. Simoli maintained an impassive expression, seemingly unaffected. Upon noticing this, Liang Nianhe decided to escalate her efforts. She leaned in closer, her red lips nearly brushing against his cheek, her breath fragrant, as her hand grazed his Adam's apple, gliding gently up and down. Speak, Si Xiao. Liang Nianhe's gaze grew sultry, laced with seduction. Are you not enjoying this? No sooner had the words left her lips than she felt herself being lifted. By the time she registered what was happening, she found herself straddling Simoli. He wrapped one arm around her waist, while the other pressed the button to lower the partition. The partition descended slowly, creating a private space between the front and rear seats. Simoli's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he murmured, at last, the vixen reveals her true self, His voice was low and husky. Though his expression was calm, internally, he felt a stirring caused by Liang Nianhe. This woman was an enigma. Her eyes sparkled with clarity yet harbored a hint of cunning, perpetually defying convention. Simoli could not deny that his interest in Liang Nianhe was intensifying. No other woman had ever stirred such feelings within him, not even Liang Jiayun, with whom he had shared a passionate night. Liang Nianhe felt a flutter of panic, unsure of what to say.
Could it be that she was truly playing with fire and had succumbed to it? See, Molly's gaze seemed poised to consume her entirely. What was happening? Was this man so easily swayed by temptation? She had done nothing at all.
Are you frightened? Sensing Liang Nian's retreat, See Molly tightened his grip around her waist. Alas, it is too late.
He leaned forward, inching closer. Liang Nianhe leaned back, inching away, their lips were nearly touching. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a voice from outside rapped against the car window. Chapter 39. CMO unexpectedly kisses her. It was only then that Liang Nianhe realized that the car had come to a halt, arriving at the C Corporation. Never before had she felt such profound relief. This intruder had arrived at precisely the right moment, truly a savior. Someone is coming. Liang Nianhe swallowed hard. Let's pause for a moment. She feigned an attempt to exit the vehicle, yet his grip was like iron, firmly holding her in place without any sign of loosening. Was he really not going to release her, letting the onlookers witness this? Wait, she needed to see who was knocking on the window. As Liang Nianhe turned her head, she caught only a glimpse of a garment's edge. Before she could discern the person's features, her chin was grasped by CMO, forcibly turning her back. She had barely uttered a word when her lips were sealed by his. He leaned down, capturing her mouth with precision. Liang Nianhe widened her eyes, momentarily forgetting to breathe, her entire body stiffening, unsure of where to place her hands. My heavens, CMO was actually kissing her? Moreover, with a driver in the front and people standing outside, he dared to kiss her like this. Did he have no shame? If he was unperturbed, she certainly was. This was nothing short of a live broadcast.
Feeling so tense? CMO's voice was laced with a dangerously husky timbre. Weren't you quite adept just now? Why the pretense of innocence now? What am I adept at? I am. As Liang Nianhe spoke, she inadvertently offered him an opportunity. He advanced with fervor, overwhelming her defenses, his breaths growing heavier, his force increasingly wild. Liang Nianhe felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation, her consciousness slipping away, her brain deprived of oxygen, her hands unwittingly finding their way to his shoulders. CMO's kiss was ferociously intense, almost akin to biting, causing Liang Nianhe to furrow her brow tightly in pain, yet she could not vocalize her discomfort. His voice was a gravelly whisper filled with urgency. Isn't this precisely your aim? To entice me, Liang Nianhe, consider it fulfilled. Dizzy and speechless, she could only passively endure. Under CMO's absolute control, in the confined space of the car, escape was utterly impossible. Liang Nianhe clenched her fists, repeatedly pounding against his chest, but to no avail. All she could manage were muffled sounds and breathless gasps that were undeniably flushed with heat. The driver must have known what was transpiring in the back seat, not to mention the onlookers outside, who were undoubtedly watching. Liang Nianhe thought to herself that she had utterly lost all face in front of others. After what felt like an eternity, CMO finally withdrew from her lips, his dark eyes shimmering with inscrutable intent. His fingertip brushed heavily against her mouth. Are you satisfied? Fuming with indignation, Liang Nianhe glared at him. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. You consistently devise ways to entice me. Don't you wish for me to touch you? I do not. What I wish most is for you to never touch me, and to stay as far away as possible. CMO narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on her glistening lips. They were a vivid red, slightly swollen, a testament to his handiwork. A sudden surge of satisfaction and possessiveness welled within him. Liang Nianhe, has he ever kissed you like this? Who?
She momentarily failed to comprehend.
Ning Yinan.
What business is it of yours?
Liang Nianhe pushed him away, flustered as she scrambled to the opposite side of the back seat. I'm getting out. She hastily reached for the car door, only to hear CMO's cold voice. He had better not have kissed you, nor laid claim to your body. Chapter 40. What are you and your little darling doing in the car? Liang Nianhe turned to him and said, Ning Yinan and I have always been nothing more than classmates and friends. What kind of woman do you envision me to be? And how scandalous do you imagine our relationship to be? CMO raised an eyebrow. He hasn't laid a finger on you? Absolutely not. Though she and Ning Yinan had shared tender feelings and delightful moments, they had never formalized their relationship as a couple. They had always maintained the necessary boundaries and had never crossed them. Even when Ning Yinan became engaged to someone else, discarding her for the sake of a socially suitable marriage, revealing himself to be a cad who toyed with emotions, one could not deny that he still possessed a certain gentlemanly demeanor and refinement, never resorting to impropriety or violence. Very well, CMO finally smirked. I can overlook the past. From now on, you are my wife, CMO. Even if I choose not to touch you or harbor any affection for you, you must remember your place. Do not stray from your commitments. You impose restrictions on me, dictating my actions, yet what about you? You are free to conspire with Liang Jiayun? Liang Nianhe could not fathom how CMO could be attracted to someone like Liang Jiayun, a mere schemer. If one were to speak of beauty, she was merely adequate. If one were to discuss intelligence, she was again unremarkable. In terms of lineage and talent, there were countless heiresses in the city far superior to Liang Jiayun. How could he be so blind? My connection with her is fated, preordained, CMO replied. She is special, distinctly different. Liang Nianhe felt an overwhelming urge to scoff, yet she restrained herself. An affair is an affair, and a mistress is a mistress, yet to cloak it in such lofty justifications was repugnant. Without a backward glance, she exited the vehicle and strode directly towards the C group, anxious to avoid any eyes that might see her in the same car as CMO. More importantly, she dreaded the mocking gaze of the person who had just tapped on the window. Regardless of who that individual was, she chose to ignore their existence. CMO leisurely descended from the car, adjusting his suit collar with an air of casual elegance. What was the tapping on the window for?
He glanced at the man beside him. You have interrupted me. Shang Juanji crossed his arms and teasingly remarked, President C, I noticed this car has been stationary for quite some time without a hint of movement, so I thought I would check on the situation.
What could you and your little darling be doing inside, flirting, or perhaps, does it concern you? Is it forbidden to inquire? Shang Juanji countered, even without your answer, I can speculate.
Si Moli maintained a composed demeanor, revealing not a shred of embarrassment.
He even retorted, as a single man, what does it matter to you if I were to engage in such activities? Shang Juanji fell silent, realizing the man's audacity was unparalleled.
You're only emboldened by the tinted windows, believing that the outside cannot see within, allowing you to brazenly partake in unspeakable acts in broad daylight, Shang Juanji remarked with a click of his tongue. However, it seems your little darling was unaware of this, as she dashed out of the car, too timid to face anyone. Otherwise, Shang Juanji had intended to greet the esteemed Mrs. Si. Moli replied, without the tint, I could still do as I please. Shang Juanji raised his thumb in admiration, you dare to act, yet I would not dare to look. State your business plainly. Si Moli began to walk towards the group, no need for circumlocution.
I'm not looking for you. I am seeking MRS.SI. Looking for her?
Shang Juanji nodded, indeed, I wish to extend a sincere invitation for her to join my research and development team, lest she be poached by other companies.
Chapter 41.
MRS.SI, I wish to extend an invitation to you. Si Moli pursed her lips, visibly displeased.
Are you truly so desperate for personnel?
Not desperate, but I am in need of her, Shang Juanji replied.
I must act swiftly.
Otherwise, it may become too late if I delay further.
Si Moli inquired, do you recall our wager? I do, came the reply.
Thus far, no company has shown interest in her, Si Moli stated coldly.
Are you unable to remain patient? Shang Juanji countered, are you certain?
It is entirely possible that negotiations are already underway behind closed doors. Si Moli's expression darkened further. Behind closed doors, yes, she had met with Ning Yinan yesterday. The Ning Corporation also boasts a line of daily chemical products, specializing in cosmetics and skincare, and holds a significant portion of the market with considerable potential. Moreover, the company's best-selling flagship product was developed by Liang Nianhe during her university days. At that time, she had dedicated herself to the laboratory, tirelessly researching formulations specifically for Ning Yinan, ultimately creating an exceptional product.
Ah, the power of love is truly magnificent. Si Moli turned to William. Go, summon Liang Nianhe to my office. Yes, President C. In the president's office, Liang Nianhe entered and paused upon seeing Shang Juanji.
Although she did not recognize him, she offered a polite smile in greeting.
Hello, Mrs. C. Shang Juanji rose to his feet. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Hello, nice to meet you.
I am Shang Juanji, responsible for the entire research and development department at C Corporation. I regret missing the last recruitment fair due to unforeseen circumstances, which prevented us from meeting. It is indeed a pity.
Realization dawned on Liang Nianhe. So you were the chief interviewer, Mr. Shang?
Indeed, I had asked President C to fill in for me temporarily, and regrettably missed the opportunity to meet such an outstanding formulist as yourself. Had I been present, I would have undoubtedly hired you on the spot. Shang Juanji expressed his admiration for her without reservation. On the sofa nearby, Si Moli's countenance darkened to an ominous hue. I too lament not having had the chance to converse with you, Mr. Shang, Liang Nianhe responded. I approached the recruitment fair with sincere intentions, only to have it thwarted by an individual. Perhaps this is what is meant by an outsider leading an expert. Shang Juanji stifled a chuckle and glanced at Si Moli. He cleared his throat. Fortunately, fate has granted us another opportunity today. MRS.SI, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the research and development department as our formulist.
Would you be willing?
I believe it is more appropriate to inquire whether President C would consent, she replied. Had he not rejected her, had he not dismissed her, he had continually made things difficult for her, yet his vice president was now inviting her. Surely he would be furious. Liang Nianhe's life had been fraught with hardship. An orphan without parents, she had been taken in by the Liang family, yet lived as a dependent. After marriage, she had known no comfort, all of which was dictated by fate, beyond her control. However, what she could control was her education and her profession, and she was diligently striving to become the most distinguished individual in her field. She firmly believed that gold would always shine. Shang Juanji declared, President C will undoubtedly agree. The very reason he brought you to the company today was to facilitate your onboarding process.
What, he deliberately summoned me to C Corporation for this reason? Is that truly the case?
Liang Nianhe found it hard to believe, as she could not discern his true intentions, yet Shang Juanji saw clearly, years of camaraderie had forged an unspoken understanding between them.
Si Moli, caught off guard by the revelation, shot a murderous glare at Shang Juanji.
Shang Juanji, if you do not cease speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute.
Chapter 42.
For you, I can oppose Si Moli. All right, I'll consider it my unsolicited advice, Shang Juanji remarked. Mrs. C, the decision now rests with you. In truth, he was deliberately exposing Si Moli's intentions. Si Moli was far too proud, clearly desiring to have Liang Nianhe join, yet he maintained an air of aloofness that Shang Juanji could no longer tolerate. Perhaps if Liang Nianhe were aware of CMO Li's true thoughts, she would agree without hesitation. Liang Nianhe felt somewhat disheartened. Was this the intention CMO Li had all along? Why then did he not speak directly? His indirectness was as elusive as a needle in a haystack, more profound than any woman's heart. Just as Liang Nianhe was preparing to respond, her phone suddenly rang. A glance at the caller ID sent a shiver down her spine. It was Ning Yinan. Instantly, an unsettling sensation crept over her. Liang Nianhe slowly lifted her gaze to meet CMO Li's, who parted his thin lips and commanded, "Answer." She remained motionless. CMO Li took it upon himself to press the answer button and switched to speaker mode. "Nianhe, where are you? Would it be convenient for you to come by my office? Alternatively, I could come to fetch you." Ning Yinan's voice resonated. "Regarding the matter of the job we discussed yesterday, have you given it any thought?" A heavy silence ensued. Ning Yinan continued, "I genuinely wish to invite you, and I hope our personal matters do not interfere with work. I have always believed you would become an exceptionally talented and renowned formulist. If we cannot be lovers, we can still be colleagues and friends." CMO Li's gaze was piercingly close, as if he intended to consume her whole, leaving no trace behind. He silently urged, "Respond." Shang Junji wore a look of amusement, as if to say, "See, I told you so. You've been outsmarted." CMO Li was losing this wager entirely. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Nianhe inquired, "Mr. Ning, are you not aware of my being blacklisted? If you were to employ me, it would be tantamount to opposing CMO Li. I am aware, however, for your sake, I am willing to take that risk." After a brief pause, Ning Yinan asked, "Nianhe, how is it that you've offended him?" "It's a long story," Liang Nianhe replied. "I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline." Before CMO Li, how could she possibly accept? "Nianhe, do you still hold a grudge against me?" Ning Yinan questioned. "There is something I wish to tell you, but I have refrained from doing so. Let us meet. Some matters are best discussed face to face." He wanted to disclose the truth about that night. When he purchased her innocence, she deserved to know the truth. Without Ning Yinan, her integrity would have been irreparably tarnished. Though they had parted ways, though their love had shattered, Ning Yinan had always kept an eye on her, cared for her, and acted within his means for her benefit, even at the cost of publicly offending CMO Li. "We should not meet again," Liang Nianhe declared. "Mr. Ning, I believe I have made my stance abundantly clear." She feigned an intent to hang up, yet at that moment, Shang Junji intercepted her action. "Ning Yinan, from now on, she shall be an employee of our C Corporation. In both life and work, she belongs to C Corporation. You would do well to abandon any hopes," he stated. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Shang Junji was thoroughly satisfied. "Excellent, it's settled then. MRS.SI, you are the formulist I have worked so diligently to recruit. May our collaboration be fruitful." He opened his arms, ready to embrace Liang Nianhe in celebration. However, CMO Li was quicker, seizing the collar of Shang Junji's garment. Chapter 43, She is the mistress, and you are the unfaithful man. "Is it too much to ask for a hug?" Shang Junji inquired, "Such a stingy attitude towards our remarkably pure and beautiful collaborative friendship." "Get out." Shang Junji shrugged. "All right, Mrs. C, once you have pacified our esteemed President C, make your way to the Human Resources Department. For any work-related matters, you may approach me, as I shall be your direct superior." "Just call me Liang Nianhe," she replied. "Since President Shang holds me in such high regard, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." "Perfect." Shang Junji snapped his fingers, exuding an air of lightheartedness. As he approached the door, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, "How do you plan to soothe President C, perhaps in the same manner as earlier in the car?" Liang Nianhe's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. It turned out the one tapping on the car window was indeed President Shang, who had witnessed everything. She wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in, her head nearly buried in her chest. Soothe him, the mere sight of CMO Li vexed her. Once Shang Junji departed, Liang Nianhe intended to make her own exit. Clearing her throat, she spoke earnestly, "President C, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any longer. This presidential office is not a place where a mere employee from the RD department should linger, lest rumors circulate and tarnish your reputation." She had no desire to become embroiled in scandal with CMO Li. Her sole focus was to immerse herself in her work, striving to achieve results and accomplishments. The C Corporation was a well-known major enterprise in the country. A splendid platform. Gaining experience here would enable Liang Nianhe to secure employment anywhere in the future with ease. CMO Li leaned against his desk, his long legs slightly bent, and let out a cold hum that he had yet to suggest, avoiding suspicion, yet she had spoken first. "What if," CMO Li inquired, "I wish for everyone in the company to know that you are mine." Now it was Liang Nianhe's turn to undergo a myriad of expressions. "Why?" He raised his chin. "There is no reason. I do as I please. We should maintain a low profile with our secret marriage, otherwise." Liang Nianhe racked her brain for justification. Otherwise what? She couldn't even concoct a plausible excuse. CMO Li raised an eyebrow. Otherwise what? Otherwise, her eyes darted around, desperately seeking an answer. "President C." Suddenly, a sweet, melodious voice rang from the doorway, heading straight for CMO Li. "I knew you would be in the office. It's been a few days since I last saw you, and I've missed you so much." Lu Jiayun made her entrance. Her ability to act coy left Liang Nianhe feeling inadequate. Lu Jiayun linked her arm with CMO Li's, leaning against his shoulder. "I hope I'm not interrupting your work, but I simply couldn't resist seeing you." "President C, have you missed me?"
Only then did she appear to notice Liang Nianha, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, sister is here too."
Liang Nianha rolled her eyes. It was clear she had just rushed past her. How could she have not seen her, unless she were blind? However, I've got it. Liang Nianha exclaimed, seizing the moment. Otherwise, with you and Lu Jiayun being so intimate, everyone will think she is the mistress and you are the unfaithful man. Instantly, the expressions on Si Moli and Lu Jiayun's faces soured significantly. While the truth may be bitter, once spoken, it cannot be taken back. Liang Nianha could no longer concern herself with their reactions and turned to flee. With Lu Jiayun present, she was certain to keep Si Moli occupied, allowing her to escape.
Stop! Liang Nianha pretended not to hear, quickening her pace.
Si Moli took a step to pursue her, but Lu Jiayun grasped his arm tightly. President C, Chapter 44. Seducing Si Moli. Her delicate hands clung tightly to Si Moli's arm. How could she allow Mr. to pursue Liang Nian? He, Mr. C, belonged to her.
I've come all this way, won't you keep me company?
Liang Jiayun pouted playfully. Our time together is far too scarce.
It is simply insufficient.
Si Moli halted his steps, his brows knitting in displeasure. He found Liang Jiayun's persistent entanglement bothersome, considering it a nuisance, yet, during their time in the car, Liang Nian he had softened her demeanor, speaking sweetly as she drew near him, and he found it quite agreeable. What was happening? Why did his heart lean toward Liang Nian? He clearly, it was Liang Jiayun who was the woman meant to be his antidote. Si Moli's frown deepened. It must be that Liang Nian he possessed some remarkable tactics. He needed to guard himself against her more vigilantly.
What brings you here? Si Moli spoke coolly. This is the company. Refrain from appearing without cause.
He gently pulled Liang Jiayun's hand away and brushed off the creases from his sleeves.
Liang Jiayun felt a twinge of reluctance but dared not touch him again, remaining coy as she said, Mr. C, I told you, I miss you.
Si Moli offered no reply, seemingly lost in thought, his focus elsewhere.
Liang Jiayun gritted her teeth, deliberately stating, if she can come, why can't I? She monopolizes your evenings and lingers by your side during the day. I envy her immensely. How wonderful it would be to accompany you at all times. Although Mr. C had promised to take responsibility and marry her, she still felt uneasy. After all, she was merely impersonating Liang Nianhe. If her ruse were to be unveiled, she would lose everything. She needed to seize the moment to win Mr. C's heart. If she could not claim his affections, she would at least secure his presence, aiming to first share his bed. Liang Nianhe is here to work, Si Moli replied, not to bask in luxury as the mistress of the house. Liang Jiayun was taken aback. Work? Indeed. Then I can work at CS as well, Liang Jiayun immediately offered, Mr. See, allow me to be your secretary. This way, we can spend our days together, and beyond work, I can tend to your needs. As she spoke, she raised her hand to touch the buttons of Si Moli's shirt. I believe you could greatly benefit from a personal secretary like me, obedient and demure. More importantly, I can cater to your every whim. Liang Jiayun pressed her body against Si Moli, her fingers deftly beginning to unfasten his shirt buttons. Just as she managed to loosen two, her wrist was firmly grasped by Si Moli. Mr. See, you're hurting me, Liang Jiayun pouted, be gentle. Her intention for today was to seduce him. Once she became Mr. C's woman, her position would be solidified. To achieve this, Liang Jiayun had practiced at home for quite some time, aiming for a flawless execution to provide Mr. C with a unique experience. Si Moli's gaze suddenly turned frigid. Who permitted you to unbutton my shirt? His distaste was palpable, his eyes filled with revulsion. Liang Jiayun froze momentarily. Mr. C, I leave. Si Moli pushed her away, his demeanor clear. He had no intention of engaging with her. Liang Jiayun gritted her teeth. Had she truly met a dead end so soon? No, she would not concede so easily. Si Moli turned toward his desk, his expression radiating impatience, clearly in a foul mood. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Upon looking up, he noticed Liang Jiayun still standing there. Why are you still here? Liang Jiayun remained silent, merely lowering her zipper, allowing her dress to fall to the ground. She stood there, completely bare. Chapter 45. Do you remember that night at the hotel? Liang Jiayun was entirely unclad within the confines of the hotel room. As soon as her dress was shed, everything was laid bare without reservation. For a man, this undoubtedly presented a visual shock. Liang Jiayun was determined to win over Si Moli, casting aside any notions of propriety. She refused to believe that even with such overt advances, the esteemed Mr. C would remain indifferent. Si, shall we revisit the splendid memories of that night? Liang Jiayun implored, her voice a blend of vulnerability and longing. Do you not savor those moments? She approached Si Moli slowly. However, his expression grew even more frigid than before. He was no ordinary man. Such seduction would not ensnare him. Indeed, Si Moli often reminisced about the exquisite sensations of that night, yet he recalled how Liang Jiayun had vehemently resisted his touch. Why then, was she now disrobing of her own volition? Put your clothes back on, Si Moli commanded in a tone that was both cold and grave. Liang Jiayun continued her advance at Mr. C. She crouched at his feet, gazing up at him with a semblance of innocent purity. Si Moli felt an intensified revulsion, seizing a nearby suit jacket and tossing it over her. I will not touch you now, he reiterated firmly. Do not waste your efforts, do you understand? Liang Jiayun looked up at him in disappointment. Why not? Until I am divorced, I shall not engage in any manner with you. This is for your own good, as well as mine. Deep within, Si Moli still held on to the sentiments of that night. Otherwise, had it been another woman, he would have had her ejected by security long ago.
Liang Jiayan could only leave in disappointment. Although she felt a profound sense of injustice, there was little else she could do. It was alright, if this time failed, there would be next time, and the time after that. She refused to believe that Mr.Si could consistently maintain his composure. In the evening, as the sun descended in a blaze of glory, Liang Nianhe emerged from the C Corporation, navigating through the bustling crowds towards the bus stop. It was her first day at work, though not overly busy. She was striving to familiarize herself with the workflow of the RD department and engage actively with her colleagues. Moreover, she had recommended Su Anya to Shang Juanji. If all went according to plan, she and Anya would soon be working together. This modest wish was on the verge of realization. As Liang Nianhe walked, she gazed at the resplendent sunset, contemplating that as long as Si Moli no longer targeted her, her days would progressively improve through her diligent efforts. Suddenly, a familiar visage caught her eye.
Nanha.
Ningyinan stood by the roadside, quietly observing her. Liang Nianhe's expression shifted, and she turned to walk away, attempting to bypass him. To her surprise, Ningyinan pursued her, positioning himself once more in her path. Nianhe, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. I will not be going to Ning Corporation, Liang Nianhe replied, meeting his gaze.
Mr.
Ning, while there is nothing between us, it is best to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Your fiancée would not take kindly to such matters, would she?
If you are unwilling to come, I shall not compel you.
Then why does Mr.
Ning seek me out?
Liang Yin had truly wished to avoid entangling herself with him. She had let go of past grievances. What was done, and she had no desire to revisit or confront it. Furthermore, she was now married. Si Moli was a man whose possessiveness and obsession were alarmingly intense. Should he take issue with Ningyinan, she would be powerless to intervene. Thus, the most prudent course was to avoid any further encounters. Ningyinan sighed. Nianhe, do you recall that night when you were drugged and taken to the hotel? Chapter 46. The mysterious buyer is me. Liang Nianhe was utterly astonished, her pupils involuntarily dilating, and her body swayed unsteadily, retreating several steps before finally stabilizing. This matter, how could Ningyinan possibly know? Even Si Moli was oblivious, only she and the Liao family were aware. This was a scandal that could not bear the light of day. The Liao family dared not speak of it casually, and she had never mentioned it to anyone. After what felt like an eternity, Liang Nianhe managed to squeeze out a voice from her throat. What are you talking about? Ningyinan took a couple of steps forward, lowering his voice significantly. Rest assured, I will not spread this. Liang Nianhe remained in shock, unable to calm herself, staring at him in a daze, forgetting even to blink.
No, I do not understand what you are saying, she insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. I need to go home, I must leave. She was desperate to escape, yet her legs trembled and weakened, rendering her unable to move. This was the deepest secret Liang Nianhe had concealed. In the past, she had feared not being discovered, for she was the victim, but now, she was pregnant, she had to consider her child. Ningyinan raised his hand to grasp her shoulder. Nianhe, do not be afraid, let me finish. The reason I know about this matter is that I am the mysterious buyer who purchased you for the first time. Like a thunderclap on a clear day, this revelation struck Liang Nianhe once more with devastating force. Her mind went blank, completely losing the ability to think. The Liao family is shamelessly selling your purity in the underground market, and they have set a clear price. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled upon this advertisement, and upon confirming that the person being sold was indeed you, I struck a deal with the Liao family. I financed the purchase, and the Liao family set a date for me to go directly to the hotel, assuring me that you were a pure first-timer. I agreed, but the Liao family was unaware that the buyer was me. Until that night, Ningyinan had only begun to speak when Liang Nianhe abruptly interrupted him. Stop. Do not say any more.
She covered her ears, her face and lips as pale as paper, tears welling in her eyes, yet she fought to hold them back, her entire body trembling. She could not bear to listen any longer, nor could she accept this truth. The man who had bought her that night was none other than Ningyinan. This meant that the one who had taken her was him. Therefore, the father of the child she carried was also him. Liang Nianhe had always sought to find the man from that night, but it was not to hold him accountable. Rather, she wished to know who he was and his identity. Little did she expect that he was not just far away, but right before her eyes. She was carrying Ningyinan's child, a realization that Liang Nianhe could never have anticipated. After 4 years as classmates, they had never ended up together, and yet here she was, unexpectedly pregnant.
I'm sorry, Nianhe.
Ningyinan gazed at her with pained eyes. If I had not bought you, someone else would have. That was something I could not bear to witness. How could I stand by and watch you engulfed in turmoil without extending a hand to rescue you? Moreover, it was I who owed you. This was an opportunity for him to save her, and he certainly could not let it slip away, for how could his conscience allow him to remain idle? With reddened eyes, Liang Nianhe looked toward Ningyinan. So after purchasing me, you, the words that followed were simply too difficult for her to utter, and Ningyinan had, under the guise of a transaction, taken her purity and, without precaution, left her with a child she could not bear to terminate. Chapter 47 of The father of the child is Ningyinan. Liang Nianhe was utterly shattered. She could not come to terms with this reality. Why? She crouched down, clutching her head, her voice a cacophony of despair. Do you have any idea how much this hurts me?
You have completely ruined me.
Ningyinan, pained, reached out in an attempt to console her, but before he could make contact, she forcefully swatted his hand away. Don't touch me, it makes me feel revolted.
Liang Nianhe glared at him with tear-filled eyes, ultimately succumbing to her emotions as tears cascaded down her cheeks.
She vigorously wiped them away, biting her lower lip until it bore deep imprints, before unsteadily rising to her feet. Ning Yinan, I could accept that you vanished without a word for the sake of your future and the marriage arranged by the Ning family. I could even accept that we become strangers, with no ties between us, but what I can never accept is that it was you on that fateful night. Under the guise of a transaction, he had forcibly taken her body, indulging his selfish desires, and now he feigned concern while revealing the truth, all while masquerading as her benefactor. How utterly ironic, Ning Yinan replied, if it weren't me, it would have been someone else who purchased you. Spare me the explanations, Liang Nianha retorted coldly, I will never forgive you, never. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, and without casting another glance at Ning Yinan, she strode rigidly towards the bus stop.
Nianha, don't follow me.
Ning Yinan's footsteps abruptly halted, helplessly watching her disappear from his sight.
He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from her.
Clearly, I was the one who saved you, Ning Yinan murmured to himself, his handsome face marred with hurt. I bought you and remained absent to protect your innocence, yet you harbor such hatred for me.
He could not fathom where he had gone wrong. Given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Seated by the bus window, Liang Nianha gazed at the fleeting cityscape outside, her heart numb. She did not even dare to cry out loud, fearing that swollen eyes would betray her to see Molly, which would be disastrous. She lived with such caution and trepidation, yet fate had played such a cruel joke on her. Liang Nianha's hands remained resting on her abdomen, within her lay a new life, the sole being in this world connected to her by blood, yet the child's father was Ning Yinan. How ironic images from that night flashed through her mind, and she felt sullied. She recalled vividly that she had resisted, had refused, yet Ning Yinan had still forcibly claimed her upon returning to the C residence. Night had fallen. Madam, the butler approached, Mr. C requests your presence in his study. Understood.
Liang Nianha washed her face and composed herself before heading to the study. Simoli was seated at his desk, the buttons of his shirt undone, revealing his toned chest. You called for me, Liang Nianha stated.
He raised his chin slightly, indeed. What is it? Is it not permissible to seek you out without a reason?
Liang Nianha nearly voiced her boredom but ultimately swallowed the words. Simoli narrowed his eyes. So, you believe you can choose to listen to my words or not, is that so? Earlier in the day at the company, when he ordered her to halt, she had fled faster than a rabbit. Yet now, summoned to his study, she obediently appeared.
I wouldn't dare.
Molly slammed his hand heavily on the table. I see you dare quite a lot. Chapter 48. Fainting from hypoglycemia. The objects on the table quivered and fell back into place. Liang Nianha had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was entirely typical for Molly to lose his temper. If he were to suddenly exhibit gentleness one day, that would truly terrify her. Outside the door, the butler, hearing the commotion, could not help but feel a sense of worry. Surely, Mr. and Mrs. wouldn't be quarreling again, would they? What was to be done about this? I was merely giving you and Liang Jiayun some space, not wishing to intrude upon your romantic world, Liang Yianha replied.
Why does young Master C fail to appreciate my consideration? Upon mentioning Liang Jiayun, Molly's anger flared even more intensely.
Liang Yianha, however, only poured more fuel onto the flames. In the car, young Master C exhibited quite the primal nature. In the quiet solitude of the office, with no one around, wouldn't it be more convenient for you and my younger sister Jiayun to indulge in some intimate moments?
Care to repeat that?
Young Master C has remarkably keen hearing.
I doubt I need to reiterate.
Liang Yianha had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with him. All she wished for was a tranquil space to collect herself. Moreover, having not eaten dinner, she felt somewhat weak.
It was likely a case of hypoglycemia. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my room. Liang Nianha turned to leave.
I am fatigued and wish to rest. I have work tomorrow. She was on the verge of breaking down, yearning for a moment of reprieve. What sins had she committed to endure such hardship? With a swift motion, she flung open the study door, her complexion pale, already feeling a wave of dizziness. Molly appeared to be saying something behind her, but she could scarcely hear him. Struggling to take a couple of steps, her legs buckled, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the floor.
Madam!
The butler gasped in shock and hurriedly reached out to catch her. However, Molly was quicker still. He deftly extended his hand and caught the limp Liang Nianha, bending down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. Yet, how could she be so light?
Fragile and petite, she felt like a feather. Call for a doctor, he commanded.
Yes, sir. After the doctor's examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Madam C merely fainted due to low blood sugar. There is no cause for alarm. A glucose infusion will suffice. Please ensure she maintains regular mealtimes and nutritional intake.
Low blood sugar? Molly furrowed his brow. Was this how this woman took care of herself?
Upon hearing this, the butler promptly announced, I shall head to the kitchen to prepare something to eat.
Very well.
The 4-bag hung suspended in the air, the fluid dripping steadily, drop by drop.
Molly cast a glance at Liang Nianha's pallid visage before rising and moving to the window. The decision to marry this woman had been entirely his grandfather's will. She was merely a pawn, expendable once her purpose was served. Yet, unexpectedly, she had firmly secured her place beside him. Perhaps, even without Linjin, he found himself reluctant to consider divorce now. When Liang Nianha awoke, her throat felt parched and scratchy, her consciousness hazy. Where is this? Have you awakened? Molly turned and slowly approached the bedside.
Liang Nianha squinted, her vision blurred, barely able to discern the figure standing nearby. Water, I wish to drink water, she murmured, licking her dry lips. Molly hesitated for a moment before picking up a glass of water from the side. He had never cared for anyone before, clumsy and stiff, and as he attempted to feed her with a spoon, some spilled and dampened the bedding. Fortunately, Liang Yanha was too dazed to notice these minor details. I'm hungry, she mumbled again, so very hungry. On the bedside table sat a bowl of steaming porridge, now cooled to an appropriate temperature. Si Moli lifted the bowl, but soon realized the absurdity of the situation. Was he truly serving Liang Yanha? Chapter 49 Mr. C cares for you all night. Si Moli stood still, gazing at the woman on the bed. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Liang Yanha, yet here he was, providing her with water and porridge. Wouldn't it be more convenient if she were dead? It would save him the trouble of taking action. I'm hungry, I want to eat, Liang Yanha murmured, her voice barely audible. She turned over, attempting to sit up, but lacked the strength, collapsing heavily back into the soft bedding. She curled up, her back arched, her face pale. Si Moli's expression was cold. If you can still speak, you won't die. Get up and eat by yourself. All right, Liang Yanha replied, yet remained motionless, her eyes slowly drifting shut once more. Si Moli's thin lips pressed into a straight line. He could have easily left or summoned a servant, yet he chose to stay. What was he doing? Before he even realized it, he found himself sitting beside the bed, scooping up a spoonful of porridge to feed Liang Yanha. His movements had grown increasingly adept, even knowing to blow on the porridge to test its temperature. Yet his voice remained as icy as ever. Open your mouth, eat. Liang Yanha slightly parted her lips. The fragrant and sweet rice porridge filled her palate and her stomach. Si Moli fed her spoonful by spoonful, and before long, the bowl was empty. After satiating her hunger, Liang Yanha fell into a deep sleep, never lifting her eyelids the entire time. When she finally awakened, it was already midday. The following day, the sun blazed brightly. Liang Yanha had regained much of her strength and sat up energetically. Did I faint? She recalled the events of the previous evening, remembering only that she had just stepped out of the study before losing consciousness. Glancing at the time, she gasped, what, it's already 12 o'clock. Heavens, she still had to go to work. Today was supposed to be her first official day, and yet she had already been absent. Would President Cheng think of her as an irresponsible employee? Liang Yanha felt a surge of frustration as she hurriedly jumped out of bed and dashed downstairs, scarcely pausing to brush her teeth or wash her face. Madam, the butler called out, noticing her frantic pace and hastening after her. Where are you off to in such a hurry? To work. But, Mr. C has already requested leave for you. Liang Yanha's steps halted abruptly as she turned back. What did you say? The butler, panting, caught up to her. You fainted yesterday due to low blood sugar. Mr. took care of you. Before he left this morning, he specifically instructed me to ensure you were well taken care of. As for the company, he merely informed President Chang. However, Liang Yanha focused on the words took care of. Si Moli, took care of me? She pointed incredulously at herself. Butler, are you absolutely certain you're not mistaken? Not at all. Since you received 4 fluids, Mr. has been in the master bedroom. The doctor said you needed to eat something, so he personally fed you porridge and even checked on your condition in the middle of the night. Liang Yanha was at a loss. She could hardly fathom that scene. Was this the Si Moli she knew? Could he truly care for her? She shook her head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Pinching her thigh hard, she winced in pain. After a moment's thought, she dialed Si Moli's number, her tone accusatory. How dare you unilaterally request leave for me? Why did you turn off my alarm? I need to go to work. Si Moli replied, you can die anywhere you please, just don't do it within the confines of the C Corporation. Chapter 50. Cordyceps and deer antler soup listened to the venomous words, laced with malice. How could Si Moli possibly attend to her personally? It must be the butler's fanciful tales. I'm merely experiencing low blood sugar. I won't perish, Liang Yanha replied, rest assured, I shall live splendidly, much to your disappointment. Si Moli snorted coldly. Therefore, I am heading to the company immediately. The leave you arranged for me is null and void. I refuse to commence my first day at work under such circumstances. Originally, President Chang had held her in high regard. Would this incident tarnish her reputation in his eyes? Liang Yanha bit her lip. No one can defy my wishes, Si Moli declared. You shall remain in the C residence today. Hey, you! The line went dead with a series of beeps. Liang Yanha stamped her foot, dismissing her concerns, and continued onward. However, upon reaching the entrance of the C residence, she was halted by the security guard. Madam, I apologize, but you cannot leave. Why not? It is President C's directive. Liang Yanha inquired, what if I insist on going out? The guard looked troubled. Well. Madam, we are merely following orders. Then inform them that you were unable to stop me, and I shall bear any consequences myself. She dashed towards the exit, several guards positioning themselves in her path, yet they dared not lay a finger on her, retreating in hesitation, resulting in a standoff. Liang Yanha realized her escape was futile when a vehicle approached from the distance. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Jin's face. Aunt Lin? She paused for a moment. What brings you here? Seeing her, Lin Jin exclaimed joyfully, Yanha, you're home. Just perfect. I brought a few items for you and Moli, a small token of my affection. The vehicle halted beside the garden of the C residence, the trunk opening to reveal it brimming with tonics. There were all sorts of nourishing delicacies, from bird's nest and shark fin to ginseng and beauty elixirs, not to mention deer antlers and deer tails, supplements to invigorate and bolster vitality. Lin Jin's intentions were unmistakable. You become too slender, you must take care to nourish yourself. Yanha. A woman needs sufficient vitality for a healthy complexion. It will ease future pregnancies and spare you some hardship, Lin Jin advised. As for Molly, he is perpetually busy, consumed by work and meetings.
Ive prepared some for him as well.
Liang Yanha forced a smile, indeed. Did Si Molly, in his robust youth, truly require such fortification, one might worry he would end up with a nosebleed.
I'm eagerly awaiting your good news, Linjin said, grasping her hand. Nianha, whether I can become a grandmother depends on you. And Linjin feigned a stern expression. Haven't I reminded you to address me properly? I did tell you last time. Mother. Ah.
Linjin responded joyfully. In her heart, Liang Yanha was a daughter-in-law, family, and in truth, Liang Yanha regarded Linjin as a mother, their bond forged during years spent together in the orphanage, a relationship that had grown deep and resilient. Linjin was infinitely better than Liang's biological mother, yet she could never bear children for Si Molly, and he certainly would not allow her to carry the Si family lineage. Disappointment was destined to be Linjin's fate. Liang Yanha wished to share her innermost thoughts with Linjin, just as they had in the orphanage, but upon seeing Linjin bustling about, personally preparing soup, the words caught in her throat.
Mother, allow me to assist you. Very well.
With Linjin present at the Si residence, Si Molly returned home rather early.
Upon entering the dining room, he cast his gaze upon the soup placed prominently in the center. What is this?
The servant replied, cordyceps and deer antler soup.
Chapter 51. Is he so strong that he needs supplements?
The corners of Si Molly's mouth twitched slightly. The efficacy of this soup was evident from its name alone.
Amr.si, this soup was specially prepared for you by Madame Lin. Would you like to have a bowl?
A servant made a move to ladle the soup, but Si Molly cast a cold glare that could extinguish life itself. He had no need for such a concoction. Out of a misguided sense of benevolence, he allowed Liang Yanha to rest at home for a day, and while her lack of gratitude was expected, joining forces with his mother to orchestrate this charade was truly beneath her.
Molly, you're back. Linjin emerged from the kitchen clad in an apron.
Just in time, the dishes are nearly ready. Wash your hands, and let us all sit together for a proper meal. I've envisioned this scene countless times. Under Linjin's insistence, Si Molly and Liang Yanha were forced to sit side by side, a coerced display of affection. This is bird's nest soup, beneficial for women, Linjin stated.
And this is bull's penis soup, good for men. Drink it while it's hot.
Liang Yanha silently lifted her bowl, taking small sips. She could not disregard her mother's good intentions. However, Si Molly remained unmoved. Linjin inquired, what is wrong? Don't you like my cooking? I have no need for this soup, he replied sternly, pushing the bowl aside, his expression practically screaming resistance.
Did he really need supplements when he was already so capable?
This pertained to a man's dignity. Linjin looked somewhat disheartened. I'm doing this for you, for the good of our family. Beside them, Liang Yanha quickly chimed in, yes, indeed, you should drink it.
Mom has worked hard to prepare it all afternoon.
She even brought the bowl back to him. How amusing it was that while Si Molly often oppressed her, it was now returned to exact a bit of revenge. Feigning a virtuous demeanor, Liang Yanha said, darling, you work so hard and face so much pressure, you must take care of your health and not overexert yourself. Come on, don't be shy. I hope you can regain your vigor.
Si Molly's face darkened. What nonsense was she spouting?
There is no need to feel embarrassed, dear, we're family. I wouldn't think less of you. We'll address any issues that arise. Drink up, and who knows, you might just surprise yourself. Was she insinuating that he was inadequate? Had she ever experienced him? How dare she say such a thing when he hadn't even touched her? Si Molly leaned closer, teeth clenched. All right, very well, Liang Yanha, you just wait for tonight. With that, he lifted the bowl and drank it all in one swift motion. Liang Yanha was momentarily stunned, a foreboding feeling creeping into her heart. Had she gone too far? Had she inadvertently walked into her own trap? After dinner, Liang Yanha had just set down her chopsticks when Si Molly remarked, Mom, I'll have the driver take you home.
How could you send your mother away right after a meal?
Liang Yanha looked at him. At least let her stay a while longer to chat.
Si Molly raised an eyebrow. The night is fleeting. I can't wait any longer.
Liang Yanha was left speechless. That soup is quite effective, Si Molly added. Tonight will be the test. Liang Yanha recoiled slightly. Linjin was overjoyed, her eyes squinting with delight. All right, I'll take my leave. It's no trouble, you don't have to see me off. You two should make the most of your time together.
Take care, Mom. As Si Molly stood, he swiftly pulled Liang Yanha into his embrace, securing her tightly.
She struggled momentarily, but his grip only tightened as he carried her up the stairs. She swallowed hard. I intend to demonstrate my capabilities to you. Chapter 52. Fulfilling a wife's duties. Please me. Liang Yanha felt a twinge of regret for her earlier actions. Why did she let her impulsive words get the better of her? Si Molly was remarkably vengeful and had a penchant for retaliation. Now, she found herself in a predicament of her own making. Seizing the moment while Si Molly was distracted, she pried open his hand and turned to flee. However, as she spun around, she was met with the sight of Linjin standing at the staircase, a smile gracing her features as she observed the two. Why hasn't Mom left yet? Go on. Linjin waved her hand. Hurry up, Mom. You're still here, it's alright, don't mind me. I just wish to see you both a little longer. Liang Yanha felt as though she were rooted to the spot, unable to run away. Linjin's eyes sparkled with anticipation and affection, radiating a kind warmth. In that moment, Liang Yanha was at a loss for how to face Linjin. She was already pregnant, but the child she carried was Ninginanas. She was bound to disappoint Linjin. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt herself lifted as Si Molly effortlessly scooped her up and strode towards the master bedroom. Fearing Lin Jin might overhear, Liang Nian had dared not cry out, resorting instead to silently pounding her fists against his chest in protest. Simoli remained unfazed, kicking the door open and unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed before tearing off his tie. He leaned over her, easily pinning her hands and feet down. At that moment, Liang Nian found herself utterly immobilized, and as she lifted her gaze, she was met with Simoli's strikingly handsome face, their eyes locking in a charged moment. His breath brushed against her face. You can't seem to sit still at home, can you? Always stirring up trouble? What have I stirred up? Liang Nianha retorted, bewildered. It was Mom who came over, and she insisted on making the soup. Am I supposed to stop her? You've always implied that I'm lacking in that regard. You were the one who said it outright. Liang Nianha's eyes darted around, avoiding his gaze. I was wrong. An apology was in order indeed. She had spread rumors, she recognized her fault and sought to amend it. Wrong. Simoli tightened his grip on her wrist, to say it now is too late. With a swift motion, he tore at her clothing, and in an instant, it lay in tatters, discarded on the floor. Panic surged within her. Simoli, you, let me go. You promised you wouldn't touch me. Was he truly intent on taking things further? No, she was merely a month pregnant, and the pregnancy was precarious. Intimacy was out of the question. Even if it were possible, she had no desire to engage in such intimate acts with Simoli. When did I ever say that? He countered, challenging her. Do you have proof? Liang Nianha couldn't believe it. You're being unreasonable. I'll touch you when I want to, and if I don't, you can just leave. He narrowed his eyes. I want you, and you must fulfill your duties as my wife and please me. Under the dim light, Liang Nianha's skin appeared luminous. She slightly shrugged her shoulders, a picture of helplessness and sorrow, a few strands of hair cascading down to frame her face, evoking sympathy. She had made several attempts to struggle, yet Simoli's strength was overpowering. A woman's might could hardly rival that of Aman. Simoli's lips drew near, traversing from her nose down to her crimson lips, gliding along her graceful neck and collarbone. Please, no. Don't. Liang Nianha was utterly frantic, her voice thick with an impending sob, yet she was powerless to resist. As Simoli's fervent lips descended, she closed her eyes, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks. Was she to lose herself to him this very night? Chapter 53. There are people arranged by mother outside, watching. Liang Nianha felt nothing but humiliation. Her innocence was forcibly taken from her for the first time, and now she faced the prospect of losing it once more against her will. She could not even claim dominion over her own body to protect herself. Please, Liang Nianha's voice trembled. No, please don't. Simoli buried his face in the crook of her neck and suddenly ceased all movement. At that moment, her voice bore a striking resemblance to Liang Jian's from that fateful night, identical in tone, quivering with helplessness and bewilderment. Yet, back then, in order to rid himself of the drug's effects, Simoli had continued. It was perplexing. Why did he find Liang Nianha's voice reminiscent of Liang Jian's? Though they were sisters, there was no blood relation. Seeing Simoli remain motionless, hope reignited within Liang Nianha. I can cooperate in any way you desire, but please, not this. Spare me, Simoli, I implore you. Her voice was low and pleading, laced with the tremor of impending tears. Simoli tilted his head slightly, his lips brushing against her earlobe. You overestimate your own worth, Liang Nianha. She felt her entire body stiffen, struggling to comprehend his meaning. What woman do I lack, that I must resort to coercing you? He scoffed. It is merely a farce. A farce? There are people arranged by mother outside, watching. Is that so? Liang Nianha glanced towards the door, faintly discerning a shadow beneath it. Someone stood outside. Call out, Simoli instructed, simultaneously pinching her waist, louder. His grip was somewhat forceful, causing Liang Nianha to gasp in pain. After the sting subsided, his hand moved slowly across her waist, as if it were charged with electricity, a myriad of tiny ants seemingly gnawing at her skin. It was unbearably ticklish. Ah, it tickles. Please stop. Don't. Simoli, you must cease. Liang Nianha, already sensitive to ticklishness, found herself unable to endure his incessant teasing. The servant outside, hearing the commotion, revealed a knowing smile before departing, satisfied she could report back to Madame Lin. Liang Nianha, caught between laughter and tears, clung to Simoli's shoulder and whispered, Must you continue? Is this noise not sufficient? I fear the people outside may even alert those downstairs. Only then did Simoli leisurely withdraw his hand. Liang Nianha quickly rolled away to the other side of the bed, pulling the covers over herself, her cheeks aflame. Fortunately, Simoli was merely putting on a show for Lin Jin and did not genuinely desire her. She had misjudged his intentions. Simoli cast a disinterested glance in her direction. Even if you stood before me completely unclothed, I would still have no interest in you. He rose from the bed and sauntered into the bathroom. The aloof demeanor he had just exhibited transformed into one of grave concern. Simoli lowered his gaze to his manhood, his brows knitting tightly. He was, astonishingly, aroused by Liang Nianha. Moreover, it was at that very moment when he had pressed himself against her that the urge to claim her body surged within him, not to mention her delicate skin, her porcelain shoulders, and the way she squirmed in response to his touch. It was a direct challenge to Simoli's restraint. Damn it! Simoli cursed under his breath, grasping the showerhead and turning on the cold water, dousing himself to extinguish the raging fire within. Hearing the sound of rushing water in the bathroom, Liang Nianha finally felt a semblance of relief. She had escaped, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. She sensed that there would be a next time, perhaps on a day when Simoli's primal nature would surge forth or when he would lose control under the influence of drink. What then? Just moments ago, Liang Nianha had felt his hardness, as unyielding as iron. Chapter 54. The first sign of menstruation. Although she had absolutely no experience in matters of intimacy between men and women, it did not imply that she was entirely oblivious. If Simoli harbored no feelings for her, how could he possibly have reacted? When it comes to men in bed, that whether it be sweet nothings or cold remarks, neither should be trusted. Liang Yan he hastily grabbed the clothes on the floor and put them on haphazardly. She decided to retreat to the guest room. Sharing a bed with CM Oli would surely shorten her lifespan. As she approached the door, Liang Yan he reached for the doorknob. Hey, why wouldn't he it open? She tried several times, yet the door remained obstinately shut.
Is it broken? Liang Yan he grumbled, what poor quality, it's locked.
Suddenly, CMO Li's voice came from behind her. Liang Yan he turned to look. He was merely wrapped in a towel, droplets of water still clinging to his skin, his hair damp, with well-defined pectoral muscles and an impressive eight-pack. Why did he come out without any clothes? His physique was remarkable, not that she cared to admire it.
Locked? Liang Yan he inquired, did my mom have someone lock it? Otherwise? Fine. Liang Yan he conceded, does this mean we can never sleep in separate rooms again?
As she spoke, she glanced around and soon had a brilliant idea. She pushed the sofa together and brought over a blanket. It was just barely sufficient for one person to lie down, but turning over would be a challenge.
Done.
Liang Yan he clapped her hands, let us sleep.
She shifted to the side. Siamoli remained rooted in place. After several moments of silence, he finally spoke, are you suggesting I sleep on the sofa? Are you really going to make a girl sleep on the sofa?
His brows furrowed. Liang Yan he, I'll give you another chance to say that again. Siamoli had always lived a life of privilege, exalted above others. How could he endure such treatment? Not a chance.
Fine, Liang Yan he pouted, I'll sleep.
She nimbly climbed onto the sofa, burrowed under the blanket, and closed her eyes, turning her back to Siamoli, leaving him standing there, wanting nothing more than to pick her up and toss her out. The following day. SI Group Liang Yan he arrived early at her workstation, the first in the research and development department. Having taken a leave the previous day, she felt a pang of guilt. Upon seeing Sheng Junji, she approached him to explain, President Shang, I sincerely apologize for my absence yesterday due to feeling unwell. It's quite alright, I completely understand. Sheng Junji lowered his voice, Siamoli has been pent up for so many years.
When he finally lets loose, it's bound to be a bit wild.
Liang Yan he, what on earth was the president thinking? She had merely suffered from low blood sugar.
Did Siamoli not state his reason for taking leave?
By the way, Sheng Junji recalled, the candidate you recommended, Suanya, reported to the company yesterday. From now on, you two will be colleagues, so work well together.
I have high hopes for both of you. Thank you, President Shang, I will strive to do my best. Before long, Suanya appeared. Nian he.
She joyfully ran over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. I never imagined we would both end up at C Group.
It's simply unbelievable, how did you manage it?
It doesn't matter anymore, and yet, from now on, let us unite our efforts, focusing on product development, and strive to create a nationally renowned skincare and cosmetics brand.
Suanya high-fived her, yes.
At noon, during lunch break, Liang Yan he went to the restroom. However, she was startled to discover a vivid red stain on her underwear. Chapter 55 Expecting twins, Liang Yan's complexion instantly changed, her heart racing as she noticed the blood. Oh no, her child, could something be wrong? In a flurry of panic, she hurried out of the restroom, grabbed her bag, and rushed outside. Anya, I have an urgent matter to attend to and will return before the afternoon shift, she called out.
Nianha, where are you going?
Liang Nianha was already far away. She hailed a taxi, heading straight for the hospital. Her mind a whirlwind of anxiety and guilt consumed her. She was no longer alone but a soon-to-be mother, nurturing a new life within her. How could she have neglected her own well-being, especially by skipping meals and risking low blood sugar? If anything were to happen to her child, she would never forgive herself. Having grown up without family, without parents, her greatest desire was to have someone in this world who shared her bloodline. Therefore, she vowed to protect this child at all costs, to bring them into the world, even if the father was Ningyinan. Yet, Liang Nianha resolved to keep her pregnancy a secret from him. Room 31, Liang Nianha, please come in, the nurse called. After a series of examinations, Liang Nianha sat nervously before the doctor, clutching a stack of test results.
Doctor, I noticed some bleeding, so I rushed to the hospital. How is my baby?
The doctor reviewed her results.
There is no significant issue. Liang Nianha's heart eased.
However, your overall health indicators are not satisfactory, and you are malnourished, the doctor continued.
If you cannot meet your own nutritional needs, how will you provide for the fetus? I will try to eat more, she replied.
Focus on consuming red meat, increase your calcium intake, and you should start taking folic acid as well, the doctor advised.
Liang Nianha nodded, understood. Are there any other precautions I should take?
None, just remember to come in for regular prenatal checkups, the doctor said, glancing at her abdomen. After all, you are expecting twins, which is quite different from carrying a single child.
You are still early in your pregnancy, so it may not yet be apparent. Liang Nianha was taken aback. Twins? She was carrying 2 children? Doctor, did you just say that I am expecting twins? Yes, did you not know? Liang Nianha shook her head.
It's possible that it wasn't detected during the initial examination, but it is now quite evident, the doctor explained.
Carrying twins can be quite demanding, so you must take extra care. Otherwise, the one who will suffer during delivery will be you.
As the doctor prescribed some medication and nutritional supplements, Liang Nianha remained in a daze, still trying to comprehend the news. The fact that she was pregnant was already astonishing, now she was expecting two. She was determined to do everything in her power to protect these twins growing inside her. Suddenly, Liang Nianhe found herself with a newfound purpose and motivation. The children would be the most important people in her life, regardless of who their father might be. She was their mother. After collecting her medication at the window, she hurriedly left, needing to return to work. Just as fate would have it, she ran into Liang Jiayun at the hospital entrance. Liang Nianhe, ever observant, spotted her first and quickly stuffed the medication into her bag, zipping it shut as she attempted to slip away into a nearby passage. "Hey, wait! Why are you hiding? I see you!" Liang Jiayun called out, noticing her.
"Liang Nianhe, what are you doing at the hospital?" Without turning back, Liang Nianhe replied, "None of your business." "Hey, Liang Nianhe, I'm just trying to show concern for you, and this is how you respond? What else with the attitude, hey?" Regardless of Liang Jiayun's chatter, Liang Nianhe ignored her, hailing a taxi to leave. She hoped Liang Jiayun would not discover her pregnancy. Chapter 56, We must get rid of this child. How unfortunate it is to encounter an adversary even in the hospital. Liang Nianhe, in her haste to get to work and plagued by guilt, had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in a battle of wits with Liang Jiayun. Watching her recede into the distance, Liang Jiayun scoffed derisively, "Hiding away, are we? Is there something scandalous at play?" As she spoke, Liang Jiayun cast a glance towards the direction Liang Nianhe had just come from. That was the obstetrics and gynecology department. What business could Liang Nianhe have there? Was she suffering from a female ailment, or perhaps pregnant? The thought flickered through her mind, igniting a determination in Liang Jiayun to ascertain whether Liang Nianhe was there for gynecological or obstetrical reasons. It was crucial to remember that the affluent man who had purchased Liang Nianhe that night had not shown himself. It was Mr.Si who had inadvertently entered the room, robbing Liang Nianhe of her innocence, and subsequently sought out the Liang family for the woman. After much deliberation, her parents had reluctantly surrendered her to Mr.Si, allowing her to assume Liang Nianhe's role as the woman of that evening. If Mr.Si were to discover that it was indeed Liang Nianhe from that night, Liang Jiayun would be utterly doomed, while Liang Nianhe would ascend to great heights, enjoying a life of opulence and fortune. "Hello." Liang Jiayun approached the head nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department, speaking softly as she discreetly slipped a thick red envelope into her hand. "Did a woman named Liang Nianhe come by earlier?"
"Yes." "I mean, no offense," Liang Jiayun smiled, "I merely wish to inquire about the nature of her visit, rest assured." The head nurse then replied, "Oh, she came in because she is a month pregnant and experienced some spotting." Liang Jiayun's face paled dramatically. Liang Nianhe was indeed pregnant, just that one time, that one night, with such low odds, and yet it had happened. This Liang Nianhe was truly blessed with both fortune and luck. Originally intended to be sold to a greasy, portly old man for profit, she not only ended up in bed with Mr.Si but also conceived his heir. This was intolerable. Liang Jiayun could scarcely focus on her own reason for being at the hospital. She immediately rushed back to the Liang residence. She relayed the news to her mother. "Mother, what shall we do? If the child is born and it is discovered to be Mr. C's, do not panic." Liang mother replied calmly, "Liang Nianhe has no idea whose child she carries. But we cannot allow her to continue with this pregnancy. That child must be terminated. I will devise a plan." Liang mother pondered earnestly before leaning in to whisper her strategy into Liang Jiayun's ear. Upon hearing it, Liang Jiayun asked, "Mother, will this work?" "Let us give it a try. If it fails, we shall have another chance. She cannot escape." Liang mother assured her, "We will undoubtedly succeed in eliminating her child." The two women exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into conspiratorial smiles. "You must act swiftly, Jiayun. Should you find yourself with Mr. C's child, what woman in the city would not envy you?" Recalling her own rejection despite her vulnerability, Liang Jiayun clenched her teeth in determination. "I will strive for it." At Siyuan, upon returning home after a long day, Liang Nianhe was pleasantly surprised to find a bowl of bird's nest soup awaiting her on the dining table, freshly prepared. It was still steaming, crystal clear, and clearly of the highest quality. Remembering the doctor's warning about her nutritional deficiencies and considering the two little lives growing within her, she knew she needed to nourish herself. As she lifted the bowl, the butler approached her. "Madam, you have returned." "Yes," she replied, "this bird's nest is for me, is it not?" "Indeed." Liang Nianhe felt a sense of relief as she brought the delicacy to her lips. "However, it was sent over by the Liang family," the butler added. "It is a gesture from Madame Liang." Crash. The bowl shattered. Chapter 57. A bowl of bird's nest, can it still poison you? The crisp sound of shattering echoed through the dining hall. Liang Nianhe maintained her posture of holding the bowl, her hand still clutching the spoon, while at her feet lay the spilled bird's nest. This was actually sent by the Liang family. How could she dare to consume it? A cold sweat broke out on Liang Nianhe's back, her heart raced with both fear and relief, thankful that she had not yet taken a bite, nearly bringing it to her lips. Who knows what substances could be concealed within that bird's nest? Moreover, since her marriage, the Liang family had been utterly indifferent to her. Why, all of a sudden, were they showing concern for her today? Liang Nianhe could not help but recall her encounter with Liang Jiayun at the hospital earlier. Could it be that Liang Jiayun had discovered her pregnancy? If so, was there an abortifacient hidden within this very bowl of bird's nest? "Madam, is something the matter?" the butler inquired, puzzled. Liang Nianhe composed herself and replied calmly, "Oh, it's nothing, it was just too hot, and I lost grip." "What a pity, this was personally prepared by your mother, and it's the only bowl." "It's fine, just consider that I have consumed it," Liang Nianhe stated. "Please send someone to clean up." "Yes, madam." Her heart still raced, nearly falling prey to the contents of that bowl, but thankfully the butler's timely words had intervened. Regardless of whether the bird's nest posed any threat, for her safety, she would not touch anything sent by the Liang family. No one would succeed in harming the 2 children she carried. Liang Yan had tenderly caressed her abdomen, watching as the servant cleaned up the shards, her mood gradually easing, yet, when she turned, she caught sight of Si Moli standing at the entrance of the dining hall, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded her. When had he arrived? How long had he been there? Had he overheard her conversation with the butler? As Liang Yan had pondered these questions, Si Moli spoke, "Your acting is rather lacking." He approached her slowly, looking down at her with an air of superiority. "The moment you heard it was from the Liang family, you immediately let go and shattered it." "I did not," Liang Yan denied. "Are you so guarded even with your own family? Is there anyone in this world whom you trust?" Liang Yan met his profound gaze. "The Liang family are not my family." The only ones she truly considered family were Linjin. "It's merely a bowl of bird's nest." "Can it truly poison you?" Si Moli raised an eyebrow. "What are you afraid of?" The Liang family lacked the audacity to take Liang Yan's life. Even if they did, they would not be so brazen about it. After all, Si Moli would never permit his wife to perish from poison in such a manner. Liang Yan's refusal to consume the bird's nest must have deeper reasons. "I simply do not wish to owe the Liang family anything, not even a bowl of bird's nest," Liang Yan replied. "After marrying you, I have severed ties with the Liang family. Their goodwill is something I cannot afford, nor do I wish to maintain any connection." This rationale sounded sufficiently reasonable, did it not, to prevent Si Moli from harboring further suspicion. Liang Yan added, "Having raised me for 20 years, they have profited 50 billion. They have gained tremendously." Si Moli's gaze lingered on her for several seconds before he shifted his attention away. He did not utter another word. The tension within Liang Yan had gradually eased. Surrounded by the predatory Liang family on one side and the formidable Si Moli on the other, her survival was already an arduous feat, and now she had to protect the twins growing within her. It was an immense struggle. Just as she thought this matter had concluded, to her astonishment, the following morning, Liang Mu and Liang Jiayun appeared directly at Si Yuan. Liang Mu carried a food container, placing breakfast items one by one onto the table. "These are all Nian's favorite dishes." Chapter 58. Inside were the medications for miscarriage and abortion. Liang Jiayun chimed in from the side. "Mom, you've been bustling about since dawn, all to prepare breakfast for my sister. You're really biased. I, your own flesh and blood, am not afforded such treatment. You can join in as well, it's still warm," came the reply. A cursory glance revealed at least a dozen exquisite Cantonese dim sum delicacies. "Oh, by the way," Liang's mother recalled something and turned to the butler. "Did Nianha eat the bird's nest last night? Was she satisfied?" Just as the butler was about to nod, a nearby maid interjected. "Madam accidentally dropped it, it shattered." Liang's mother's expression shifted momentarily but quickly returned to normal. "Ah, it's nothing at all. I can prepare it again later." Though she said this, she and Liang Jiayun exchanged a swift glance. The mother and daughter duo had anticipated this. Liang Yanha would undoubtedly be on high alert after her pregnancy and wouldn't eat anything carelessly. Did she think she could escape this? This was merely the beginning. Far more schemes awaited her. Footsteps echoed from the staircase. Si Moli and Liang Yanha descended one after the other. Mr. Si, upon seeing him, Liang Jiayun immediately approached with a feigned sweetness. "You're awake. Come and have breakfast. Mom has prepared a plethora of treats for you and my sister this morning. Do savor her culinary skills." Si Moli furrowed his brow slightly. The Liang family has sudden eagerness to please raised his suspicions. He turned to Liang Yanha behind him and asked, "Will you still be clumsy today?" Liang Yanha clenched her fists. This mother-daughter pair was truly malicious. Having failed once, they were resorting to another tactic, brazenly disguising their intentions under the guise of concern for her well-being. There's a saying, "Flattery without reason is either deceit or theft," Liang Yanha retorted. "I've lived in the Liang family for 20 years without ever tasting your cooking. Today, it seems the sun has risen in the west, granting me such a fortune. It wouldn't be," she glanced at the dining table, "laced with poison, would it?" She spoke her thoughts outright. After all, if they dared to act, why couldn't she voice her suspicions? "Child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Liang's mother laughed awkwardly. "If you're worried, I can eat it first for you. The things we put in our mouths are quite particular, not to mention I should also have a taste. I prepared it with great care." Liang Yanha's expression hardened. "I want to eat it. I have to go to work." Yes, the medications for miscarriage were included. Anyone else would be unaffected, but she, being pregnant, would be the one harmed. She pushed past Liang's mother and Liang Jiayun, hastily making her way out. "Stop." Si Moli's voice resonated, carrying an air of authority. Liang Yanha showed no sign of halting her steps, completely disregarding his words. Only she would dare to ignore him. Si Moli did not repeat his command but merely cast a glance at the butler. Immediately, security swiftly appeared at the doorway, blocking Liang Yanha's path. "Madam, please return." With Si Moli taking action, Liang's mother and Liang Jiayun could merely spectate the unfolding drama. They had not anticipated that Si would side with them, making it all the more effective. They watched to see how Liang Yanha would evade this situation. Liang Yanha turned to Si Moli. "I need to go to the company. Have breakfast first. I have urgent matters." Si Moli replied, "No matter how pressing, I'll shoulder it for you." Liang Yanha bit her lip hard. What madness was he indulging in, insisting she eat, or perhaps, he simply relished this feeling of coercion? How could her singular strength resist against three? And Molly placed chopsticks into Liang Nianhai's hands and pressed her down at the dining table.
Eat. Chapter 59.
Shang Juanji saves her life. His hands were firmly placed on Liang Nianhai's shoulders, rendering her immobile, unable to flee or even to move. Liang Nianhai gazed at the lavish array of delicacies before her, her heart gripped by terror. Any one of those dishes could spell doom for her child.
See Molly, I made myself quite clear yesterday. Liang Nianhai's voice quivered. Why must you continue to treat me this way? He replied coolly, feel free to eat.
I shall repay your debts.
Liang Nianhai was resolute in refusing to consume anything from the Liang family, undoubtedly for reasons unknown to others. How could Si Molly be convinced by her flimsy excuse?
Either she would confess the truth, or she would be compelled to eat. The choice was hers.
Which dish would you like? Si Molly picked up a pair of chopsticks. The shrimp dumplings look appealing. He personally placed one into her bowl.
Liang Jiayun enviously remarked, Mr. Si is so considerate towards my sister. Indeed, Liang's mother nodded. Nianhai, do hurry and eat. I peeled the shrimp myself, and I rolled out the skins.
Liang Nianhai's hand, gripping the chopsticks, trembled uncontrollably.
To her, that was not merely a shrimp dumpling, it was an abortion pill. Liang's mother's smile appeared painfully bright, concealing a hidden malice. Liang Nianhai attempted to lift the dumpling, but her shaking hand caused it to slip and fall to the floor. Nevertheless, Si Molly placed a second dumpling in front of her. Today, she had no option but to eat. Liang Nianhai thought, unless she could simply flip the dining table over? That was her only solution. If she overturned the table, the food would be on the ground, rendering it inedible. As she contemplated this, her other hand was poised beneath the table, ready for action. Just then, the sudden ringing of her phone shattered the oppressive silence. A call is coming in. Liang Nianhai promptly set down her chopsticks and grabbed her phone, her eyes lighting up. It's Mr.
Shang calling. It must be urgent from the RD department.
Liang Nianhai had never felt such gratitude towards Shang Juanji. This call was impeccably timed, saving her life. No, 3 lives. Mr. Shang was a benefactor in her life, her beacon of hope. She vowed to remain eternally loyal to him. Si Molly cast a fleeting glance at the caller ID.
Hello, Mr. Shang, Liang Nianhai efficiently answered, activating the speakerphone. Shang Juanji inquired, have you arrived at the company? Everyone is waiting for you. How much longer will you be?
I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly. Be quick, Shang Juanji urged. Make sure to bring all the documents I assigned you yesterday.
Understood, Mr. Shang.
Liang Nianhai ended the call and sprang to her feet. Mr. Shang is urging me. I truly have no time to waste. I cannot eat anymore. Let us postpone breakfast for another day. I must take my leave. She snatched her bag and departed, not daring to look back, fearful of being caught again. A flash of frustration crossed Liang Jiayun's face. They were so close to success, only to have Liang Nianhai slip away at the last moment. How could her luck be so fortuitous?
Mr. See, I believe my sister simply does not wish to eat, finding various excuses. Does she harbor some resentment towards me? She seems to dislike me, Liang Jiayun lamented, yet this is mother's intention.
She is so disdainful, it is utterly unacceptable. Si Molly pressed his lips together, commanding, clear the table and clean up.
Yes, Mr. With Liang Nianhai gone, the array of delicacies lost all significance.
Si Molly had no intention of eating. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at them again. Chapter 60, arranged for someone to take her away at the right moment. Several servants stepped forward, swiftly dumping the food into the garbage bin. Liang Mu stood by, her expression decidedly unfriendly, yet she dared not voice her objections. The food contained abortion pills, although it posed no risk to Mr. She felt it inappropriate to intervene. If something were to go awry, she could not bear the consequences. It was better that it was discarded. Liang Jiayun, however, was indignant. Mother, this, enough. Liang Mu interrupted, pulling her gently and casting a meaningful glance. Let us consider it my overreach and not disturb Mr. See any further. Jiayun, come back with me. Just like that, they were leaving. After all the fuss of the morning, having struck out twice, Liang Jiayun was far from satisfied. Si Molly bent down to take a seat at the head of the dining table, lowering his head to sip his tea, yet his tone bore a warning. I do not care how you treated Liang Nianhai before, but at the very least, she is mine now. One must regard the master when striking a dog. No matter Liang Nianhai's faults, it was his prerogative to exact any punishment. Anyone else, they would meet a dire fate for even a mere touch. Liang Jiayun felt a surge of discomfort upon hearing this. Mr.
See, your protection of her, does that mean you have feelings for her?
The moment the words left her mouth, a resounding crash echoed as Si Molly slammed his teacup onto the table, tea splattering everywhere.
I have feelings for Liang Nianhai?
He turned his head, his piercing gaze locking onto Liang Jiayun. How could he possibly harbor affection for that woman? His only desire was to rid himself of her, to kick her far away so she would never appear before him again. Were it not for Lin Jin's sake, Liang Nianhai would have long been expelled from his life. Liang Jiayun was taken aback by his intensity, her mouth agape as she stammered, I. Mr. You treat her so well, with such special favoritism, it makes me uneasy. Do you remember what you promised me?
I remember. Liang Jiayun pressed, does it still count?
Of course. A slight sense of balance returned to Liang Jiayun's heart, and just as she was about to inquire further, Liang Mu tugged at her. Someone like Mr. C certainly stands by his word. You, my child, always asking foolish questions. Come now, let's go. Once they left Si Yuan, Liang Jiayun's true colors emerged. She complained to mother, we've wasted another day. How can I not be angry? Until that child is terminated, I won't be able to sleep a wink. That Liang Nianhe is as cunning as a monkey.
Liang Mu retorted, I suspected she wouldn't take it. Therefore, I have a backup plan. Oh, mother, what other method do you have?
I initially intended to offer her a swift and easy solution, a bit of medicine to end the pregnancy, but since she refused to cooperate, then I shall not be held responsible for being ruthless.
Liang Jiayun's smile brightened. What kind of ruthlessness are we talking about?
I have already arranged for someone to wait for her on her way to the C group, taking the opportunity to abduct her. Liang Nianhe had grown up under Liang Mu's watchful eye. She was well aware of her adopted daughter's temperament, cautious, low-key, and cool-headed in a crisis. Such a person was not easy to handle, yet, for the sake of Liang Jiayun's future, Liang Mu had to carefully strategize, advancing step by step to clear the path for her biological daughter, eliminating Liang Nianhe as an obstacle. At the C group, Liang Nianhe hurriedly exited the taxi, one hand slung over her bag while the other clutched a thick stack of documents. Jogging briskly just a few steps in, she collided with someone coming directly towards her. Liang Nianhe had no time to evade, resulting in a forceful impact that sent her staggering backward, her belongings scattering across the ground. My documents, she exclaimed, rushing to gather them, but as she bent down, a heavy blow struck the back of her neck. Chapter 61 CEO, your wife has run away. Lu Nianhe was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, her body collapsing limply towards the ground. She realized that the individual who had collided with her had done so intentionally. Someone was attempting to harm her. She desperately wished to muster the strength to scream for help, but just then, a dark burlap sack descended upon her. Consequently, she lost consciousness. A mere 10 seconds later, the ground was strewn with white sheets of paper, dancing in the wind, while their owner had vanished without a trace. The road was bustling with traffic, as if nothing had transpired at all. 1 hour later, in the CEO's office, the desk phone rang. Simoli picked up the receiver, saying, Hello?
Is it you who has detained her? Shang Juanji inquired. President C, you ought to distinguish between work and personal matters. Today's meeting is of utmost importance. Could you please allow her to come first, and you can indulge later? What are you talking about? Simoli pursed his lips. Do I need to repeat myself? He could not comprehend Shang Juanji's words. Well, that's peculiar. Shang Juanji's tone had lost its previous aggressiveness. Lu Nianhe isn't with you? That is a question I should be posing to you.
Upon receiving the phone call at home, Lu Nianhe had rushed to the company without a moment's delay. Yet now, Shang Juanji was asking him for her. Absurd, Shang Juanji replied, she is not here with me. I haven't seen her at all. I thought you had detained her again, which is why I hurried to find you.
Simoli's brows gradually furrowed. If she was neither at home nor at the company, then where could she possibly be? Could it be that you are unaware of her whereabouts? Shang Juanji queried. What if something has happened to her? What could possibly happen to her?
Troubles may endure for a millennium, but she possesses a remarkably resilient life.
Shang Juanji immediately asserted, then she must have run away. Run away?
Yes, she fled due to your torment, no need to question further.
CEO, your wife has escaped.
Simoli slammed the receiver down, his expression darkening.
William. Yes, CEO. Go find Lu Nianhe's whereabouts for me, he commanded sternly. Even if you must dig 3 feet into the ground, bring her to me. William responded affirmatively, understood. Simoli's countenance was ashen.
What was Lu Nianhe up to? Once he located her, she would surely face the consequences. The sun gradually ascended, radiating its intense heat, heralding the arrival of the sweltering summer season. However, within the dilapidated building on the outskirts, a chill permeated the air, accompanied by the faint sounds of scurrying mice. Lu Nianhe lay on the floor, her hands bound tightly behind her, her hair disheveled, eyes firmly shut. 2 men, one stout and the other slender, stood beside her. The heavier man kicked her, saying, Hey, get up, stop playing dead, hurry up. The lean man suggested, let us fetch a bucket of water to splash on her to wake her up.
All right. The heavier man quickly returned with water, dousing Lu Nianhe without hesitation.
Splash, the well water was particularly cold, jolting Lu Nianhe awake as she shivered involuntarily several times. Shaking her head, she finally opened her eyes, albeit weakly. Where am I? As she attempted to wipe the droplets from her face, she realized her hands were firmly tied. Her awareness gradually returned. Someone had collided with her, then knocked her out and covered her with a sack. She had been kidnapped. Instinctively, she sat up from the ground, biting her lip fiercely to remain alert as she gazed at the stout and slender men before her.
Who are you? Do you have a death wish? Lu Nianhe demanded. Do you have any idea who I am?
Precisely because we are aware of your identity, we specifically chose to abduct you, esteemed Mrs.
C.
Chapter 62 Someone offers 5 million for your child. As the words left his lips, the corpulent man and his lean companion erupted into boisterous laughter. Liang Nianhe began to retreat, her heart racing. Her earlier inquiry had been a deliberate attempt to leverage her identity as Madame C to intimidate the 2 kidnappers, hoping it might compel them to release her. After all, the reputation of the C family was well known. Who would dare to be so foolish? To her dismay, they had come specifically for her. It was a premeditated act. Frantically, Liang Nianhe searched her mind for anyone she may have offended recently. After much contemplation, she could only think of 2 individuals. One was Simoli, but he would never stoop so low. The other was Liang Jiayun. Why would Liang Jiayun want to kidnap her? Stealing her nerves, Liang Nianhe declared, knowing my identity, do you not fear Simoli will have you torn to shreds? With someone backing us, we have no fear, the corpulent man leered, rubbing his hands with an unsettling glint in his eyes. This wealthy lady, with her delicate skin, the lean man chimed in with a smirk, for our enjoyment? Perhaps, but let us first attend to business.
The corpulent man nodded, pondering, will we even have the stomach for it after the deed is done?
Bloodied hands do not lend themselves to pleasure.
The lean man slapped his thigh in agreement. Indeed, so, why don't we first? Their lewd laughter echoed ominously, sending chills down Liang Yinha's spine. What exactly do you intend to do? She demanded, her voice trembling.
Someone has offered 5 million for the life of the child within you, the corpulent man replied.
If you cooperate, I might ensure your suffering is minimized.
Liang Yinha bit her lip, her face paling.
She was now utterly certain that Liang Jiayun had discovered her pregnancy during her hospital visit, the nest of birds' nests, the breakfast pastries, and now this abduction were all orchestrated by Liang Jiayun, aimed at forcing her to miscarry. But why? The child was not even Simoli's. Why was Liang Jiayun so anxious and eager to take such drastic measures? Could it be that the Liang family had known all along that the affluent man who purchased her that night was Ning Yinan? They must not want her to bear the Ning family's bloodline, seeking to leverage Ning Yinan's affection for a comfortable life. Before Liang Yinha could fully grasp the situation, the corpulent man approached her. Wait! She exclaimed urgently, you mentioned that someone offered 5 million, correct? Indeed. I will offer 10 million, Liang Yinha stated resolutely, if you release me. She needed to negotiate, to buy herself time to devise a means of escape. Under normal circumstances, she should be attending a meeting in the research department, but her absence would surely have raised alarms. Mr. Shang would undoubtedly sense something amiss and would be searching for her. A living person cannot simply vanish without a trace. Surely someone would notice. Even if Simoli despised her, he would not remain indifferent. With his resources and numerous bodyguards, he would surely uncover her whereabouts. Before Simoli arrived, Liang Yinha's only option was to wait. Clearing her throat, she adopted an air of confidence and opulence. The C family is immensely wealthy, as I am sure you are aware.
A mere 10 million is but pocket change to me. If that is insufficient, we can certainly negotiate. How much would it take for you to release me? Name your price.
A look of hesitation crossed the corpulent man's face. 50 million? Liang Yinha began to raise the stakes.
The corpulent man glanced at the lean one. This price was tenfold. Liang Yinha sensed hope and continued, as soon as you release me, this 50 million will be transferred immediately. Moreover, I will not pursue retribution. My vengeance will be directed solely at those who have instigated this situation. Think it over. In truth, she had no money at all. Chapter 63 help, not to mention 50 million, she couldn't even muster 5,000. Yet, she must maintain her bravado. Every minute she could delay increased her chances of escape. The rotund man was somewhat swayed, but the astute lean man shook his head, saying, brother, there are rules in this world.
We cannot betray our agreement at the last moment.
But the deposit has been securely transferred. Once the deal is finalized, the remaining payment will follow promptly. However, this MRS.SI is merely a woman of words. She cannot be trusted lightly. There's a risk we might fall into her trap. After deliberation, the brothers resolved to proceed as planned. They approached Liang Yinha in unison. She kept retreating, exclaiming, Are you truly willing to forfeit 50 million for a mere 500,000? Shut your mouth, you vile woman, the rotund man spat, delivering a sharp slap. You almost had us fooled. Spare us your theatrics. After taking your money, who knows if you'll even survive to spend it. Liang Yinha's face turned away from the force of the blow, her ears ringing, stars dancing before her eyes. Soon, the lean man seized her shoulders, forcefully tearing at her clothing. Her alabaster shoulders were exposed, her form tantalizingly revealed. The lean man inquired, brother, should I go first or you?
The rotund man replied, why not both at once? I reckon once we're done, this child will be lost.
A pregnant woman can hardly endure such torment. Then all the better, the rotund man chuckled, his flesh quivering with mirth. We accomplish our task and indulge ourselves, a win-win situation. The lean man nodded in agreement. All right, let us not waste any time. Liang Yinha fought desperately, her hair a tangled mess, her back pressed against the wall as she screamed, Stay away, don't touch me, disgusting, get away.
Get lost.
Her voice grew hoarse, yet it was of no avail. Despair surged within her. After exerting her utmost effort, was her fate to be this tragic?
Help, help. Liang Yinha cried incessantly, if you dare, I will not let you go. Silence.
Another slap struck her, her head colliding heavily against the wall with a dull thud. The rotund man's hand reached toward her, but Liang Yinha turned to evade him, biting down fiercely.
Damn it, you actually bit me.
Liang Yinha clamped down with all her might, tasting blood in her mouth, nearly severing flesh from bone.
Quick, pull her away, my hand, it's killing me.
The lean man finally pried her mouth open with force. Blood filled her mouth, a horrific sight indeed. Such a fiery temperament, it seems we need not hold back any longer. Let us end this swiftly, the lean man declared, time is of the essence.
Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Agreed. Liang Yinha was thrust to the ground. A wave of humiliation washed over her. In that moment, thoughts of ending her life flickered in her mind. What was the point of living? It was exhausting. To be violated and forced into an abortion was far worse than choosing to end her own life, preserving at least a shred of dignity. Simoli, Liang Yinha murmured that name. If you do not come soon, we may never meet again. Perhaps you do not wish to see me. If I die, you won't have to answer to Linjin.
She felt drained of all strength, even the instinct to struggle waned. Help, who could come to her rescue, or perhaps to bite her tongue and end it all. Liang Yan's teeth were poised at the tip of her tongue. With vacant eyes, she gazed past the rotund man, and in a fleeting moment, she thought she glimpsed Simoli's cold, handsome visage. Chapter 64. Simoli, is it truly you? Is this merely an illusion, or has something real transpired? In her childhood, Liang Yan had heard the elders say that before a person dies, they will see the one they most wish to behold. So, could it be that the person she longs to see is indeed Simoli? Why him? He has been so cruel, heartless, and indifferent towards her. How could she possibly wish to see him? Or perhaps, Simoli is the destined partner for her in life, the one she ought to entrust her existence to.
Simoli.
Liang Yan unconsciously called out, "Save me, please, rescue me quickly." No sooner had her words escaped her lips than the fat man let out a sudden, agonizing scream, blood beginning to drip from his head, each droplet landing upon Liang Yan before he collapsed straight to the ground. The thin man, startled, turned to look. "Why, you are." A chilling, deep voice resonated as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. "I am her husband."
Simoli.
As the thin man uttered this name, his throat was seized with a violent grip. In an instant, he was flung several meters away, crashing against the wall before falling heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, lying motionless for quite some time. Liang Yan was left dumbfounded by the unfolding scene, unable to regain her senses for a long while. This was real, not a dream. Simoli truly had come, arriving at the most critical moment.
"It is you," she gazed at him. "It is really you." "It is I."
Simoli, with a cold expression, knelt on one knee, expertly untying the ropes binding her hands. Deep crimson marks were etched upon her pale wrists. The moment she was freed, Liang Yan instinctively yearned to plunge into Simoli's embrace. She was but a girl in her 20s, faced with such perilous circumstances. She longed for a safe haven where she could weep freely, voicing her fears and grievances. Moreover, the striking man before her was her nominal husband. He had come for her, he had come to save her. Yet, at that moment, reason swiftly reasserted itself. Liang Yan halted all movements, gazing at Simoli's broad chest, slowly retreating. Simoli's brows furrowed deeply. He had slightly opened his arms, anticipating her to rush into them, prepared to hold her close. The outcome, however, was she restrained herself. A profound, indescribable sense of loss welled up within him. Liang Yan lifted her gaze to meet his. "I thought you would be unable to find me.
I never imagined you would arrive sooner than I expected."
Had he arrived a moment later, perhaps, they would have been separated by life and death.
"I have never seen a woman as foolish as you." Simoli stared at her. "You could encounter trouble even on a trip to the company."
"It was unforeseen. Someone intended to kidnap me, and I was caught off guard." He raised his hand, gently caressing the marks upon her face. "Did they strike you?"
"Yes."
Liang Yan bore vivid red imprints on both cheeks, slightly swollen, a testament to the force of the blows. She lowered her head. "I did not intend to disappear. I was unable to attend the meeting with President Sheng on time. I am sorry." Even with her life hanging by a thread, her thoughts lingered on work. Simoli felt an urge to reprimand her fiercely, but upon seeing her disheveled and distressed state, the words caught in his throat. Observing her tattered clothing, he silently removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Liang Yan shivered slightly. Then, Simoli spoke with authority. "As for the lives of those two—" "Wait," Liang Yan interjected, "they were merely following orders."
Chapter 65. How dare you die without my permission?
Eliminating the fat man and the thin man would not resolve the issue at hand. To uncover the puppet master behind the scenes, one must ascertain who was orchestrating this chaos, so that all can be apprehended in a single net. Liang Yan was acutely aware that this was all orchestrated by Liang Jiayan. However, she currently lacked any evidence. Her claims would be mere words without proof. If she were to confide in Simoli, he would merely perceive her as stirring trouble, fostering feelings of aversion and resistance. If only Simoli could dispatch someone to investigate, it would be most fortuitous. Who could harbor such hatred towards me, wishing for my demise and seeking to tarnish my innocence? Liang Yan clutched her suit jacket tightly around her, stating, "I wish to uncover that person. The grievances of today must be avenged. The humiliations of today must not go unanswered." She, Liang Yan, would not let it slide. Simoli cast a glance her way, remaining silent, merely gesturing with his hand. The bodyguards swiftly entered, escorting the fat man and the thin man away. Liang Yan forced herself to stand, but as soon as she straightened, dizziness enveloped her, causing her to sway unsteadily. Unable to maintain her balance, let alone walk, she gritted her teeth, determined to hold firm. Simoli extended his long arm, drawing her into his embrace, his voice resonating in her ear. "What are you trying to endure in this state? This woman, so stubborn in her ways. What harm would it do to show a little vulnerability? She was already in such a weakened state."
"Are you injured elsewhere?" Simoli inquired. "Speak." She shook her head. "Fortunately, you arrived in time."
"They had no opportunity to violate me."
"What of the blood in your mouth?" "I bit them."
Simoli gazed down at the frail figure in his arms, his brow furrowing in concern. A surge of murderous intent coursed through him. His men dared to act with such audacity, they would have to bear the brunt of his wrath and methods.
"To the hospital,"
Simoli declared, lifting her effortlessly and striding towards the exit. Liang Yan wrapped her arms around his neck, nestling within his embrace. Upon stepping outside, she was struck by the sight of towering bodyguards clad in black, encircling the entire abandoned house. A dozen or so black sedans were parked along the roadside. In his efforts to rescue her, Simoli had mobilized such a formidable force. Was it his excessive concern for her, or perhaps the influence of Lin Jin? Surely Lin Jin, anxious about her disappearance, had prompted him to take such drastic measures to placate her mother. Before her, CMO Lee appeared as a heartless demon in the eyes of the public. CMO Lee carried her into the car, departing with an air of indifference. The interior of the vehicle was silent. Liang Nianha rested against CMO Lee's chest, eyes closed. Still haunted by her ordeal, she could hear the steady, powerful beat of his heart.
If I had not arrived in time, Liang Nianha, what would you have done? CMO Lee suddenly posed a question without preamble. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, I knew you would come. I mean, if. Then I would die, Liang Nianha stated. Death would bring closure. She had been prepared to bite her tongue in a final act of desperation, just a moment away from doing so. CMO Lee's voice was heavy with gravity. You die? Yes. Without my permission, how could you possibly die?
CMO Lee's finger gently lifted her chin, raising her gaze slowly.
Liang Nianha, your life is mine to command.
As long as he did not permit her demise, she was bound to live. Fortunately, she was merely kidnapped, not contemplating escape from his side. Otherwise, CMO Lee would have shown her no mercy. Gazing into his profound and luminous eyes, Liang Nianha suddenly felt an overwhelming weariness, as if life held no hope and not a glimmer of light could be seen. From beginning to end, she was not in control of her own fate. Please, let me go, CMO Lee, she choked out. I truly wish to divorce. Chapter 66, It was done by Liang Jiayun. The atmosphere within the car shifted abruptly. Liang Nianha's eyes gradually reddened, tears brimming yet stubbornly held back from spilling. Because, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. If I continue to stay with you, incidents like today will occur again, a second time, a third time, or even countless times. Since marrying you, I have not experienced a single day of peace.
CMO Lee coldly interjected, such occurrences will never happen again. A man of his stature, upright and authoritative, should be able to protect his wife, should he not?
This was merely an accident, and he would not allow any further misfortune to befall them, Liang Nianha inquired. When the truth comes to light, no matter who is behind it, will you take action?
I will.
This was not just a promise. It was a solemn assurance. Those who dared to threaten his woman were courting disaster. Liang Nianha attempted to smile, yet the swelling in her cheeks made even the slightest movement painful, causing her to frown.
She pressed on, what if I told you that I suspect Liang Jiayun is the one who instigated the actions of the fat man and the thin man? CMO Lee's lips pressed together, is it her?
Yes.
Where's the evidence?
Liang Nianha scoffed derisively. If I had evidence, if I still had a shred of strength left, I would crawl to Liang Jiayun right now to avenge today's grievances. They sought to terminate her pregnancy and once more tarnish her reputation. This grievance, she would remember. One day, she would repay it tenfold.
Without proof, you cannot accuse her, CMO Lee replied. She is not that kind of person. Liang Nianha was too weary to argue further.
She knew he would never believe her. CMO Lee, your heart has strayed, she said, poking at his chest, entirely towards Liang Jiayun, leaving none for me. What is it about her that merits such favoritism? But that is of little consequence. I do not hold it against you. I am willing to give Liang Jiayun her space to fulfill your desires. As long as you let me go, I am prepared to leave this city, to depart without a trace.
Liang Nianha understood clearly that Liang Jiayun would continue to target her.
The road ahead was fraught with challenges and dangers. She was not afraid to face it alone. She could muster her strength, however. When it came to her 2 children, she could not afford to take such risks. She sighed deeply. What is the benefit of marrying you? What have I gained? It has only become more arduous, enduring more grievances. CMO Lee, you do not love me, and I do not like you.
Let us part ways. Is that acceptable?
She had once believed that after marriage, CMO Lee's status would shield her from storms. Little did she anticipate that the tumult in her life was all brought about by him. Liang Nianha fought back tears, yet they cascaded down at that moment, quickly soaking CMO Lee's shirt. Her sobs grew increasingly intense, almost leaving her breathless. I only wish to live a life befitting a normal person. Is that wish so unattainable, CMO Lee? I hate you, I truly hate you. You could have let me go to fulfill your desires, yet you have kept me bound to your side.
His voice faltered. You hate me? Indeed. If it were not for his indulgence and support, how could Liang Jiayun dare to act with such impunity?
It seemed Liang Jiayun was the one inflicting pain upon her, yet it was all intrinsically linked to CMO Lee. As CMO Lee gazed at her tear-streaked face, he raised his hand to wipe away her tears, only to have her bite down on his finger unexpectedly. Chapter 67 To grant me a path to escape. CMO Lee furrowed his brow slightly. He neither pushed her away nor withdrew his finger, allowing her to bite him as she pleased. He could feel the pain, yet it was trivial in comparison to what he had endured. If by biting him, Liang Nian he could release her pent-up emotions, he was more than willing to oblige. CMO Lee remained motionless, which gradually prompted Liang Nian he to loosen her grip. The deep imprints on his finger were clearly visible. Why have you ceased to bite?
CMO Lee's voice was heavy.
Even if I were to sever your finger, it would resolve nothing. Just moments ago, engulfed in her emotions, she had impulsively bitten CMO Lee. In truth, Liang Nian he despised any contact from him, yet she lacked the strength to resist. CMO Lee replied lightly, I merely wish to help you wipe away your tears. No woman had ever received such treatment. She was the first. I do not require assistance, I can manage on my own. Liang Nian he raised her hand and carelessly rubbed her face. She was acutely aware of how disheveled she appeared, undoubtedly unattractive, but did it truly matter? CMO Lee had witnessed her in countless moments of humiliation. This is the first time I have seen you weep, and so profoundly at that, CMO Lee said, lowering his gaze upon her. I had thought you, a woman of such stubbornness, would never shed a single tear. Liang Nian he closed her eyes, too exhausted to utter another word. Upon arriving at the hospital, after the doctor examined and treated her wounds, confirming her well-being, CMO Li escorted her back to the C residence. He personally placed her on the large bed in the master bedroom, tucking her in.
Rest well.
With a stoic expression, he uttered these words before turning to leave. He had already shown Liang Nian he considerable kindness, yet she remained ungrateful, consistently indifferent. Did she expect him to coddle her? That was utterly inconceivable. Liang Nian he was not of such stature to warrant CMO Li to lower himself. Let us not forget, she was merely a plaything in his grasp. When he extended kindness towards her, she was obliged to show gratitude. Should he choose to torment her, she could only endure.
As CMO Li approached the door, Liang Nian he is faint, ethereal voice suddenly echoed behind him, grant me a path to escape, CMO Li. Not a chance.
The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, causing the windows to tremble. Liang Nian he slowly opened her eyes, her mind flooded with memories of her abduction. Reflecting on it now, she still felt a shiver of dread. She had come perilously close to losing her purity, to being violated. Her body had never truly belonged to her. How filthy it felt, so abhorrent that she loathed herself for with such a self. What right did she have to seek love? If she were to find someone she cherished in the future, she would be plagued by insecurities, too timid to approach. Liang Nian he rose from the bed and made her way to the bathroom. She stood upright, turned on the faucet, and allowed the water to cascade down as she vigorously scrubbed her skin, rubbing until it turned red and purple, nearly shedding a layer of flesh, before finally pausing. No, it was insufficient. She needed to wash more. The sound of rushing water continued to echo downstairs. In the living room, CMO Li strode to the center of the sofa and bent down to sit.
What of the two kidnappers?
Sir, they have been dealt with. The bodyguard replied, making a gesture across his throat.
Did they reveal who orchestrated this?
Sir, they were barely clinging to life, their words incoherent. We could not extract any useful information, therefore, I took matters into my own hands.
A dark fury clouded CMO Li's gaze. Regardless of his disdain for Liang Nian he would not permit anyone to bully her. They were courting death.
Go, CMO Li leaned back, summon Liang Jiayun. Chapter 68. My sister has long lost her innocence since Liang Nianhe insists that this matter was orchestrated by Liang Jiayun. Very well, let him conduct a thorough investigation. It is preferable that it is not Liang Jiayun. Regardless of who is pulling the strings behind the scenes, they must be unmasked. Those who dare to challenge him are directly affronting his authority. In that moment, CMO Li exuded a formidable aura that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers, leaving them hesitant to approach. When Liang Jiayun arrived and beheld his demeanor, her heart raced with trepidation.
Could it be that the plan had failed and been exposed?
Mr.Si, I hear you were looking for me. She feigned calmness as she forced a smile and seated herself beside him.
Is there something urgent? What have you done to Liang Nianhe?
Confess. CMO Li's expression was as cold as steel. Liang Jiayun stiffened momentarily, but quickly regained her composure.
Mr.Si, what do you mean? I don't understand at all.
CMO Li's gaze hardened, seemingly capable of piercing through her very soul.
You should be well aware of the consequences of deceiving me. Mr. See, I truly don't understand. Regardless of the circumstances, Liang Jiayun stubbornly refused to concede, opting instead to play the fool.
Where is your sister? Liang Jiayun began to scan the surroundings.
I haven't seen her. Isn't she busy attending a meeting at the company?
She is resting upstairs.
When did she come home? It's not even time to leave work yet. Liang Jiayun continued her charade, striving to appear innocent and naive in order to deceive CMO Li's discerning gaze. Yet, internally, she was seething with frustration. How could Liang Nianhe have successfully escaped and returned to the C residence unscathed? What were those two men doing? Hadn't their mother claimed they were seasoned professionals, entirely reliable?
Yet, two grown men could not manage a single pregnant woman, utterly incompetent fools. Once again, they had failed to eliminate Liang Nianhe's child, and the future would only prove more challenging. She feared there might not be another opportunity to act. CMO Li scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, as if he could see right through her facade. Liang Jiayun, unable to withstand the intensity of his stare, averted her eyes and attempted to withdraw.
Mr.
See, I should go check on my sister. As she began to rise, CMO Li called her back.
She does not require your visit. Caught in an awkward stance, Liang Jiayun's mind raced.
No, she could no longer afford to remain passive. She needed a strategy that would absolve her of responsibility while ensuring Liang Nianhe faced repercussions. Relying solely on behind-the-scenes schemes and various traps, it would be difficult to draw closer to Liang Nianhe in the short term. She needed to return home and consult with her mother to devise a new plan, but how could she explain the situation to Mr. C? Lowering her head, her eyes reddening, she sniffled. My sister has always held a grudge against me. She dislikes me regardless of my actions. Now that I compete with her daily for your attention, she surely loathes me even more. Indeed, she is your wife, Mr.Si, while I am merely an inconsequential mistress. If it weren't for that fateful night when I mistakenly administered your medication, I would have no right to be by your side. I truly harbor deep feelings for you, Mr. C. However, as I observe you leaning more towards my sister each day, my heart aches, yet I remain obedient, refraining from causing a scene. Not if you prefer her, I am willing to step aside. But there is something I am uncertain whether to reveal to you. CMO Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
What is it?
Speak. He detested ambiguity and hesitance in speech. In a barely audible whisper, Liang Jiayun confessed, "Actually, my sister lost her virginity a long time ago."
Chapter 69.
The sister's close relationship with Ningyinan. Si Moli's expression darkened ominously in an instant, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. He abruptly rose, fixing an intense stare at Liang Jiayun's face. "Repeat that once more?"
Liang Jiayun appeared utterly terrified, trembling, and retreating repeatedly. "Mr.
See, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, please just pretend you didn't hear it. It was my folly. I should not have spoken ill of my sister behind her back." Tears were nearly spilling from her eyes as she frantically waved her hands. "I didn't mean to say it. I merely thought you had the right to know about this matter. I am uncertain whether you and my sister had already been intimate during your marriage. Thus, perhaps you were already aware of this, and I simply spoke out of turn." Si Moli had initially intended to intimidate Liang Jiayun, hoping that under his imposing presence, she would crumble and confess. To his astonishment, Liang Jiayun revealed such a shocking secret. Who had taken Liang Nian's innocence? Was it Ningyinan? And when exactly had it happened? Aside from Ningyinan, Si Moli could think of no other candidate. Since their marriage, he had never touched Liang Nianha. He was completely oblivious to her purity. Liang Jiayun continued, "Mr. C, I truly did not mean to sow discord. In this day and age, is a first time really of such paramount importance? My sister experienced love freely before marrying you, and it is only natural that a passion may have overtaken her. She incessantly stoked the flames. The truth was that Liang Nianha had lost her virginity long before their wedding night, and thus she could not possibly be pure."
This was an undeniable fact, however. As for how it had transpired and to whom, that was left to Liang Jiayun's imagination. From Mr. C's expression, it was evident that he had yet to lay a hand on Liang Nianha. "Very well, this time, Liang Nianha, let us see how you can escape this calamity." Si Moli's gaze narrowed. "How do you know her secret?" "My sister, during her university years, was quite close with a boy. I believe his name is Ning something Nan," Liang Jiayun replied. "Their relationship was quite affectionate. There were times when she returned home quite late, and he would be the one to bring her back. Moreover, on several occasions, they stayed out overnight, claiming to go camping with a few classmates." As she spoke, she discreetly observed Si Moli's expression. "Of course, I cannot ascertain whether they truly went camping or to some other place. Mr.Si, however, I believe it is only natural for a man and woman, alone together and harboring mutual affection, to succumb to temptation." Si Moli's countenance had grown terrifyingly grim. Liang Nianha had previously insisted to him that her relationship with Ningyinan was entirely innocent, merely friends, teetering on the edge of something more, with her self-respect intact and Ningyinan being a paragon of gentlemanly decorum. And yet, she had deceived him. His woman had already been possessed by another man, rendered a second-hand item. Si Moli swiftly strode towards the staircase. "Mr. C," Liang Jiayun feigned concern, pulling at him, "you truly did not know?" "I had assumed you and my sister had done everything together, but simply did not care." Si Moli shrugged off her hand, uninterested in engaging with her further, and continued on his way. Liang Jiayun called after his retreating figure, "I was just wondering if my sister secretly underwent a procedure to restore her hymen before marriage, thus leading you to believe she was untouched." Chapter 70. "I will test you." The figure of Si Moli vanished at the staircase of the second floor. Liang Jiayun broke into a triumphant smile. A spectacle was about to unfold. Ha! She could hardly believe that Liang Nianha could always turn misfortune into fortune, effortlessly navigating perilous situations. This time, she was eager to see how Liang Nianha would pass the test set by President C. The reason for President C's questioning was undoubtedly due to Liang Nianha's whispers, insinuating that the kidnapping incident was her doing. Otherwise, President C would not have approached her with such ferocity. Let us observe whose whispers hold more sway. Just wait and see. Regarding the kidnapping, Liang Jiayun would never admit to it, unless presented with irrefutable evidence. However, she had faith in her mother's capabilities. There would be no traces left behind. Liang Jiayun hastily made her exit, lest the fury unleashed would ensnare her as well. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Liang Nianha had just donned her pajamas, the ends of her hair still damp, when suddenly, the door was kicked open. Si Moli strode in with urgency, his footsteps brimming with intensity, his expression resembling an impending storm, shrouded in dark clouds. She stood by the bed, turning to face him. "What are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Si Moli had already seized her by the neck, advancing upon her with relentless determination, forcing her to retreat step by step. Ultimately, her back collided painfully against the wall, sending jolts of agony through her bones. What madness had overtaken Si Moli this time? Liang Nianha glared defiantly at him. "What have I done to provoke you?" He remained silent, his gaze darkening ominously as he began to tear at her pajamas. "Hey, Si Moli, what are you doing?" Liang Nianha struggled vigorously. "Let go of me, release me." With a tearing sound, her pajamas split in two. Si Moli's movements were decisive and forceful, leaving her no chance to resist. Si Moli, Liang Nianha shouted with all her might, "You lunatic, don't touch me, step away." Yet, the more she screamed and pushed, the tighter he restrained her. Liang Nianha grasped his wrists, but it was futile. Gritting her teeth, trembling all over, she implored, "The way you're treating me, Si Moli, how are you any different from those two kidnappers?" Her words momentarily halted his actions. Liang Nianha slowly slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor, her hands clutched tightly in front of her. She was enduring a hauntingly similar ordeal, having faced it twice in a single day. The shadow of the previous encounter had not yet dissipated, still lingering heavily in her heart, and now Si Moli was subjecting her to this treatment once more. Did he ever consider her feelings?
Did he regard her as a woman deserving of dignity? How ironic. Liang Nianhai's voice quivered. This morning I was nearly violated by kidnappers, and now this afternoon in my own bedroom, I am being forced by my husband. See Molly, if you desire my body, just be straightforward about it. To pounce upon her and rip her clothes like a madman was utterly incomprehensible. How could she possibly sustain such a marriage? I do not want you. See Molly looked down upon her. I want to test you. Test me. Liang Nianhai was bewildered by his words. To test your innocence. As the words left his lips, his hands descended, gripping her shoulders to hoist her up, then throwing her onto the bed. Standing at the edge of the bed, his thin lips uttered words laden with disdain. Undress yourself, or shall I assist you? The choice is yours. As for the test, I shall take matters into my own hands. Only then did Liang Nianhai grasp his intentions. Why did he suddenly suspect that she was not innocent? She was not, and she was even pregnant. How was she to respond to this? Chapter 71 Liang Nianhai, you had better be pure. Noticing that Liang Nianhai remained utterly still, Si Molly narrowed his eyes. It appears that I must take matters into my own hands. Very well, she need only lie there, allowing him to take the lead throughout this entire affair. Surely, a mere touch of his fingers would suffice to ascertain the truth. Si Molly grasped Liang Nianhai's wrists firmly, lifting them above her head, while his other hand deftly and swiftly unfastened her nightgown. Fresh from a bath, she emanated a lingering fragrance of soap, stirring within him a tumult of desires. In that fleeting moment, he was overtaken by the urge to possess her. However, rationality swiftly quelled such thoughts. If she were no longer virtuous, then to claim her would be beneath him. For someone of his stature, a woman must remain unblemished. Liang Nianhai lay supine upon the bed, staring at the ceiling, consumed by humiliation. She ceased her resistance, fully aware of its futility. See Molly, she called his name. In truth, you need not verify. Even if you were to verify, the seeds of doubt would already be sown in your heart, creating an insurmountable rift between us. If I am innocent, you will suspect foul play. If I am not, your wrath will only deepen. See Molly raised his gaze to meet hers. You tell me, is your virtue intact? It is. Liang Nianhai replied without hesitation. She understood that any hint of doubt on her part would seal her fate. The truth of her pregnancy could very well be uncovered by Si Molly, and he might even discover that on the night of their wedding, she had been with Ninginan in a hotel. The consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Si Molly remained impassive. Your words hold no weight, verification is what counts. He had already stripped her of all clothing, discarding it carelessly aside. Liang Nianhai bit her lip, her skin prickling with goosebumps. She refused to submit to his examination, and she certainly did not wish to be treated like an object to be scrutinized. Si Molly's hand rested upon her thigh, his lips pressed together in a thin line, devoid of any emotion, his eyes reflecting a chilling depth. He sought a definitive answer. Since Liang Jiayun had dared to speak, she must possess certainty. Liang Nianhai, you had better be pure. Shaking uncontrollably, Liang Nianhai instinctively attempted to close her legs, only to be forcefully pried apart by him. Wait. At this critical juncture, she called out to halt him. I do not know whose words you have heeded, prompting you to come and verify my purity. I am willing to submit to your examination, but I have one request. Speak.
Please summon an older, experienced woman.
She continued, I cannot accept your current method.
Si Molly narrowed his eyes slightly. Liang Nianhai, I am your husband. But in reality, nothing has transpired between us. Liang Nianhai grasped the corner of the pillow tightly. I cannot bear the thought of my first time being taken by someone like you. If you do not trust my word, then let a woman come. It would ease my heart. He appraised her, his expression inscrutable. The woman must be one you trust, this is my final request. She felt akin to a maiden in ancient times, presenting herself to the emperor, awaiting verification of her virtue. Helplessness, humiliation, torment. After a brief pause, Si Molly acquiesced. Very well. Liang Nianhai exhaled softly in relief, turning her head to discreetly press tears into her pillow. Shortly thereafter, Si Molly departed, and an elderly woman, frail and in her 70s, entered briskly. Chapter 72 Mr. C, the lady is innocent. Madam C, I have been summoned by Mr. to conduct a physical examination for you, the old matron stated. Please relax and do not be anxious. Are you quite adept in this field, capable of discerning the truth at a mere glance? Indeed. Liang Nianhai fixed her gaze intently upon her. The old matron felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Rest assured, madam, I will be exceedingly gentle, the entire process shall not exceed 1 minute. Are you certain that the results you ascertain will be accurate? What if, Liang Nianhai elongated her tone, a discrepancy arises, will you be able to bear the responsibility? This, the old matron perceived an underlying meaning in Madame C's words. Liang Nianhai spoke softly, you are here at the behest of Si Molly, thus your allegiance lies with him. I will cooperate with you and will not make things difficult. However, there is something I wish to impart. Please, do share, madam. If I am indeed innocent, the outcome will naturally be mutually beneficial. You shall receive a handsome reward, and my relationship with Si Molly will remain harmonious. Yet, should your examination reveal otherwise, what then shall be the outcome? The old matron's complexion shifted. Indeed, if Madame C were not virtuous, delivering the results to Mr. would undoubtedly incite his fury. What then would become of her, confronted by Mr. C's wrath? How could she endure? Furthermore, she was privy to the secret. The more she knew, the more perilous her situation. It was a thankless endeavor. Liang Nianhai's voice lowered even further. I merely wish to caution you, with no other intention. As for how you ultimately choose to proceed, that is your prerogative, and I shall not interfere. Now, let us commence.
The old matron hesitated momentarily before approaching the bedside and lifting the covers. Outside the door, Simoli stood in the corridor, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. The ash hung long and unburned, for he had yet to take a single puff. That he was waiting, anticipating the outcome. Liang Nianha had better be pure, otherwise, he would not spare her. Even if he vowed never to touch her in this lifetime, she must maintain her integrity. Simoli would never accept a woman sullied by another man. That would be a grave affront and insult to him. With a creak, the master bedroom door swung open. The old matron emerged.
Amr.si, the examination is complete. And the results? The old matron replied, Madam is innocent. Simoli furrowed his brows tightly. Are you sure? I have personally conducted the examination. There shall be no error, the old matron assured him. If you harbor doubts, there are indeed other methods by which you may ascertain the truth. To determine her virtue, he could simply engage in the act himself. Simoli remained silent, gesturing with his hand. The old matron nodded and quietly departed, her palms slick with sweat. What a perilous ordeal, she nearly feared she would not escape the opulent sea manor. Simoli stepped into the master bedroom, where Liang Nianha lay on the bed, turned away from him. Are you satisfied? She inquired. Is this the result you desired? He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Fortunately, the two kidnappers did not have the opportunity to violate me. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for words. Not only would I have lost my virtue, but I would also have faced your suspicions, rendering life utterly meaningless. Simoli, is it not enough that you torment me in your usual manner? Must you now further insult me? Liang Nianha remarked, you may rest assured now. Chapter 73, I only hope for your demise, so I may become a widow. Simoli spoke coldly, maintaining your chastity is your duty. Is it too much for you to endure a mere examination? Listen to the heartless words he uttered, devoid of any humanity. He trampled upon her dignity, disregarding her feelings, and with a tone of its just, he portrayed her as uncooperative, unreasonable, and petulant. Am I not allowed to feel wronged? Liang Nian, he inquired. If you are pure, you should fear no examination. He was her husband, and he possessed that authority. Liang Nian, he slowly rose from the bed, her bright, pure eyes gazing at him. It must be Liang Jiayun's machinations behind this. Why do you blindly trust her words, Simoli? Have you ever believed anything I said? She lived her life with such caution and difficulty. Indeed, Liang Jiayun was not speaking falsely this time. She had lost her purity long ago. She had been sold by the Liang family to Ning Yinan, and after a night of debauchery, she had become pregnant, with twins no less. Now, with her own survival at stake, Liang Nian he still sought to protect her two children by any means necessary. She had narrowly escaped Liang Jiayun's schemes time and again. Where would the next trap be hidden, waiting for her? She did not know when she might unwittingly step into it, falling into an abyss from which there would be no return. A torrent of grievance, anger, and unwillingness surged within her. Liang Nian he longed to disregard everything and engage in a mutual destruction, ensuring no one would have it easy. Yet, Simoli continued, why should I trust you? How can you even compare with Liang Jiayun? What are you? Merely the bride he had married to dispel bad luck, destined to be cast aside one day. Simoli, you are utterly devoid of humanity. Liang Nian he seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at him with all her might. But what good would it do? Simoli merely raised a hand to deflect it lightly, the pillow falling harmlessly at his feet. Liang Nian he was powerless against him, unable to contend with his authority, and could only bite her lip, glaring at him. Why must she endure this, while desperately concealing the sordid events of their wedding night? Clearly, she was the greatest victim. She should expose everything that transpired that night, forcing the Liang family to face the consequences, compelling Simoli to take action, and making Ning Yinan pay for the life he had created within her. Let chaos reign, let hearts tremble, even if she were to be disgraced. So what, if she could not find peace? Neither should anyone else. After all, she had nothing to lose. The Liang family, the Ning family, and the Si family were all prominent figures, their shame far greater than hers. Liang Nian he no longer wished to bear these secrets alone. She was utterly exhausted. Do not throw your tantrums before me. I will not indulge you, Simoli replied with a stoic expression. Do not think that my saving you signifies any regard for you. I simply refuse to allow you to perish at the hands of others. Do you understand? Liang Nian he raised her chin defiantly. Then why not just kill me now? That would be too dull. It is far more entertaining to torment you slowly. Simoli, I despise you. You had best continue to hate me, he said, gripping her chin. Just be sure you never fall in love with me. Fall in love with him? How could she ever love a devil? Ha, Simoli, even if every man in the world were to perish, even if I were to remain single for the rest of my life, I could never, like you. I only wish for your death, so I may become a widow. You shall never become a widow, not even in death. Chapter 74 To kill Simoli, Liang Nian he inquired slowly, what if I were to kill you? Kill me? Simoli raised an eyebrow, you lack the capability. Countless individuals have sought his life, yet none have succeeded. Even amidst the internal strife within the Si family, not even those closest to him could bring about his demise. Very well, remember what you said today, Simoli. When the opportunity arises, I shall undoubtedly end your life without hesitation. He arrogantly replied, even if I were to hand you a knife right now, you wouldn't have the ability to plunge it into my heart. With that, Simoli retracted his hand and strode away.
Liang Yan he collapsed weakly onto the bed.to kill CM Oli, to take his life, having spent every day together. She was indeed the person most likely to succeed if he refused to divorce her, would not let her go, and tacitly allowed Liang Jiayun to bully her without restraint, deriving amusement from her torment. What meaning did such a life hold? Suddenly, Liang Yan he rolled off the bed and rummaged through the lowest drawer of the wardrobe, discovering a sharp little knife, small yet perfectly fitting in her palm. It could be easily concealed just right. She slipped the knife into her pillowcase, where it was within reach at a moment's notice. Someday, somehow, this knife would serve its purpose. Even if it couldn't be used to slay CM Oli, it would suffice for self-defense. Or if she were driven to the brink, she could end it herself. This thought flickered through her mind, and Liang Yan he froze for a moment. How could she entertain such notions? She was no longer alone. Within her, two vibrant lives were dependent upon her, accompanying her, needing her to bring them safely into this world. How could she abandon herself in such a manner? For the sake of these children, bound to her by blood, she must remain resolutely strong. A little hardship and setback could never bring her down. Glancing at the sky outside, she contemplated and decided to head to the office to work overtime. After all, sleep eluded her. It would be better to manage her tasks efficiently. She had already squandered too much time, and now that her spirits were high, she would strive to work diligently. At the C Group. As the end of the workday approached, Liang Yan he unexpectedly appeared at her desk.
Nian he, is that you? Suanya asked curiously. You missed the morning meeting.
President Sheng mentioned that he assigned you another task, hence you wouldn't be coming to the office these days. Liang Yan he smiled. I exceeded my goals and returned early.
Such dedication.
You must take care of your health and rest more. Suanya observed her pale complexion. You seem a bit wan. It's nothing, really. It's just that it's too hot outside. I'll feel better once I sit in the air conditioning for a while.
Suanya kindly fanned her with her hand. Are you hungry?
Have you eaten? I remember you have low blood sugar. Don't forget to eat while you're busy. It was only then that Liang Yan he remembered she had only eaten breakfast. See, you really ought to take better care of yourself.
Sit tight, I'll go get you something to eat. Thank you, Enya.
Having a friend so considerate was indeed a blessing from fate. Just as Liang Yan he opened her computer, Shang Jun she suddenly stood beside her.
President Shang? Back already? Shang Junji inquired. Liang Yan he, not fully comprehending, replied, Weren't you supposed to escape from CM Oli's torment, only to be caught and brought back? Chapter 75. Not only will I douse you, but I shall strike you.
Liang Yanha, why did it fail? Was it due to a lack of foresight, or has CM Oli ensnared us in an inescapable net? President Shang Junji continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. With that temperament of his, finding a wife is no simple feat.
You should exercise a bit of patience.
Liang Yanha fell silent once more. She had initially intended to express her gratitude to President Shang, as he had been remarkably understanding since her arrival, despite the various predicaments that had arisen. However, the breadth of President Shang's imagination was indeed astonishing. Leaning lazily against the edge of his desk, Shang Junji remarked, I covered for you in this morning's meeting. It seems that was unnecessary.
You should be able to return to work as usual from now on. Certainly, President Shang. Very well.
Shang Junji nodded. This time, I genuinely wish to entrust a project to you. Liang Yanha immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Please, President Shang, go ahead. The marketing department has conducted research, revealing that the skincare market is saturated with a plethora of products, yet there remains a dearth of lotions specifically designed for sensitive skin. Therefore, I hope you can develop such a product. Firstly, the efficacy must be outstanding. One application should alleviate redness and provide immediate relief. Secondly, the price must be accessible, affordable for everyone from students to white-collar workers. An effective product at a reasonable price is indeed the best strategy to drive sales. Shang Junji paused. However, there lies a rather thorny issue: it costs. We cannot engage in a venture that incurs losses. Profitability is essential. Only with low research and raw material costs can we maintain competitive pricing. Liang Yanha replied, I understand, President Shang, you wish for me to formulate a lotion for sensitive skin that is both cost-effective and highly effective.
Shang Junji snapped his fingers. Precisely. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? I can certainly give it a try.
Excellent. You may utilize any resources in the laboratory at your discretion. Should you encounter any issues, report them to me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you.
How long do you anticipate needing? Liang Yanha pondered briefly. At the earliest, 2 weeks. Shang Junji expressed his satisfaction. Very well, I shall await your results.
Upon receiving her assignment, Liang Yanha devoted herself wholeheartedly, initially compiling a list of potential ingredients for the formulation before immersing herself in the laboratory. By the time she concluded her work, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Fortunately, she was still able to catch the last bus. Though somewhat fatigued, Liang Yanha felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Investing her time and energy in her work was far more rewarding than expending it on CM Oli. The bus stop was a considerable distance from Siyuan, requiring a 10-minute walk. As she strolled alone along the tranquil path, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the formulation. What could be the effective yet cost-efficient ingredients? Beep, beep, beep. A flamboyant red sports car suddenly came to a halt beside her. Liang Jiayun arrogantly honked the horn, rolled down the window, and with a mocking expression, exclaimed, You're still alive, huh? Quite resilient, aren't you? Upon encountering her nemesis, Liang Yanha felt a surge of anger rise within her, recalling the misdeeds of Liang Jiayun. Without a second thought, she twisted open her bottle of water and splashed it at her a splash. Ah! Liang Jiayun screamed, "You actually splashed me. Not only will I splash you, but I shall also strike you." Liang Yanha rushed to the car door, reached in, and seized Liang Jiayun by her hair, pulling her out forcefully.
"So, you think you can kidnap me? You wish to ruin my reputation, do you?" Chapter 76. Yes, it was I who struck you, and what of it? Liang Yanha showed no mercy, recalling the heart-pounding moment. She struck even harder. Liang Jiayun was truly as venomous as a viper. "You lunatic, let go of me, Liang Yanha, I shall not let this go unpunished." Liang Jiayun screamed incessantly, "My hair, my hair. Be gentle." Liang Yanha stood outside, moving freely, while Liang Jiayun, confined within the driver's seat, found it difficult to resist. In a woman's skirmish, the key element is one word, scratching. Liang Jiayun bore long, jagged scratches on her face, neck, and arms. The lighter ones merely graced the skin, while the deeper ones drew blood. In comparison to the torment Liang Yanha had endured during her kidnapping, what did this truly amount to? Help! Liang Yanha, how dare you treat me this way? I will make you pay for this. The enmity between us has already been established, it is either your demise or mine. Liang Yanha, filled with pent-up rage, found a perfect outlet in Liang Jiayun's unexpected arrival. How fortuitous. "Ah, it hurts, I shall inform Mr.Si, and he will surely punish you severely." In her frantic flailing, Liang Jiayun accidentally opened the car door and tumbled out, landing beside the wheel. Liang Yanha seized the opportunity and kicked her. "You, wretched creature." Liang Jiayun glared at her, gritting her teeth. "Fine, I will go directly to Mr.Si and report this." Liang Yanha retorted, "Go ahead. If you don't, you're a coward. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean I don't. Let us see who can argue better. You twist the truth and say the dead are alive? I assure you, I will uncover evidence of your kidnapping. To wish for others to remain oblivious, one must not act wrongly themselves. Investigate all you wish, let us see what you can uncover." Liang Jiayun was undeterred. "Mr. Si will always stand by my side, he will protect me, not you." Liang Yanha laughed, "He has already promised me that should there be evidence, he will take action." Liang Jiayun's expression shifted, yet she stubbornly replied, "You should find the evidence first." She had already inquired with Liang Mu. The kidnappers were dead, leaving no witnesses. Any other clues or traces had been disposed of by Liang Mu. No matter Liang Yanha's capabilities, it would be impossible for her to trace it back to her. Observing Liang Jiayun's confidence, Liang Yanha understood that locating this evidence would indeed be exceedingly challenging. However, no matter the difficulty, it must be pursued. "Let us wait and see." Liang Yanha clapped her hands. "Encountering a barking dog on my way home is quite disheartening." She adjusted her bag and elegantly turned to continue toward the direction of Sea Garden. Just as she turned, she caught sight of Si Moli's tall and upright figure beneath the streetlight. When had he arrived? How long had he been watching? Why hadn't he intervened? "Mr. Si." Upon seeing Si Moli, Liang Jiayun immediately began to weep. "Look at the injuries on me, they are all inflicted by her. I am being bullied to death." Liang Yanha responded defiantly, "Indeed, I struck you. And what of it?" With a dismissive scoff, she strode away, not glancing back, leaving Si Moli and Liang Jiayun behind. "Look at her arrogance," Liang Jiayun continued her complaint. "Mr. Si, you must take action. If this continues, today she dares to strike me, tomorrow she will dare to disrespect you." Si Moli cast a cold glance at Liang Yanha's departing figure. She was indeed becoming increasingly unruly. Yet he parted his thin lips slightly. "Isn't this beating precisely what you deserved?" Chapter 77. How wonderful it would be if Liang Yanha were here that night. Liang Jiayun was momentarily taken aback, forgetting her tears. "Mr. Si, your words elude my understanding. What did it mean that she deserved this? Was Mr.Si not going to help her? Instead, he was aiding Liang Yanha? Do you not possess even a shred of awareness as to why she attacked you?" Of course, Liang Jiayun was aware. It was due to her orchestrating the kidnapping of Liang Yanha and her intent to eliminate the child. However, these truths must never reach Mr. Si. She feigned ignorance, shaking her head. "What offense have I committed against my sister? Or perhaps, she simply finds me displeasing." Si Moli replied coldly, "You slander her integrity." Liang Jiayun retorted impulsively, She has long since lost her purity." This was an undeniable fact, there could be no mistake. On the night Liang Yanha entered the Si household, she was sold by her parents to a wealthy man and sent to a hotel. Ultimately, that wealthy man never arrived, but Mr. Si did enter that room, engaging in relations with Liang Yanha. Liang Yanha believed that man to be her purchaser, when in truth it was Si Moli. This affair was known to both her and her parents, and they were resolute in keeping the secret buried forever. Why then, would Mr.Si claim she was slandering Liang Yanha? "She is pure," Si Moli asserted, "I have verified this." Liang Jiayun shook her head vehemently. "Impossible, there must be some mistake, something nefarious at play. A pregnant woman, still considered innocent? What a farce. Mr.Si, did you personally conduct the examination, or did Liang Yanha merely assert it?" Liang Jiayun queried hastily. "Do not trust her, she is exceedingly cunning, full of tricks. Do not let her deceive you. I can guarantee that she's silence." Si Moli snapped, causing Liang Jiayun to immediately fall silent. What sort of ploy had Liang Yanha employed to evade Mr. Si's scrutiny? She had truly underestimated her. "Do not provoke her further," Si Moli warned, "and cease your baseless gossip." "Do you understand?" I have not.
Liang Jiayun protested defiantly. She was utterly confident regarding Liang Nianha's innocence, yet Mr.Si did not believe her, allowing Liang Nianha to escape unscathed. Si Molly dismissed her with a wave, striding away. Stay home.
Mr.
See, Liang Jiayun pursued him, unwilling to relent. Such a significant matter, concerning a woman's reputation, how could I possibly speak without certainty? You must be deceived by Liang Nianha. If you doubt it, let us go to the hospital for an examination. Before she could finish, Si Molly shot her a glare, infused with anger and impatience. Mind your words, Liang Jiayun. Her careless remark had led him to verify Liang Nianha's status, resulting in discord between them. Now, Liang Jiayun persisted in her manipulation, further aggravating his annoyance. His tolerance for her continued to dwindle. Even a few additional words from her felt like a cacophony. The intimacy and beauty of that night seemed to vanish between them. If only, instead of Liang Jiayun, Liang Nianha had occupied that room that night. The thought struck Si Molly, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could he wish for her? What absurdity was this? Were it not for the obstruction of old Master Si and Lin Jin, he would have divorced Liang Nianha long ago. Damn it, Liang Nianha must have cast some spell upon him, ensnaring his heart. Liang Jiayun, Si Molly inquired, that night, was it you who slept in the hotel room? Chapter 78. Are you daring to think of another man? He suddenly posed this question, leaving Liang Jiayun in a state of panic. After all, she was merely an impostor, riddled with guilt. Surely, President Si couldn't he have noticed anything amiss, could he? It's me, President Si, Liang Jiayun stammered, nodding her head. Didn't you already investigate? The room was booked by my father. I was resting inside when you unexpectedly entered, and everything unfolded quite naturally. President Si did not press further, striding towards the sea garden. That he must have been bewitched. That night was supposed to be the joyous occasion of his marriage to Liang Nianha, the bride who naturally remained in the bridal suite. She could not possibly appear at the hotel. Liang Nianha returned to her bedroom, exhausted. After a bath in her nightgown, she sank into the bathtub, closing her eyes in blissful comfort. Initially, her thoughts drifted to skincare formulas, but soon enough, the venomous face of Liang Jiayun resurfaced in her mind. Liang Nianha understood that she needed to gather sufficient evidence to prove Liang Jiayun had kidnapped her. Only then would President Si believe her and take action against Liang Jiayun. Even if President Si was reluctant to act against his beloved mistress, he at least had to put on a show and provide her with an explanation. Moreover, this could serve as a warning to Liang Jiayun not to think she could act recklessly and plot behind her back. Liang Nianha was no pushover, yet the question remained, where could she find evidence, and how? As a pregnant woman, she toiled during the day and endured torment from President Si at night. How she wished someone could assist her. Suddenly, inspiration struck.
Ninginan!
Liang Nianha exclaimed, her eyes snapping open as she instinctively uttered his name. Ninginan was the perfect candidate. After all, he was the father of her unborn child. It was his duty and responsibility to help her, for the safety of his child's life was at stake. This was something Ninginan ought to do. Besides, he owed her. He had wronged her. Liang Nianha would not disclose to him that she was carrying his child, but when she needed him, she could certainly demand his support. All for the sake of the child. As a father, it was only reasonable for him to lend a hand. With her thoughts now illuminated, Liang Nianha felt a flicker of hope. However, before she could revel in her newfound optimism, she heard the deep voice of Si Molly echoing from the bathroom door. Whose name were you calling? Liang Nianha turned to see Si Molly leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his gaze laden with palpable menace. Instinctively, she shielded herself. How did you get in here? She distinctly remembered locking the door. I ask you again, whose name were you calling? Si Molly demanded, answer me. Liang Nianha bit her lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. She had blurted it out unconsciously, losing control of herself. How could she have known Si Molly would overhear? Liang Nianha took a deep breath, deciding to take the plunge. Didn't you hear it yourself? Why ask me when you already know? Si Molly immediately advanced towards the bathtub, the sound of his leather shoes striking the tile echoed sharply. Realizing what was about to happen, Liang Nianha hastily reached for a bath towel, but it was too late. Si Molly had already lifted her entirely from the water. The splashing water drenched his trousers and shoes, yet he seemed utterly indifferent. Liang Nianha, you stay within my sight at all times, yet your thoughts wander to another man? Do you wish for your own demise? At that moment, Si Molly was consumed by an overwhelming jealousy, nearly driven to madness. How dare Ninginan occupy a space in her heart? How dare he? Chapter 79. It seems you have fallen for me. She, Liang Nianha, is the wife he brought home. Even if he does not love her, she is still his, both in body and soul. How dare she yearn for Ninginan? How could she? If Liang Nianha merely harbored silent thoughts, undetected by him, it would be tolerable. Yet, astonishingly, while immersed in a warm bath, drowsy and relaxed, she uttered another man's name with such ease. How could Si Molly endure this? Any ordinary man would find such an affront unbearable. Hence, Si Molly's fury was entirely justified. He did not cherish her, nor was he consumed by jealousy. Rather, he simply wished to safeguard what was his. Liang Nianha, a possession belonging to him. Suddenly emerging from the warm water, a chill gust of wind enveloped her, causing Liang Nianha to huddle her shoulders. Moreover, she was completely bare, her skin glistening with droplets. Have you lost your voice? Si Molly demanded. Have you truly never forgotten Ninginan? Liang Nianha bit her lip. I have not. This response made Si Molly's pupils constrict. I have not, Liang Nianha reiterated. I cannot forget him. Why should I? Besides, what does this concern you? I am your husband. Liang Nianha locked eyes with him. Yet you can only govern my physical presence, not my heart. Having heard enough, she boldly surrendered to her truth. Further explanation was futile. Liang Yanha broke free from his grasp, bent to retrieve her bathrobe, and wrapped it around herself before stepping out of the tub to stand before him. Why do you care so deeply? Why are you so agitated about whom I love? She countered, taking deliberate steps towards Si Moli.
Could it be that you love me? Her finger pressed gently against Si Moli's heart.
Rather than be cornered by his inquiries, she preferred to seize the reins of the conversation. I've heard that only when a man falls for a woman does he become jealous, concerned, and possessive. He will care whether her heart is unencumbered, whether there is space reserved solely for him.
Si Moli, your every action and reaction indicates that you have indeed fallen for me. It seems you are yet to realize it. Allow me to kindly remind you. Consider this: will you continue to indulge this fondness, or will you exercise restraint? After all, it may be difficult to account for your feelings towards Liang Jiayun later. Her hair dripped with water, her robe hung loosely, her bare face radiating purity and freshness, exuding an enchanting innocence. She remained oblivious to how captivating she appeared in her post-bath state. Si Moli's breath became slightly unsteady, yet he was rendered speechless by her boldness, yet, soon his expression hardened once more. I have fallen for you? Is that not the case?
Liang Yin had gently lifted her chin, drawing near to his lips yet maintaining a tantalizing distance.
A subtle fragrance lingered, tantalizing Si Moli's senses. What is there to love? He arched an eyebrow. Do you believe yourself worthy of me?
But it seems you have developed feelings for me.
Otherwise, why would you be so incensed upon hearing me call out Ninginan's name?
With a swift motion, Si Moli wrapped his long arms around her waist, pulling her tightly against him, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, remove the word love, and then it sounds plausible.
Remove the word love?
That implies he had taken her. Liang Yin, his eyes widened, and before she could utter a word, Si Moli's fervent lips descended, pressing against her collarbone. Chapter 80. To love someone is to desire her. Subsequently, the ties of the bathrobe were deftly and swiftly untied by his hand, cascading to the floor. The man's bronze skin contrasted strikingly with the woman's snow-white complexion, a perfect juxtaposition. Si Moli's lips seemed to burn with an inferno, searing with intensity, leaving imprints everywhere. Initially, Liang Yin he managed to maintain a facade of composure, but gradually she sensed something amiss. This time, it appeared that Si Moli was indeed serious. Why, what was happening? He had countless opportunities before to possess her, yet he had never pursued it further. Today, surely, he wouldn't either. Liang Yin he felt a twinge of uncertainty and inquired, only when one loves another does one wish to possess her body, does it not?
If you do not love me, what significance is there in engaging in such intimate acts with me?
Si Moli's lips returned to her ear, his breath heavy. Do you not realize that a man can separate love from physical intimacy?
She retorted, can you truly achieve that separation? Liang Yin I am a man too.
No, she countered, you are fastidious, not merely in body but also in mind. Liang Yin he had long discerned that Si Moli, perched high above in his privileged existence, desired only that which was unequivocally his, and it must align with his wishes.
Otherwise, he wouldn't even cast a glance. Si Moli scoffed, I find it amusing how foolish you can be when you ought to be clever, yet so astute when you should be naive. Indeed, he could not simply claim Liang Yin he's body in such a manner. Ha, he loved her, utterly preposterous. Get out. Si Moli coldly released his grip. Liang Yin he internally sighed in relief, tightening her bathrobe as she made her exit. She then heard Si Moli remark, as for Ninginan, do not harbor any illusions. I harbor no illusions, Liang Yin he intentionally replied, I merely find it difficult to let go of him. He remains oblivious, save for you. Bang. Si Moli kicked the glass door of the bathroom. Liang Yin he involuntarily shuddered, quickening her pace to leave. She returned to the sofa, lying down hastily, shutting her eyes to sleep, lest he emerge and unleash his fury. Before drifting off, Liang Yin he instinctively felt for the knife concealed within her pillowcase. Good, it was still there. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Si Moli was taking a shower. Seizing this moment, Liang Yin he swiftly composed a message and sent it to Ninginan. Please do me a favor. I have been kidnapped by Liang Jiayun, but I cannot find evidence to prove her guilt. I hope you can use your connections to investigate this matter. It is of utmost importance. Thank you. Once she confirmed the message was sent, Liang Yin he immediately deleted it, without leaving a trace. If it were merely a personal feud between her and Liang Jiayun, she would not trouble Ninginan, wishing instead to sever ties. However, this pertained to the child within her. As the biological father, it was only natural for Ninginan to take action. The following day. In the morning, Liang Yin he sat in the laboratory, donned in a white lab coat, scrutinizing a plethora of chemical materials, exerting every ounce of intellect to develop new formulations. The materials she utilized were relatively inexpensive, yet when all was calculated, the overall cost remained rather high. Was there not a more economical alternative? Suddenly, her phone chimed with a text message. Liang Yin he picked it up to find that Ninginan had replied, alright, let us meet this afternoon to discuss. I will send you the address. Chapter 81. He suddenly engaged in a contest with Ninginan. Strangely, he could have simply conducted an inquiry, so why did he feel the need to meet in person? Was it that he wished to see her, or was there another motive at play? Just as Liang Yin had contemplated her response, the laboratory door creaked open. Someone had arrived. She quickly slipped her phone into her pocket and turned her head to look. It was Shang Juanji. Mr. Shang, what brings you here? Liang Yinha rose to her feet. I am currently researching the formula, but I have yet to make any progress. That's perfectly fine, take your time, there is still ample opportunity, he reassured her.
Beside them, Suanya inquired, Mr. Shang, could we possibly raise the budget a little more? Nianha and I have nearly exhausted all the raw materials, yet it still fails to meet your expectations.
Shang Juanji asked, by how much more?
Perhaps 10 yuan, she suggested. Though it appeared to be merely 10 yuan, once this skincare line entered mass production, yielding millions in stock, the costs would escalate into the tens of millions. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Juanji acknowledged that his demands had indeed been rather stringent, especially considering that the C Corporation had only just begun to venture into the beauty and skincare industry,
making their initial steps quite challenging.
He was about to concede when he heard Liang Nianha assert, no need, Mr. Shang, I will think of another solution. I refuse to raise the costs arbitrarily until the very last moment. Her earnestness was evident, and her eyes radiated a tenacity that intrigued Shang Juanji. Very well, I place my trust in you, he nodded.
However, if it ultimately proves unfeasible, we shall proceed with Suanya's suggestion to develop the formula at the increased cost. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Shang.
I recall, Shang Juanji smiled as he continued, that you once developed a line of skincare lotions for the Ning Corporation, which was also low-cost yet highly effective. You possess experience in this domain.
He inquired, the success of that project was attributed to the power of love, was it not? Liang Nianha wore a resigned expression.
It was merely a casual experiment, yet it garnered immense popularity among consumers. Approach your current task with the same casualness, relax your mindset and moreover, aim to surpass the sales of the Ning Corporation's skincare line.
What?
Mr. Shang, you are placing an enormous amount of pressure on me all at once.
Shang Juanji cleared his throat. It is not my doing, rather, it is of the higher-ups, you understand, do you not? See Molly. What schemes is he concocting now?
Mr.Si inquired about the progress of the RD department today, so I thought I would stop by the lab to ensure he does not perceive me as neglectful of this project, Shang Juanji explained. As for his desire to outpace the Ning Corporation, I believe you are most aware of the underlying reasons.
Of course, Liang Nianha was well aware.
That lunatic Simoli, he had suddenly decided to compete with Ninginan, yet the burden of the outcome would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. If this skincare line failed to captivate the market, she would surely face his relentless torment. He would undoubtedly criticize her efforts, convinced that she had not exerted herself to the fullest. Just the thought of it made her head spin. Resuming her position before the instruments, Liang Nianha shook off her distracting thoughts and reinvested herself into her research. The formulation of skincare products required precision down to the milligram. It demanded an exceptional level of seriousness and rigor. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Mr. C. William knocked and entered. The information you requested is compiled within this folder.
He handed over an envelope. Simoli cast a glance at it.
He had instructed William to investigate the past between Liang Nianha and Ninginan. Previously, he had only heard vague details, but now he sought to uncover the complete narrative of this relationship. Chapter 82. Has Liang Nianha betrayed you? Simoli was determined to observe just how fervently these two had loved each other during their 4 years at university, particularly since Liang Nianha still seemed unable to let go. William was always meticulous in his work, and this dossier had been compiled with utmost detail, from chat logs to photographs taken during outings, along with various intimate snapshots, even handwritten notes exchanged between the two. The more Simoli perused, the darker his expression became. What a profound companionship, what deep affection. His flipping through the pages grew increasingly rapid until he could no longer bear to continue. He waved his hand dismissively, sending the materials scattering across the floor.
What is going on here? At that moment, Shang Juanji entered, witnessing the scene unfold. Who has once again displeased our esteemed CEO? Simoli shot him a glance. Are you bored?
I'm here to report on work. How could I be bored? I'm exceedingly busy, Shang Juanji replied.
Speak.
Simoli leaned heavily against the back of his chair, his brows furrowed with ire. Shang Juanji approached, casting a glance at the photographs and materials strewn about, and immediately understood. So you are troubled by matters of the heart. What did you say? Troubled by matters of the heart, Shang Juanji articulated slowly. Ninginan and Liang Nianha are merely past affairs. Who doesn't he have an ex? Why are you so concerned? Furthermore, Ninginan is engaged, and Liang Nianha is married to you. There is no possibility for them.
And what if they still harbor feelings for one another? Simoli countered. Shang Juanji paused, stroking his chin, and cautiously inquired, even if they do, what can be done, unless Liang Nianha has betrayed you?
Simoli's glare was lethal. Betray him, if she dared, he would be the first to take her life, then deal with Ninginan. She can certainly try, Simoli replied coldly.
Let us see what the outcome would be. By your reasoning, it seems Liang Nianha has no such intentions nor actions. It is entirely your unilateral suspicion and jealousy, Shang Juanji remarked.
She works during the day and is by your side at night. Where would she find the time? It's simply impossible.
She may be physically present, but where is her heart?
It is wholly devoted to Ninginan, Shang Juanji continued. You care so much about her past relationships. Could it be that you've fallen for her?
Nonsense. Simoli retorted. Admit it, you're in love.
It has nothing to be ashamed of. At your age, it's high time to experience some emotions. Shang Juanji teased. Simoli barked, be quiet. How could he possibly love her? Absurd. Yet, when Liang Nianha questioned him so pointedly last night, and now Shang Juanji posed a similar query today, how had he inadvertently conveyed such feelings for her? Shang Juanji was determined to seize this opportunity to ridicule Simoli, unwilling to let it slip away. Falling in love is quite easy to discern, it's when you care about her past partners. See Molly, not only do you care, but you are also secretly competing, striving to surpass Ninginan. When Liang Nian had developed a best-selling skincare product for the Ning family, you insisted she create an even more successful one, to prove that in her heart, you are more significant than Ninginan. See Molly abruptly rose, get out.
Shang Juanji responded, I haven't even begun my report, leave.
Very well, he would take his leave. However, just as he reached the door, Shang Juanji couldn't resist adding, the reason you're so angry is that you love Liang Nianhe, yet she does not love you in return, isn't it?
Chapter 83.
I am his fiancée. A folder came crashing down with a straight trajectory. Shang Juanji promptly dodged and swiftly shut the door behind him.
Bang!
The door trembled from the impact. Goodness, with such force, it might as well have dented the door panel. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet. Inside the office, Molly tugged at his tie, leaning both hands on the desk, his expression dark and brooding. Shang Juanji's last remark had struck a chord within him. Indeed, Liang Nianhe did not love him. She had explicitly declared her hatred, stating that it was either divorce or she would become a widow. In her eyes, he, Molly, was nothing but a complete demon. Yet, on the flip side, he did not love Liang Nianhe either. Given the chance, he could divorce her without a second thought and marry Liang Jiayun instead, but not just yet. Due to matters concerning his mother, he couldn't provide an explanation for the time being. As dusk slowly descended, Liang Nianhe hurriedly left with her bag after work, heading towards the agreed-upon location. Since Ninginan wished to meet for a discussion, she could make a trip to clarify matters and then depart. Ninginan had chosen a tea house, an establishment imbued with an elegant and classical ambience. Guided by the attendant, Liang Nianhe arrived at the private room and pushed the door open. However, to her surprise, a stylish young woman was seated inside. Liang Nianhe paused momentarily, her immediate thought being that she had mistakenly remembered the room number and walked into the wrong one. Apologies, she began, I might have gotten it wrong. The young woman scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, taking in every detail. No mistake here, Liang Nianhe. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. What was happening? Where was Ninginan? He had arranged to meet her, yet he was absent, leaving her with a stranger. I was supposed to meet President Ning, Liang Nianhe replied, may I ask who you are? I am his fiancée, Ai Lanjing. Liang Nianhe's mind went blank, a loud buzz echoing in her thoughts, completely at a loss for how to process this revelation. The person standing before her was none other than Ninginan's well-matched and affluent fiancée. This was utterly absurd. Ai Lanjing continued, please, have a seat, you've come all this way.
Liang Nianhe remained motionless.
I saw the message you sent to Inan. It was I who replied to you, and it was also I who arranged for this meeting, Ai Lanjing remarked with a smile. He is completely unaware of this matter. It was then that Liang Nianhe grasped the situation. Before coming here, I specifically looked into you. I was quite curious to see what kind of woman he so deeply adored, and upon meeting you today, Ai Lanjing scoffed, you seem rather ordinary.
Liang Nianhe was dressed quite plainly, without any designer labels or ostentatious logos.
Even her bag was a modest purchase from a small shop, a simple, even unremarkable. In contrast, Ai Lanjing was adorned in luxurious brands, her nails perfectly manicured, and she donned exquisite jewelry. After a brief silence, Liang Nianhe suddenly smiled, I am indeed quite ordinary, certainly not a match for you. Hence, after your appearance, he unhesitatingly discarded me to pursue you. Miss Ai, you have decisively triumphed, and I sincerely congratulate you and wish you well with President Ning.
Since you recognize that you are unworthy of him, why do you continue to seek him out? Are you hoping to entice him back into your life?
Liang Nianhe took a deep breath, maintaining her smile. Miss Ai, you worry too much. Excuse me, I shall take my leave now. The situation was far too convoluted for her to explain to Ai Lanjing. It seemed that her hope for Ninginan to take action regarding the kidnapping case had been utterly dashed. As she turned to leave, she unexpectedly caught sight of Ninginan striding towards her with purpose. Chapter 84. Do not entangle me again. He ran with great urgency, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, panting heavily. Upon seeing her, Ninginan's anxiety was palpable in Nianhe. He rushed to her side, scanning the surroundings with great concern etched on his face. Are you all right?
Liang Nianhe shook her head.
I did not see the message you sent, nor did I reply or arrange to meet you, he explained. I only just learned of this, which is why I hurried here.
Xiao Ai hasn't harmed you, has she? Before Liang Nianhe could respond, Ai Lanjing abruptly stood up. Inan, what do you mean by that? Do you think I could possibly harm her?
The reason you rushed here so frantically is that you feared for her safety. With that, she feigned indignation. Why don't you show any concern for me? Perhaps it is she who has wronged me. I am your fiancée, surely I should hold more importance in your heart than she does. Ai Lanjing, a pampered heiress, had the temperament of a princess, requiring consolation whenever she was displeased. Inan, I arranged to meet her simply to see what the person you liked during university was like, to understand what it is you admired in her so that I might learn and strengthen our relationship.
Why must you think so ill of me?
Ninginan looked at her. Xiao Ai, Ai Lanjing stamped her foot in frustration. And moreover, you and she have not been together, and after graduation, there has been no contact. Why should she seek your help when trouble arises? You owe her nothing. I came today to tell her to cease her entanglement. Our relationship is strong, and we are soon to wed.
She has no chance.
Liang Nianhe remained silent, standing quietly to the side. A pang of desolation stirred within her, not due to the feelings between Ninginan and Ai Lanjing, but rather because of Ai Lanjing's character. It was evident she was a girl who had been cherished since childhood, living in love, always voicing her desires and expressing her emotions openly, never hiding anything, surrounded by those who would indulge her. And then there was herself. Liang Nianha had long since lost the ability to express her emotions, whether in joy or sorrow. She could only bury her feelings deep within, silently processing them alone. For behind her, there was no one. That she was utterly alone. Ning Yinan approached Ai Lanjing, saying, Xiao Ai, Nianha is not that kind of person. Moreover, I indeed owe her. If she is in need, I am willing to assist. We are merely friends, so please do not misunderstand.
Friends who send you messages in the middle of the night? Perhaps Nianha encountered an urgent matter.
As he spoke, Ning Yinan turned to Liang Nianha. I apologize.
Xiao Ai, I can check my phone at any time, so it's alright. Liang Nianha replied, she is correct, I overstepped. I apologize, and I shall not do so again. Allow me to pay for this tea.
Not wishing to linger any longer, she turned, settled the bill at the front desk, and promptly hailed a taxi to leave. She had always known that Ning Yinan had a fiancée, but today was the first time she had encountered her. Ai Lanjing was indeed beautiful, hailing from a well-off family, and her feelings for Ning Yinan seemed genuinely sincere, a truly fitting couple. Even if Ning Yinan had been silently watching over her, even if he was the biological father of her child, in truth, he and she should no longer maintain contact. Liang Nianha sighed. This time, her impatience and desperate search for evidence had led her to lose her composure in seeking out Ning Yinan. Chapter 85. Tonight, I shall manage to create the formula. Let this be a lesson, never to be repeated. From now on, she would no longer seek out Ning Yinan. It was not merely Ai Lanjing who would be concerned, envious, and quarrelsome. If Simoli were to discover her clandestine meetings with Ning Yinan, he would undoubtedly be furious. Had it not been for Ning Yinan purchasing her first time, they would have never crossed paths. Such is the capriciousness of fate that night, of all people, it had to be Ning Yinan. If he truly cared for her well-being, fearing she might fall into the hands of another wealthy man, then after acquiring her, he ought to have set her free, rather than entering the room without a word and forcefully taking her. Liang Nian had gently caressed her flat abdomen, recalling the two little ones, and she felt a surge of strength. Instead of returning to the C residence, she went to the C group to continue her work. There remained a few tasks unfinished, and she was determined not to delay progress. Liang Nianha immersed herself in the laboratory. The formula underwent constant revisions and innovations, yet the ultimate cost remained unyielding, failing to meet the price. Mr. Xing desired. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she removed her sterile gloves, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes for a moment. What should she do? Were there any cheaper, superior raw materials available? Relaxing her eyes, Liang Nianha straightened her posture. The vast laboratory was empty save for her, the clock ticking softly in the stillness. She glanced around, and a splash of green caught her eye. Wait, green. Liang Nianha focused her gaze and discovered a pot of aloe vera. She was unsure who had nurtured it, but it thrived beautifully in the corner, lush and vibrant. Eureka, aloe vera, the very ingredient known for soothing sensitive skin. Moreover, it was entirely natural, easy to cultivate, and reasonably priced. The extracted aloe components could be incorporated into skincare products. Her thoughts instantly crystallized, and Liang Nianha rushed to bring the pot of aloe vera closer. How could I have forgotten you, my little darling? Come here, you are truly my savior. She entirely lost track of time, harvesting the entire pot of aloe for her experiment. I have a feeling that tonight I will finally create the formula, Liang Nianha murmured to herself, her face alight with joy. Whose aloe vera is this? Tomorrow, I must properly thank her, treat her to a lavish meal, and gift her an even larger and finer pot. Just as she finished speaking, a shriek echoed from the doorway. Ah! What are you doing? Why are you touching my things? In the dead of night, the building was enveloped in silence, and Liang Nianha jumped at the sudden outburst. Before she could comprehend the situation, the person rushed over, knocking her aside and seizing the pot of aloe. Liang Nianha fell heavily from her chair onto the floor. She was utterly startled. After all, she was pregnant. Such a fall could be disastrous. What if she miscarried? What then? In a state of panic, Liang Nianha clutched her belly, her elbow striking the ground painfully. Thank goodness, her belly was unharmed. She looked up to see that the intruder was the female head of the research laboratory. The head managed all the laboratory equipment and supplies. Whatever was needed could be communicated to her, and any valuable or hazardous materials had to pass through her hands.
Liang Nianha, the head exclaimed, where is my aloe vera? Why is there only one pot left?
I was using it for. Before she could finish, the head glared at her fiercely. That is very expensive.
Can you, a mere employee, afford to compensate for it? Chapter 86. Concerning my wife, a matter of great importance. Liang Nianha inquired, how much could a pot of aloe vera possibly cost? Even at its most exorbitant, it could hardly exceed a few hundred yuan, could it? 3,000 yuan, the department head replied. It is a particularly rare and expensive variety that I had someone bring back from abroad. And now you have ruined it.
Liang Nianha was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a humble plant could command a price in the thousands. Nevertheless, she could afford this amount.
I sincerely apologize.
I used it for an experiment to formulate a recipe and extracted a high concentration of aloe vera juice, she explained. It was my mistake, and I will transfer the money to you immediately.
The department head scoffed. What do I want with money?
I want aloe vera. You must compensate me with an identical pot of aloe vera. Now, she found herself in a predicament. Where could she procure an exact replica? After some contemplation, she agreed, all right, I will find a way. Perhaps I can obtain a similar aloe vera. However, you will need to be patient. Time is also a cost, the department head insisted stubbornly. You had better procure it by the end of tomorrow.
Otherwise, this matter will not conclude.
This was not merely a challenge, it was an affront. Liang Nianha maintained her composure, responding gently, "Department head, I will do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee success.
If there is a delay of a few days, I hope you can be understanding."
She valued her job highly and wished to avoid any discord with her colleagues, striving to prevent conflict. "Unacceptable, it must be by tomorrow," the department head asserted.
"If you exceed the deadline, you will owe me double compensation."
Liang Nianha grasped the situation. This was nothing short of extortion.
She directly asked, "How much do you want?" 10,000.
Liang Nianha bit her lip. She was not a wealthy heiress, although married into a prominent family. Simoli had never given her a single penny. 10,000 yuan was not an amount she could easily part with. She had yet to receive her salary, and with 2 children to raise, she needed to economize wherever possible.
I will cover it."
At that moment, Simoli's voice resonated, deep and rich.
Both Liang Nianha and the department head turned in unison to see Simoli, having just authenticated his fingerprint, stride into the laboratory. He approached Liang Nianha and helped her to her feet. "Why are you sitting on the floor?"
"I accidentally fell from my chair," she replied.
Simoli raised an eyebrow. "She must have pushed you." Indeed, nothing escaped his keen observation, but why was he still at the company so late?
"Mr.Si," the department head stammered, his demeanor shifting entirely upon seeing him. He began to nod and bow, ingratiating himself with forced smiles. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "I happened to pass by and heard a commotion, so I came to investigate," Simoli replied. The department head chuckled. "Ah, I see, my sincerest apologies for disturbing you, Mr. C. It's merely a trivial matter, no need for your concern." Simoli's expression remained stern as he stated blandly, "Indeed, it is a trivial matter, but concerning my wife, it becomes a significant issue."
"Ah?" The department head was momentarily at a loss. "Your wife?"
"It is just me and Liang," his voice faltered, and his expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. Liang Nianha was, astonishingly, Mr. C's wife. Simoli continued in his unflappable tone, 10,000. William will transfer it to you. Additionally, your severance pay will be included. You need not report to work tomorrow."
With a casual wave of his hand, he had determined the department head's fate.
The department head attempted to protest, but Simoli silenced him with a single glance. "Offending my woman is a death wish. Now, be gone."
Chapter 87. May I have a portion of the commission?
Just moments ago, Simoli appeared quite amiable and unassuming, yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure of sharp intensity, his gaze cutting like a blade. The section chief scurried away in a flurry. What was intended as a minor harassment of the new formula specialist turned into a perilous gamble for his own career. It turned out that Liang Nianha was the lady boss of the C group. As for the promised 10,000 yuan and the severance pay, he feared that upon receiving such compensation, he would be blacklisted throughout the city, leaving him unemployable by any company thereafter. The laboratory fell into a serene silence. Liang Nianha suddenly stepped aside, creating distance between herself and Simoli. "I presumed you had already returned to the C courtyard." To her surprise, he not only remained at the company but also appeared just in time to extricate her from her predicament. Simoli had convened an international video conference. Due to the time difference in Europe, it concluded at this hour. He could have departed directly, yet inexplicably, he chose to descend to the research and development floor and venture into the laboratory. And there she was. Even he could not fathom the reason behind his actions. Simoli fixed his gaze upon her. "Before me, you are articulate and unyielding, yet before others, you become a soft target?" "I merely wish to avoid escalating the situation. A peaceful resolution is preferable."
"Is it permissible to create a ruckus with me?"
Perhaps due to the late hour and a sluggish mind, Liang Nianha blurted out, "That's different.
Couples may quarrel, but they reconcile by the end of the night."
Upon uttering those words, she froze in surprise. Simoli, too, was momentarily taken aback, a subtle curve of his lips betraying a fleeting smile, though he quickly suppressed it.
In Liang Nianha's heart, she was acutely aware that they were indeed husband and wife.
"Ahem." Liang Nianha awkwardly cleared her throat, her fingers fidgeting with the pot of aloe vera, which had been reduced to mere stems.
Simoli cast a sidelong glance. "You worked late into the night just for this pot of aloe?" "Indeed, I discovered a new formula." "With such diligence, do you think President Shang will grant you a raise?" Liang Nianha replied, "I cannot say whether President Shang will increase my salary, but as for you, President C, will you consider it?" Simoli turned to leave. "It depends on your performance."
She hurriedly followed, chattering animatedly beside him. "President Shang has given me a fortnight to develop the formula. However, tonight I made a significant breakthrough. I believe that within 3 days, the formula can be perfected. The cost-effective and efficient raw material is none other than natural aloe. It soothes sensitive skin, is free from irritants and fragrances, and is economically viable. This late-night shift has truly been worthwhile. This product is bound to be well received by consumers. Everyone is under considerable work stress, their skin conditions are poor, and the air quality is lacking, leading to various allergies. Once it hits the market, the sales will undoubtedly soar." As she spoke passionately about her field of expertise, Liang Nianha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her spirit alight with excitement as she shared her insights with Simoli. Though he appeared to walk ahead without a glance back, he absorbed every word she uttered. Liang Nianha tilted her head to admire the chiseled profile of his face. "I am confident that this will surpass the lotions I developed previously." "President C, if the sales exceed expectations, may I receive a portion of the commission?" If commissions were involved, Liang Nianha estimated she could earn at least a 6-figure sum. With that amount tucked away, she could transform into a little fortune maker. Chapter 88. Now, kiss me. The more she pondered, the more delightful she felt. However, Molly doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water.
Are you blinded by money? Who would ever complain about having too much money? Liang Yanha replied, the more, the better.
After all, she had 2 children to support, and it was imperative that she accrued sufficient funds. From this moment forth, she needed to earn and save diligently, planning for the future. Money was indeed the most reliable ally. Molly raised an eyebrow. You are my wife, and according to marital law, you are entitled to half of the entire C Corporation.
After a moment's reflection, Liang Yanha conceded there was some merit to his statement.
The C Corporation was valued in the hundreds of billions, thus, her share would amount to a staggering sum, so many zeros, yet, she remained rational.
That constitutes marital property. If we don't divorce, I won't receive a dime.
Even if we stay together, you wouldn't liquidate assets for me. I still prefer to earn my commission. The immense sum of hundreds of billions felt utterly distant, something she had never truly contemplated. Earning money through her own efforts felt far more dependable.
Molly, will you give me a commission? Liang Yanha pressed on.
I assure you I can continue to innovate and contribute significantly to the new brand of C Corporation, dedicating myself wholeheartedly until my last breath. As long as the company exists, so shall I. If it perishes, I shall too. He furrowed his brow.
You're being insufferable.
Indifferent to his irritation, she continued to pester him.
With just a modest commission, you could secure a loyal employee. What a bargain, think about it.
Molly strode toward the vehicle, yanked open the passenger door, and effortlessly lifted her inside. He fastened the seatbelt with a decisive click, while Liang Yanha continued her incessant chatter.
Liang Yanha, he suddenly called her full name. Yes. Are you finished?
She shook her head.
Not even close. You haven't agreed to my request.
Molly leaned closer, his lips near her ear.
Keep talking, and I shall kiss you. In an instant, Liang Yanha's eyes widened, and she inhaled sharply, her lips pressed tightly together, silenced by his audacious threat.
How could he resort to such tactics? What a rogue! The car fell silent. Molly was taken aback by the effectiveness of his strategy. Just how much did she detest his kisses? How repulsed was she? But that was of no concern to him. He had ample ways to deal with her.
Are you foregoing the commission?
Molly's hand rested beside her ear.
Not going to speak?
Liang Yanha mimed, zipping her lips shut. Of course, she desired the commission, but she was unwilling to submit to his forced kiss, speaking of which her first kiss had been stolen by Molly. I can offer you a commission, and a generous one at that, Molly said slowly, inching closer until their noses nearly touched.
And I can agree to it now. Liang Yanha's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Was he serious? She whispered. What do you want in return? Speak. He was a capitalist, a shrewd businessman. He couldn't possibly be this benevolent without ulterior motives. Liang Yanha had long since seen through his true nature. You must kiss me now. Molly's voice was low and husky, until I am satisfied.
Liang Yanha.
How could anyone be so shameless? One moment he threatened to kiss her if she continued to annoy him, and the next he demanded she kiss him for a commission. Was he not toying with her? Seeing her expression of resistance and hesitation, Molly stood up, stepped back, and with a decisive bang, slammed the car door shut. Liang Yanha watched as he walked around the front of the car and settled into the driver's seat. Her mind was in turmoil. What should she do? To kiss or not to kiss? After all, one shouldn't forsake money for the sake of pride. Chapter 89. Moving on. I remain unsatisfied. After all, it wasn't her first kiss with Molly. When all was calculated, she had not lost in this transaction. Molly's hand rested on the steering wheel, and just as he was about to start the car, Liang Yan he suddenly leaned over, cupping his face with both hands, and boldly pressed her lips against his. To hell with it, act first, contemplate later. Besides, how many times had she been forcefully kissed by him before? Wasn't this merely her taking the initiative, considering the commissions? Liang Yan he could endure it, just think of it as being nibbled by a dog. With her eyes closed, she dared not open them to look at him, her breath becoming somewhat rapid, clumsy and inexperienced. She wasn't skilled at this, but she was earnestly trying to learn. Molly's gaze darkened, and soon, he relaxed against the seat, savoring her first proactive kiss. One must admit, she was truly quite naïve. After a considerable moment, Liang Yan he gently pulled back, finally daring to open her eyes. Is that enough? Is that all? Liang Yan he's face involuntarily fell. Isn't that sufficient? Molly casually rested his hands behind his head, adopting a leisurely posture. What do you think? Liang Yan he's face was already blushing fiercely. I believe that's quite sufficient. Do you not recall how I used to kiss you? Molly remarked nonchalantly. I could offer a complimentary lesson. Oh, please. A lesson, he puts it so nicely, but it was merely another opportunity for him to take advantage of her. Liang Yan he thought this internally, but retorted, I can only do it this way. I have no experience and certainly haven't kissed any other men. Is that so? Indeed, I gave you my first kiss. Although she lost her innocence on their wedding night, Ning Yinan had not kissed her at all. She remembered it distinctly. This statement brought great delight to Molly. Let's continue learning, Molly declared. I am still not satisfied. Think of your commission. Liang Yan he gritted her teeth. Fine, he wanted it to be more intense, did he? All right, she would oblige him. Liang Yan he threw caution to the wind and kissed him once more, but due to her vigorous motion, her teeth clashed against his.
In that moment, she felt as though she were a bold vixen, overpowering Siamoli. How absurd, she was the one being coerced. In retaliation, Liang Yan he even bit him, and rather hard, showing no mercy. However, to her surprise, Siamoli was thoroughly enjoying it. What a perverse twist. When she deemed it sufficient, Liang Yan he thought, surely this time would suffice, she attempted to withdraw from his lips. Observing this, Siamoli could no longer contain himself, for he had not yet indulged enough. He immediately took the initiative, gripping the back of Liang Yan he's head, and without the slightest hesitation, began to return the kiss, pressing her against the steering wheel with fervor. But in stark contrast, Liang Yan he realized her earlier initiative had indeed been childishly naive. How could Siamoli be so wild? Her lips began to feel sore, and just as she was nearly gasping for air, Siamoli slightly released her.
Can't you breathe?
She had barely uttered a word before his lips descended upon hers once more. Liang Yan he was at a loss for words. Earning this money was exceedingly difficult, requiring her to sacrifice her dignity. Moreover, why was Siamoli insatiable? If he had such desires, he could seek out Liang Jiayun. She would surely be more than willing to comply in various ways. Why was he so fixated on her? In the quiet streets of the early morning, with the car window partially lowered, the two embraced in a passionate kiss. It was as beautiful as a scene from an idle drama. Finally, Siamoli, breathless, released her, and Liang Yan he immediately returned to the passenger seat, raising her hand to wipe away the saliva from her lips.
Try to wipe it, I dare you.
Chapter 90. The subcard, with the password being my birthday. Liang Yan his hand froze in midair.
Fine, if you don't want to wipe it, then don't, she exclaimed.
Are you satisfied now? She inquired. The promise you made to me, can it be fulfilled now?
I never imagined that your Achilles heel was money.
Liang Yan had barely uttered a word when Siamoli casually opened his suit jacket and retrieved a black card from his inner pocket.
Here.
He tossed it towards her carelessly. The pure black card landed on her lap, its number embossed in gold lettering.
This is a subcard, and the password is my birthday.
Siamoli started the car, his gaze fixed ahead. There is no limit, but how much you can use entirely depends on how much I choose to allow. Observing her willingness to lower herself to learn how to kiss him in hopes of a modest commission, he felt that with the black card in her possession, she would become more docile and compliant before him. Spending a little money to buy comfort was, for Siamoli, a most profitable transaction. After all, he was not short on funds, he had plenty, and Liang Yan, at that moment, was in dire need. He offered, she accepted. However, Siamoli had entirely underestimated Liang Yan. She stared at the black card resting on her fair skin, a stark contrast that felt profoundly insulting, as if she were a woman for sale. This reminded her of that night she wished to forget. Ning Nan had likely paid the Liang family in a similar manner, but she remained oblivious to the worth of her own body. How laughable. She picked up the black card, pinching it between her fingers. Thank you, but I do not require it. With swift decisiveness, Liang Yan returned the card to his pocket. Siamoli was taken aback. I seek a commission because it is rightfully mine, a reward for my diligent work and expertise, Liang Yan asserted, but what you offer feels more like a tip. Siamoli, I may be in need of money, but I crave honest and respectable earnings.
Are you implying that my money is tainted?
At the very least, the way you have offered it is something I disdain.
Siamoli scoffed coldly, unappreciative.
His subcard was something he had never bestowed upon anyone else. She was the first today, how could she refuse? Go ahead and consider me ungrateful, Liang Yan replied, I only take what I am entitled to. She possessed both principles and boundaries. With one hand on the steering wheel, Siamoli extracted the card and flung it out of the car window.
Liang Yan gasped, what are you doing?
I have never retrieved something once given away.
If she did not want it, then he would dispose of it.
She sighed, letting it go. After all, he could afford to be capricious with his wealth. The atmosphere within the car grew heavy, and silence enveloped them both. Siamoli's expression had darkened considerably just minutes prior. They had been locked in an intimate kiss, yet now they felt like strangers. Liang Yan possessed a unique talent for evoking both ease and fury within Siamoli. What infuriated him further was upon returning to the sea residence. After her shower, Liang Yan collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Siamoli suffered from insomnia until dawn. His sleep had always been poor, and Liang Yan's antics had only exacerbated his inability to rest. As dawn broke, the alarm rang, and Liang Yan rose as if nothing had happened, stretching and yawning, cheerfully greeting Siamoli with a good morning. He walked past her without acknowledging her presence. Wasn't it said that after a cold war or an argument, it was the man who slept soundly while the woman lay awake? Why, then, was it the opposite for him and Liang Yan? Chapter 91. Extracting a character from two names. Observing the retreating figure of Siamoli, Liang Yan let out a soft tch. He was acting up again, best to ignore it. She paid no mind to his attitude and reactions, as this was hardly the first time it had occurred. Upon arriving at the company, Liang Yan noticed a package awaiting her at her desk. Just as she was about to open it, Suanya suddenly approached. Yan, President Shang requests your presence in his office. All right, Liang Yan replied, as she also had matters to report to President Shang. She casually set the package aside inside the vice president's office. After knocking, she entered only to be taken aback to find Siamoli was there as well. He lounged on the sofa with one leg crossed, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. He appeared impeccably refined, yet beneath that facade lurked a devil.
President Shang, you summoned me.
Indeed, Sheng Juanji replied, please take a seat. Siamoli raised an eyebrow, closing the document in his hand. When can an ordinary employee like you sit at the same level as me? In this room, there are only the three of us. Are you really going to insist on hierarchy?
Business is business, and it should be conducted as such. Shang Juanji remarked, be careful you don't end up kneeling on durian tonight.
Si Moli swiftly kicked out a foot, but Shang Juanji nimbly evaded.
President Shang, I am perfectly fine standing, Liang Nian has smiled, I do not wish to linger too long, lest I become a nuisance to President Si, and I am not in the best of spirits myself.
Shang Juanji observed the couple's dynamic. Truly a love-hate relationship.
Very well, let us discuss the matter at hand. Shang Juanji cleared his throat. I have heard that your formula is nearing success, is that correct? Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to finalize the formula today. Had it not been for the department head's unexpected intrusion yesterday, she would have succeeded last night.
Shang Juanji was somewhat taken aback. So soon, what about the costs?
President Shang, I have substituted aloe vera for the previous materials, resulting in costs that are even lower than anticipated. Liang Yanha reported, aloe vera is a completely natural product, free of chemical additives, making it exceptionally suitable for sensitive skin, even for infants. Thus, I propose that this skincare line not only targets sensitive skin prone to redness in older individuals but could also tap into the infant market. For instance, mothers and babies could use it together, and it could even serve as a body lotion. She elaborated on her ideas and concepts, prompting Shang Juanji to nod repeatedly, his face alight with approval. Bringing you on board was undoubtedly a stroke of genius. Otherwise, we would have missed out on an exceptional formulist. I am also grateful for President Shang's recognition. Much better than certain individuals with their heads in the clouds, Shang Juanji was indeed her patron. Since the formula is on track, the marketing and production departments must begin preparations. Shang Juanji turned to Si Moli, President Si, our skincare brand still lacks a name.
Could you propose one now?
Si Moli tapped his fingers rhythmically against the folder, producing a series of soft taps. He was deep in thought. Shang Juanji snapped his fingers. I have an idea.
Do share. Si Moli glanced at him.
Let us take a character from your name and one from Liang Yanha's, combine them, and voila, the brand name will materialize.
Shang Juanji suggested, once your marital relationship solidifies and is made public, everyone will come to a profound realization. Si Moli and Liang Yanha simultaneously turned their gazes toward Shang Juanji, their expressions seemingly questioning, are you out of your mind? Chapter 92.
Let it be called Mo. However, Shang Juanji paid no heed to the couple's gaze and continued speaking unabated. So it turns out, the first flagship skincare product of the C Group is a combination of the names of the president and the president's wife. How wonderful, it showcases their affection, boosts sales, spreads love, and has become a remarkable business tale, truly a threefold success. Moreover, the product was personally developed by the president's wife with her own formulation. Liang Yanha, I will instruct the marketing department to amplify the promotion, and you could also help with the sales, indicating that you too are using this skincare line, the same as the president's wife.
TSK, that's simply a winning strategy. As he grew increasingly animated, Shang Juanji had already decided on a name. I think we should call it Si Nian. What do you think? Si Moli's lips twitched slightly. Liang Yanha, you all remain silent, so that must mean you agree, no objections? Shang Juanji clapped his hands. Alright, it's settled then. Liang Yanha decided it was best to leave. Lingering here was unwise.
Such matters are beyond the purview of a mere employee like myself, President Shang. I shall head to the laboratory to expedite the formulation process, Liang Yanha stated.
I am off now.
She hurried away, making a beeline for the laboratory. How terrifying, a skincare brand named Si Nian, just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Si Moli would never consent to such a name, regardless of what it was called. She was indifferent, as long as there was a commission to be earned. Si Moli observed her departing silhouette, his expression still dark.
Si Nian, he spoke coldly. Shang Juanji, how did you come up with that?
Your surname combined with her given name, it's splendid.
Silence. Shang Juanji raised an eyebrow. Not fond of it? Then how about Mo Nian, or Li Nian, perhaps Mo Liang, Liang Mo?
Yet, Si Nian still sounds more appealing. Come now, name it yourself.
Si Moli rose from his seat. Boring. But the name truly needs to be finalized. Various subsequent matters require a brand name to proceed. Si Moli strode out, his footsteps unwavering.
Hey, Shang Juanji called out, if you don't name it, I shall take the liberty to call it Si Nian. At that moment, as Si Moli's hand rested on the doorknob, just before stepping out, he distinctly uttered two words, M-O-He.
Ha! The M-O from mutual support, and the he from seedlings. Shang Juanji immediately understood. Ah, the he from Liang Yanha, why be so cryptic about it?
The response to him was the sound of the door slamming shut.
Shang Juanji shrugged.
Deep down, you still quite like my naming suggestion, don't you? Stop pretending to be aloof. Mo-He, indeed, is quite fitting. After all, we are targeting the female market, and using the character M-O might not be suitable.
A homophone M-O is perfect.
Thus, the first brand that the C Group ventured into the skincare industry with was named Mo-He.
This name, in the not-too-distant future, would surely become a household name across the land.
Meanwhile, Liang Yanha had no inkling of this development. She was in the laboratory with Su Anya, diligently optimizing the formulation. Finally, as closing time approached, they successfully developed the first set of lotion and toner.
Success!
Liang Yinha exclaimed joyfully, removing her gloves and embracing Su Anya in excitement.
We did it. Yes, Nyenha, you are amazing. Who would have thought to use aloe vera? The problem was resolved in an instant.
Indeed, the next step is to find someone for a trial to see the effects on the face.
Chapter 93.
The evidence long desired, research and development is merely the initial step of the ultimate effect, however, will only be discerned after application. Liang Nianha and Su Anyan collaborated to divide the skincare lotion into small samples, preparing over 100 sets. They subsequently distributed these samples to the female employees.
From this evening onward, I kindly ask you to begin using this lotion and document your experiences and any changes.
For those currently experiencing allergic reactions and redness, applying a thick layer of the lotion on the face for half an hour before wiping it off will yield noticeable improvements.
Thank you for your efforts. I eagerly await your feedback.
If these female employees experience no adverse reactions and find the lotion effective in hydrating, soothing redness, and combating allergies, then this lotion will be ready for production and subsequent market release. Liang Nianha brimmed with confidence. As a formulator, she was certain that the skincare products developed under her expertise would pose no issues whatsoever. Upon returning to her workstation, Liang Nianha recalled the package she had not had the chance to open that morning.
Who could have sent it? The sender's name was merely a pseudonym, which piqued her curiosity. As she murmured to herself, she began to unwrap it. 2 sheets of paper tumbled out. She glanced at them and was instantly taken aback, gripping the sheets tightly until her fingertips turned pale. The documents contained 2 transfer records, one for 100,000, the other for 200,000, and the sender was none other than Liang Jiayun. Furthermore, the timestamps coincided precisely with the day Liang Nianha had been kidnapped. As for the recipient of these funds, she did not recognize the name, but with the transfer records in hand, tracing the individual would be effortless. This was the evidence Liang Nianha had longed for. The very thing she had yearned for had suddenly materialized. Was it truly a stroke of luck? Who would be so benevolent? Liang Nianha rummaged through the shipping box and discovered a sticky note. I found the evidence. I hope it proves useful to you. Apologies for the delay caused by Xiao AI. So it was Ningyinan who had sent it, but hadn't she deleted the text she had sent him after AI Lanjing had seen it? How could he possibly know she was seeking evidence? Had AI Lanjing relayed the message to him? Liang Nianha pondered this conundrum without arriving at a conclusion. Regardless, she now possessed the evidence and was determined to see how Liang Jiayun would wriggle out of this one. She carefully secured the evidence and placed it in her bag. As dusk descended, painting the sky in hues of twilight, Liang Nianha returned to Siyuan after work, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to present this evidence to Si Moli. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by the sight of Liang Jiayun. Oh, how fortuitous, she had delivered herself right to Liang Nianha's doorstep, saving her considerable trouble. This vendetta must be avenged. Sister, you're back too, Liang Jiayun exclaimed warmly. I have just cut some fresh fruit, it's quite sweet, do try some. Her demeanor, her posture, made it seem as if Siyuan was her home. Liang Nianha accepted without hesitation, plopping onto the sofa and sampling a few pieces. Indeed sweet. Of course, I selected only the finest imported fruits, Liang Jiayun stated, feeding peeled grapes to Si Moli. Si Moli turned his head, avoiding her. He tugged at his shirt collar. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Si, I merely wish to keep you company, I have no other intentions, Liang Jiayun replied. I seldom have the chance to see you, unlike my sister, who spends her days at the company and her nights by your side. What a fortunate arrangement. Liang Nianha chuckled. Would you like to claim this fortune for yourself? Chapter 94. Having made numerous copies, you cannot tear them all apart. Liang Nianha wished nothing more than to vanish from Si Moli's side. They were still sharing the same space. He reclined on his expansive 2-meter-wide bed while she languished on her narrow sofa. At least she was not sleeping on the floor, which demonstrated that Si Moli possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit as small as a grain of rice. Liang Jiayun sighed. I yearn for what I cannot attain, yet my sister acquires it with such ease and even chooses to utter words that provoke me. As she spoke, she entwined her arm with Si Moli's. Mr. See, I have a humble request. I desire to share a dinner with you this evening. Since our acquaintance began, the precious moments we have spent together are far too few. Si Moli's expression remained indifferent, his brows slightly furrowing. Liang Jiayun lowered her head. It seems I have put you in an awkward position. Never mind, Mr. it is my folly. I apologize. Perhaps that night should never have existed. She once again invoked that fateful night. This was precisely the debt Si Moli owed her. Liang Nianha listened in a haze, pondering. That night? Which night? What could it possibly mean? Did Si Moli and Liang Jiayun harbor secrets unknown to her? Had they forged a bond one fateful evening? Liang Jiayun slowly rose, appearing on the verge of tears, yet she valiantly held back. I shall take my leave, Mr. C. Perhaps my presence only holds significance when you wish to see me. Liang Nianha nearly rolled her eyes at the display. A mistress and a scoundrel, performing as if their affection ran deep. Wasn't it exhausting? She found it tiresome merely to observe. Seeing that Liang Jiayun was truly about to depart, Liang Nianha earnestly inquired of Si Moli, will you not try to retain her? Si Moli cast her a frigid glance. How could she possibly push her own husband towards another woman? She had never encountered such a woman. Will you stay or not? Liang Nianha pressed on. It's evident you are a straight man, oblivious to the nuances of women. Typically, when she hesitates to leave, she is merely awaiting your plea for her to stay. Silence your tongue. I am not jesting, Liang Nianha blinked, for if you do not retain her, I shall. Si Moli narrowed his eyes. You? Indeed, Liang Nianha nodded, raising her voice. Wait a moment, Liang Jiayun, come back. I have something for you. Si Moli reclined languidly on the sofa, curious to see what Liang Nianha was up to this time. Liang Jiayun turned to her. You have something for me? Yes. What is it? You shall come and take it. Liang Nianha retrieved a piece of paper from her bag and extended it towards her. Liang Jiayun, perplexed, accepted it and unfolded it. Upon glancing at it, she abruptly snapped it shut, her face paling in an instant. Will you not take a closer look? Liang Nianha inquired. You glanced at it so hastily. Did you truly comprehend it? Of course, she had comprehended it. Where had Liang Nianha procured such a thing? What is it? Si Moli's voice deepened. Hand it over. Hearing this, Liang Jiayun instinctively recoiled. And no, it's nothing, mister. See? This absolutely could not fall into Si Moli's hands. Without hesitation, Liang Jiayun began to tear the paper into shreds, crumpling it tightly in her palm. Such an unusual reaction did not escape Si Moli's notice. Liang Nianha observed Liang Jiayun's frantic tearing but offered no resistance, instead nonchalantly declaring, Fear not, I have made countless copies, and you cannot tear them all. She then produced a thick stack from her bag, fluttering it with a flourish. Do you see this, Liang Jiayun? There is no wall so impenetrable that it does not allow the wind to pass through. Chapter 95. It was I who kidnapped Liang Nianha. You Liang Jiayun stammered, nearly losing her balance in her distress. Where did you get this from? She rushed forward to snatch it away, but Liang Nianha did not shy away, even proactively handing it to her. Here, take it, tear it apart, I am indifferent. Liang Jiayun, the more you act like this, the more you reveal your own guilt. Liang Jiayun's movements abruptly halted. How on earth did Liang Nianha manage to procure her bank transfer records? Such a matter, deeply entwined with privacy, necessitates a certain level of authority to accomplish. It is utterly impossible for Liang Nianha to have done this alone. This is fake, it's all fabricated. Liang Jiayun swiftly altered her approach, attempting to retaliate. Liang Nianha, you have forged this to frame me. Your schemes run deep, and your malice is profound. Whether it is fake or not, a simple investigation will reveal the truth. My word holds no weight, nor does yours ultimately, it is the findings that matter, Liang Nianha asserted, directing her gaze toward Si Moli. You ought to take a look, she offered. On the day I was kidnapped, Liang Jiayun's account transferred 2 sums to the same stranger. Liang Nianha recalled vividly how the fat man had mentioned someone offering 5 million to purchase the child within her womb. The several hundred thousand was likely merely a deposit. The remaining sum, exceeding 4 million, would presumably be paid upon completion of the transaction, and such a substantial amount would not traverse personal accounts. Yet, these details were of little consequence now. These 2 deposits served as irrefutable evidence. Si Moli accepted the documents, casting a cursory glance at the amounts and timestamps. Liang Jiayun cried out in panic, C-Zone, do not be deceived by her. This is fabricated. How could I possibly transfer money to a stranger without reason? She merely seeks to frame me, to disrupt our relationship. Si Moli remained silent. Meanwhile, Liang Nianha lightly countered, if you insist it is false, why did you immediately tear it upon seeing it instead of asserting its falsity? Liang Jiayun stammered, rendered speechless. Her gaze toward Liang Nianha brimmed with loathing. This wretched woman, she had truly unearthed evidence against her. Si Moli, you should conduct an inquiry, Liang Nianha declared. There is no use in further words. What Ninginan had provided her was undoubtedly authentic. She had faith in him. Moreover, Liang Jiayun's reaction and demeanor corroborated the legitimacy of the transfer records. Si Moli casually set the papers aside, lazily lifting his gaze to fixate on Liang Jiayun. She felt unnerved by the intensity of his stare, her body swaying slightly, nearly losing her footing. Is there anything more you wish to say? Si Moli inquired. Liang Jiayun faltered, but Si Moli had no intention of entertaining her further. He cut straight to the chase. Did you send someone to kidnap Liang Nianha? C-Zone, please listen to me, he interrupted her sharply, his tone laced with menace. Yes, or no? Liang Jiayun shrank back in fear, hesitating for several seconds before ultimately nodding in concession. Yes, she confessed, it was I who did it. Si Moli, who had been lounging comfortably, immediately set his legs down and stood up abruptly. His sudden movement startled Liang Jiayun, causing her legs to tremble and buckle. Collapsing onto the sofa. In a flurry, she scrambled to Si Moli's side, clutching at his pant leg. C-Zone, I was momentarily blinded by folly. Chapter 96. A near-death encounter. I was utterly foolish to have acted in such a manner. I never intended to harm Liang Nianha. I merely sought to frighten her. I assure you, I would never truly lay a hand on her. She constantly bullies me, looks down on me, and has even physically assaulted me. I was filled with pent-up frustration, and coupled with the fact that she is your legitimate wife, MRS.SI, I succumbed to jealousy and momentarily lost my senses, leading to this grievous error. Mr. See, everything I have done is out of love for you. I now recognize my mistakes and vow never to repeat them. Look, Liang Nianha is unharmed, and nothing has happened to her. Let us consider this matter closed, shall we? Liang Nianha listened with a cold sneer distorting the truth, painting black as white. This has always been Liang Jiayun's specialty. Alas, this time, she would not allow Liang Jiayun to triumph. A near-fatal encounter. This grievance must be avenged. She could not allow Si Moli to be swayed by pity and let Liang Jiayun off the hook. Liang Nianha rose and approached Liang Jiayun, saying, You claim I am unharmed? Such words are spoken so lightly, as if standing and speaking brings no pain. But do you not realize that if it were not for Si Moli's timely arrival, I would have been violated by 2 kidnappers? She intentionally brought up this incident, knowing it was something Si Moli could not tolerate.
He had a strong sense of cleanliness and possessiveness, firmly believing that Liang Nianhe belonged entirely to him. No one else should touch or even gaze upon her, Liang Nianhe continued. Moreover, at that moment, I nearly took my own life by biting my tongue, for I could not bear to lose my innocence and endure such humiliation. Fortunately, just as I was about to do so, Si Moli saved me. Liang Jiayun, do you think a mere dismissal of your actions as a misguided attempt to scare me is sufficient to sweep this under the rug? One must face the consequences of their wrongdoings. Liang Jiayun turned her head, glaring fiercely at her wretched woman, yet, upon meeting Si Moli's gaze, she transformed into a pitiful, wronged figure. Mr. Si, I truly understand my mistakes. Please grant me another chance to earn your forgiveness. I promise I will never act so foolishly again. I only wish to remain by your side, desiring nothing more than your company. Si Moli looked down at Liang Jiayun, whose face was streaked with tears. He had always detested seeing women cry, and particularly at this moment, her tears only served to disturb his peace of mind. Liang Nianhe softly interjected, Si Moli, do not forget what you promised me. He had vowed to bring severe punishment to the one behind her kidnapping. She had already informed him that it was Liang Jiayun. Unfortunately, Si Moli had not believed her, and now, however, Liang Nianhe had presented her evidence. He must confront this reality that if, after all this, Si Moli still favored Liang Jiayun, then Liang Nianhe would have no further expectations of him, none whatsoever. Si Moli met Liang Nianhe's gaze, his lips slightly parting. I remember. Good, Liang Nianhe nodded, let your word be your bond. He nodded in agreement, agreed. Though Liang Jiayun could not comprehend their exchange, her anxiety deepened, and she clutched Si Moli's pant leg with increased fervor. Mr. Si, you may strike or scold me as you wish, I will accept any punishment. I have but one request, do not cast me aside, do not ignore me. I promise I will no longer be jealous or petty. Liang Nianhe watched this farce unfold, her heart calm. She had exerted all her efforts, and the final outcome was beyond her control. Chapter 97 Your relentless efforts to induce my miscarriage. You were merely a pair of unscrupulous individuals, one unfaithful and the other willingly assuming the role of a mistress. What moral standards or qualities could you possibly possess? Si Moli shook off Liang Jiayun and withdrew his pant leg, stating, what use is your pleading? The one you have bound is Liang Nianhe. Upon hearing this, Liang Jiayun immediately comprehended the situation and turned towards Liang Nianhe, exclaiming, Sister, I was wrong, I apologize. How about you bind me instead? I accept, I am willing. Or you may strike me, if that would relieve your anger. As she spoke, she seized Liang Nianhe's hand and attempted to slap her own face. Liang Nianhe forcefully waved her hand away, retorting, do not touch me, strike you, I would not want to soil my hands. It was evident to her that Si Moli had indeed softened his heart, subtly suggesting that Liang Jiayun should implore her for mercy. She had anticipated this outcome long ago, had she not? Si Moli's affections had long been swayed, directed towards Liang Jiayun, a reality she had always understood. Had she not previously solicited a promise from Si Moli to rigorously punish those who had abducted her, it was likely that, with a few tears from Liang Jiayun, this matter would have simply faded away. Her heart felt desolate and frigid. Liang Nianhe instinctively rubbed her arms, yet it was her heart that remained cold, impervious to warmth. In the living room, the three of them stood in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. Liang Jiayun continued her weeping. Return home, Si Moli commanded coldly after a pause, and reflect on your actions in solitude. Si Zong, without sparing her a glance, Si Moli ascended the stairs, his silhouette radiating resoluteness. Troublesome, the moment he departed, Liang Jiayun hastily wiped her tears and sprang to her feet. Liang Nianhe, very well, consider yourself fortunate this time. Not only have you escaped, but you have also found evidence to pressure me. She pointed at her. Just wait and see, I shall not let you off easily. Seeing her true colors emerge, Liang Nianhe let out a derisive laugh. Liang Jiayun gritted her teeth. What are you laughing at? You, a woman carrying an illegitimate child, cannot even secure your own safety. I wonder how you plan to protect that wild offspring. You indeed know of my pregnancy. It was after that encounter at the hospital that you discovered it, wasn't it? Correct. Liang Nianhe fixed her gaze on her. Since then, with the bird's nest, the morning tea, the abduction, you have gone to great lengths to induce my miscarriage. Why, how does my child interfere with you? Liang Jiayun's eyes darted about, momentarily at a loss for words. She could never divulge the truth to Liang Nianhe, for, after all, the child she bore was Si Zong's. Noticing her silence, Liang Nianhe speculated, I presume you fear that the secret of selling me off on my wedding night may come to light. Or perhaps you are aware of the identity of that wealthy man from that night. He would never desire this child, hence your attempts to have me terminate it? Liang Jiayun neither confirmed nor denied her accusation but instead remarked, I fail to understand you, Liang Nianhe. Why do you protect such an illegitimate child so fiercely? Were I in your position, I would terminate the pregnancy and feel liberated. Carrying a burden like that daily, do you not tire of it? My child is mine to cherish. I need not your meddling. They simply could not comprehend Liang Nianhe's yearning for familial bonds, stemming from her status as an orphan. She deeply craved someone in this world to whom she was connected by blood. Moreover, she was bearing twins. What a minuscule probability. How could she bear to terminate two vibrant lives? Liang Jiayun snorted. Yet do not forget, once Si Zong discovers you are with child, it will be the end of you. Chapter 98. The skincare brand is named Mo? It's over for me, and the Liang family is doomed as well. You are the ones who brought this upon me. Liang Nianhe retorted, no one shall find solace. If the fish perish, the net must break, none of us shall escape unscathed. Liang Jiayun's expression fluctuated. Are you truly intending to give birth to the child? If I wish to bear it, what business is it of yours? After all, she had concealed her pregnancy, and Liang Jiayun dared not raise a fuss. In this matter, they were all like grasshoppers on the same string, bound to keep the secret from Simoli. Liang Jiayun ground her teeth. I advise you to terminate it. This child is nothing but a calamity, a ticking time bomb.
The day it detonates, your suffering will be unimaginable.
Liang Yinha was utterly unfazed by her threats, her voice louder and her tone more assertive. I warn you, Liang Jiayun, should you dare to harm me or my child, I will fight you to the bitter end.
You are utterly insane. Who fears whom? Liang Yinha raised an eyebrow. Never underestimate the strength of a mother. To protect her child, she would go to any lengths.
Liang Jiayun dismissed her with a hasty crazy woman, and left in a flurry. Liang Yinha was uncertain of the child's paternity, yet she resolved to keep it. One could not help but wonder if her mind had been momentarily deranged.
She needed to return home swiftly to discuss with her parents what course of action to take next. The Liang family could no longer intervene. If this continued, as Liang Yinha pointed out, both the fish and the net would be lost, and they would all be doomed. Liang Yinha lowered her gaze, contemplating her still flat abdomen. To safeguard her two children, she would exert every effort. She wished for her child to witness this world, to experience the beauty of nature, to grow day by day, and to possess an independent and free life. Ultimately, the identity of the child's father was inconsequential. So what if it was Ninginan? Liang Yinha mused that she would simply regard it as having borrowed his seed, thus blessing her with two adorable babies. Liang Yinha ascended to the second floor. As she passed the study, she noticed the door ajar, slightly open. Coincidentally, Simoli was on a phone call, and she overheard part of the conversation. You can decide these matters. Primarily, you are responsible for the Mo brand. Whether it can flourish and become a leader in the industry like other C Corporation brands depends on your capabilities. I have high hopes for it.
Additionally, please send me the finalized packaging design for Mo to my email for my review. The more Liang Yinha listened, the more perplexed she became. Something was amiss. What exactly was Mo? Did the C Corporation own this brand? This was the first she had heard of it. Surely it couldn't be. Liang Yinha gasped, and without a moment's thought, she pushed open the study door. You dare to name a skincare brand, Mo? Simoli, holding his phone, slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Realizing she had intruded upon him, she covered her mouth, yet the words had escaped her lips. Simoli said nothing further, tossing his phone onto the desk. Indeed. Liang Yinha blinked, finally grasping that he was responding to her earlier inquiry.
M.O.
He? She had not anticipated that Simoli would actually adopt Shang Juanji's proposal.
What in the world? Do you have any objections? Simoli countered, opposition is futile.
No, it's just that Shang Juanji may joke, but how can you take his words seriously?
Is it your place to voice your opinions on decisions made by higher-ups?
Liang Yinha pressed her lips together, falling silent. Indeed, her voice carried little weight. Forget it. Liang Yinha returned to the master bedroom, and after freshening up, she sat at her vanity, beginning to apply her self-formulated Mo lotion. Chapter 99. What should I do with Liang Jiayun? Initially, she was quite serious and filled with anticipation, but this sentiment was shattered by the name Mohe. It no longer mattered what it was called, what truly mattered was its efficacy. She never genuinely hoped to showcase her affection for Simoli through the name Mohe. Without love, how could one display it? As Simoli entered the room, he found her diligently attending to her skincare routine, her expression one of reverence. He surmised that she was using a product from Mohe, and without a word, he passed by her, stepping onto the balcony to light a cigarette, drawing in slow, deliberate puffs. He remained there, enveloped in curling smoke, until Liang Yinha had completed her skincare regimen. Contemplating, she approached him from behind. Are you pondering how to let Liang Jiayun off the hook while ensuring I remain silent? Simoli did not turn around but took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicking the ash away.
She must face consequences.
That is my bottom line, Liang Yinha asserted firmly.
I will not yield.
She is already at home, reflecting on her actions.
Can such a grave mistake be resolved by merely staying at home for a couple of days? Is that truly sufficient?
Simoli slightly turned his head. What do you propose? He directly posed the question to her, leaving Liang Yinha momentarily stunned. Indeed, what did she wish to do? Should she physically assault Liang Jiayun? Perhaps bind her and summon 2 men to humiliate her. Such actions were inconceivable. Simoli would never consent. Liang Jiayun was his cherished one, adored and held dear. How could she endure such indignities?
I asked you a question. Simoli's voice deepened. Have you lost your voice? Liang Yinha bit her lip and suddenly burst into laughter, a sound tinged with both mockery and resignation. Simoli finally turned to glance at her. What are you laughing at?
I find it amusing that you have genuinely rendered me speechless, Liang Yinha replied.
Indeed, what can I do with Liang Jiayun?
Can I reciprocate in kind, employing her tactics against her? That is simply unrealistic. For one, you would never agree.
After much contemplation, it seems the only option is to let it go.
Let it be. She has kidnapped me and sought to humiliate me, yet, even if I gather evidence, the outcome remains unchanged. I foolishly held on to the belief that evil begets evil. Liang Yinha moved closer to Simoli, tilting her head to scrutinize him. Ultimately, it is my insignificance that renders me vulnerable, lacking status and influence. Were I wealthy and powerful enough, Liang Jiayun would not dare to lay a finger on me. If you truly loved and cherished me, she would be even less inclined to act so brazenly. Those unloved are subject to arbitrary bullying, deemed lowly and insignificant. She had always been the one unloved by others, and even more so by this world, which showed her no kindness.
See Molly, when will this bride, who is merely a source of good fortune, be able to return to singlehood? She broached the subject of divorce once more. See Molly extinguished his cigarette, convinced mother to willingly agree. You know that is impossible. Even without the knowledge of her status as See Molly's bride, Lin Jin had been intent on orchestrating their union. Now, she eagerly anticipated their early conception of a child. How could she ever consent to a divorce? She feared that the mere mention of it would evoke both anger and sorrow from Lin Jin. Thus, it is not that I refuse to divorce. See Molly exhaled a plume of smoke slowly. You alone lack the capability to firmly secure the position of Mrs. See. The smoke stung her throat, prompting a series of coughs as she waved her hand to disperse it. Si Molly had yet to devise a clear strategy regarding Liang Jiayun, and even more troublesome matters loomed ahead. Chapter 100. Si Wencheng assumes the role of director for the Mo brand. Noticing her inability to detect the scent of smoke, he instinctively extinguished his cigarette. After doing so, he paused for a moment, pondering why he was so concerned about Liang Yin his feelings. Si Molly's expression turned frosty as he remarked, additionally, when you arrive at the company tomorrow, you will encounter an acquaintance. An acquaintance? Who? Liang Yanha had very few friends, with only Anya as a close companion. Most of the time, she led a solitary life. Si Wencheng. Hearing that name once more, Liang Yanha was taken aback. Wasn't he and his mother sent to prison by you? That night, when Si Wencheng attempted to assault her, Si Molly had awakened and apprehended him. Since then, he had vanished without a trace. Grandfather spared him. After all, he is his biological grandson, Si Molly explained. Furthermore, he has begun serving as the director for the Mo brand at the C Corporation. Old Master Si had indeed placed Si Wencheng in the company, assigning him a position that was neither significant nor trivial. Si Molly accepted this arrangement, for it was a trade-off. He tolerated Si Wencheng, while the Si family accommodated Lin Jin. Liang Yanha was quite astonished, but soon her thoughts turned to the implications. In aristocratic families, there were countless untold secrets, particularly for Si Molly, who stood at the pinnacle of power. Numerous individuals were plotting against him, feigning flattery while harboring ulterior motives. One could only imagine the duplicitous nature that lay beneath the surface. Every step he took required utmost caution and stability. No wonder you smoke on the balcony, Liang Yanha murmured. Si Molly, you must find life quite burdensome as well. Her sudden utterance caught Si Molly off guard, prompting him to regard her with renewed scrutiny. The night breeze was somewhat chilly, bringing with it a biting cold. Liang Yanha rubbed her arms. The grandeur one displays outwardly often conceals the immense struggles endured in silence. Si Molly's expression remained impassive. She was grappling with her own hardships, striving for survival in the interstices of life, and now she found herself sympathizing with him. Did she truly comprehend the implications of her words and actions? Given Liang Yanha's status and plight, how could she afford to feel pity for Si Molly? One was the esteemed president of the C Corporation, while the other was a lonely girl struggling to steer her own fate. Liang Yanha continued, I understand you wield considerable power. Everything you desire is within easy reach. Even without uttering a word, a mere glance from you will prompt others to present their offerings, allowing you to choose at will. You have acquired too much, and it has come too easily. However, with every possession comes an inevitable loss. Heaven is impartial, distributing blessings to no single individual alone, just as a familial bond seems so tenuous to you. Indeed, your relatives may hold less significance than Shang Juanji. Si Molly. Money can indeed procure many things, yet it cannot buy the hearts of people. Liang Yanha inhaled deeply. Sincerity is exceedingly rare and precious for you. He scoffed dismissively, his tone laced with contempt. What use do I have for sincerity? What is its worth? What utility does it possess? In crucial moments, what assistance can it provide? Si Molly, a businessman, prioritized profit and return. Having been raised in the cutthroat environment of the Si family, he faced the constant scrutiny of a stepmother and half-brother, making life arduous. He could trust no one and would never offer his heart to anyone. Liang Yanha's voice was faint, as if the wind might carry it away. It is indeed lonely at the top, Si Molly.